It's really embarrassing because I'm a really bad liar, so I always tell them the truth. It's porn. You can laugh all you want, it's the truth. The other night we were watching some really great adult entertainment. This girl was down there, she was doing some things, it was looking pretty good. So the guy reaches back and he pulls out this cattle prod looking thing and he's like zapping it. I'm like, oh crap, she is in for it. It's like zap, 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 right in the wiener. Oh my god. I was just as shocked as you. Well, while he's doing that, he's like, why don't you make it a little more interesting? And I'm like, that's pretty electrifying to me. I guess it was her first rodeo, too.
Fuck yeah, Amanda Brown, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I'm so glad to be here.
What does that mean? What is first,
Where to?
what are you doing? What is first rodeo? What does first rodeo mean? Is it your first time ever doing stand-up?
It's a Texas thing. If you're like, well, it's not my first rodeo. About everything. Like barbecuing.
How long have you been on stand-up for?
This is my very first time.
Right,
It really is my first
there you
time.
go. It is her first time, Amanda Brown.
I was like, I'm going to go big or go home.
I loved her in Star Wars as Ewok number 3.
Yeah, she's like Princess Leia potato chips.
Yeah. I've got a good one though. Princess Leia around all day.
Hell yeah, Princess Leia around all day. I like that. That's a good punch up, Amanda. I'm serious.
You.
That's funny.
Princess Leia. That's pretty good. Although I don't eat potato chips because I'm on keto. I don't know what that is.
You're adorable, Amanda. So
I'm trying, y'all.
no, you're sweet. You're just getting roasted right now. You know
That's okay. I could use a little bit of a tan, so light roasting would do me some good.
It's all good, Amanda. Just relax. Let us do our job up here.
I came prepared.
Just breathe, Amanda. Everything's okay. All right. Anyway, so we got a live wire up here right now. This is what happened. This happened to a lot of ladies when Hillary lost. This is what happened. A lot of them were just broken.
I'm so excited to be here, though.
Was anybody else kind of creeped out whenever she was talking about porn and she was calling it like a wiener?
I didn't want to be too dirty,
I want to know more, but I still call it a wiener.
Yeah.
Let me
It's
see
like
that big
baby
old wiener.
porn or something. Who
I
talks
heard.
like that? I was watching Two Girls, One Cup, and Poo Poo came out of the woo woo. Amanda, what do you do for work?
We own a mattress store here
Fuck
in
yeah, looks
Missouri.
like you've been getting high on your own supply. You know what I'm saying?
It's my favorite. I
You
love
own a mattress store? That's so fucking cool.
We sell mattresses and furniture around town. It's called Best for Less. Look us up. Mattress Store, Texas.
Rest for less?
Best for Less.
Best
Best. Like
for
me
less?
as a boy.
That doesn't have anything to do with mattresses. Best for
It's
less. It should
actually-
be
okay,
rest
hold on.
for less.
That's
Do you
good.
know that?
People tell me all the time it
I
should
just
be
did
bed.
punch up on your fucking company. It's like real life Shark Tank right
Oh,
now.
Rest for less.
It's like
I want 5% of the company. Change it to rest for less. Let's reap the profits.
Oh, right.
I want to get in bed with you.
Well,
That's a business terminology. You see what I'm
sounds
saying?
like a lot of fun.
Your husband's right there. You goddamn animals.
Wow.
It's a business term. Get into bed with someone.
He might
It's a
take it as
mattress fucking company. You assholes. Ruthless, these people.
What do you guys think about those box mattresses that have been like all over the
Oh,
Facebook?
we used to sell some of them, and they're actually pretty good. They've got like money back guarantee, so give them a try and send them back if you don't like them.
Yeah.
You do any boxing yourself?
No, not really. I've always wanted to do like kickboxing and stuff, but I'm a weenie.
What part of the business do you do? What part does the
There's that
husband
weenie
do?
again.
You like that?
What do you do for the mattress company?
Well, I run it. Well, my husband does all the hard work.
Right.
I stand around in there.
Wait. I want to hear you say that one more time.
My husband does all the hard work, and I just kick back and like Instagram all day, and make little things for our store. Aww.
You make what for the
Oh,
store?
shucks.
What do you make for the store?
Instagram, store, Snapchats, and
Your social media.
yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
trying to get internet famous, so this is really going to help my career take off.
I know a lot of people that in the mattress game that get a lot
yeah?
of business from Instagramming. And
I thought we were
shit
going
like
for porn shows. Yeah.
that. What?
Hey,
not only, I mean, you like cancel comedy out. Do you know that? You're so aggressive. Like, you just listened a little more and just breathe a bit. You have a case of the Aphrodite, is what you got. That's what you have. You have everything going for you. You're so likable. You just need to relax a little more. You don't need to be so aggressive. You got to play defense as well as offense. You know what I mean? Jeremiah Watkins.
I keep thinking of what her dirty talk with her husband would be like in the bedroom. I'm gonna suck that pee-pee dry right now.
That one's a little bit nasty, because like I really don't want to suck the pee-pee out of it.
What do you call it?
It's just gonna
Amanda, over here. What do you call it? What do you call it when he finishes? What do you call that stuff that comes out of him?
I call it icky goo-goo butter.
I really wish I had a good comeback for that one, but I just don't.
Oh, God, Amanda, you are so terrible, but I love you. You have such a good intention. You're such a sweet girl. I don't think you have a funny bone in your body.
It's just hidden under all this jelly.
Oh, you tried to
working on it.
You tried to get there. I'm going to tell you what, we got to wrap it up because we have to turn it over for the next show. Amanda, thank you so much for coming on. It's her first time ever. She just got roasted. Make some noise for Amanda Brown, please, people. Fucking lazy effort. Amanda Brown. There you go. Well, we did it. That's another episode of Kill Tony Live from Dallas, Texas. Wow. Even we've done so many of these shows. I can't tell you how much fun I have every single time we do this. Everything's so random. You never know what's going to happen. And to be able to share these moments with awesome fucking people like you guys means the world. So thank you so much for coming out. This is an episode of a podcast, so why don't we plug some stuff that we have coming up. I know I'm going to Boise, Idaho next week with Josh Martin, and somebody just booed either Boise or Josh Martin. It could have been anyone. And Sacramento, we're taking Kill Tony to Phoenix, Arizona. So many other fun things. TonyHinchcliffe.com. It's all there, so that you'll see that. Jeremiah.
Hey guys, follow me on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up. Listen to my new podcast called Jeremiah Wonders on all platforms. We had a tight budget to get all of us out here to Texas, so I have CDs and stickers right outside. And if you can throw donations our way, we love you for it. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
Patty Reagan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen. Come on! God damn it.
I'm mostly sorry on Instagram. Thank you to Michael Daniels for the drugs. Thank you guys. We love you. Thank you guys. It's been great.
Brian Redband.
Guys, thank you very much for coming out.
We love you so much. Thank you. Make sure you exit that way. That's the only way out is that way. So you can only... Another piece that goes on top here, like this right here. 3 stages. Parents' house taped off, the farm taped off. That's the second stage. Now the road is a form for the next stage. How big is the next stage? The one form. What's the next? This is Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Oh yeah, baby. Hi, live audience. How are you? Make some noise. You're at the #1 live podcast in the world. This is Brian Redband here. Hey. Look at the adorable Josh Martin running around. I'm excited about this, people. You guys ready for an exciting fucking night or what? I'm pumped about it. We just had an amazing weekend. Sold out Kill Tony shows in both Houston and Dallas.
Yeah, like 7 shows or something like that. It was crazy.
the amazing fun that happens on these live shows on the road. It's just incredible meeting different characters who aren't like as numb as the LA crowd. They haven't made, perhaps they don't have the drive as the people that have moved to LA. Perhaps they don't have the accessibility. Some of the stories are so much more intriguing sometimes. These people that can't leave their hometown but made the drive to Dallas or Houston or whatever.
Yeah, like those people that drove 5 hours from Arkansas, like a big gang of like 13 comics.
Yep, yep. 3 of them got on. It was incredible. So those were amazing. We have other fun shows coming up. I'm going to Boise, Idaho this weekend with Josh Martin. Sacramento, California, March 1, 2, and 3. And Kill Tony Live is going to be in Stand Up Live, Phoenix, Arizona. I believe that is April 1st. Right?
No, it's April 5th.
April 5th of 2018, Stand Up Live in Phoenix, Arizona, and then we all do comedy at the Tempe Improv after that. Did you know, Brian, that 66% of men lose their hair by age 35? Resolve not to be that guy who does nothing to keep his hair.
ForHims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, sexual wellness for men. It's got medical-grade solutions, real doctors offering well-known generic generic pills, man, to brand-name prescriptions to help you keep your hair. No herbal supplements, prescription solutions backed by science. So you could actually go on this website, speak to a real doctor. You don't have to go to the doctor. Like, that's embarrassing sometimes, you know, especially for like boner pills or hair loss. Just talk to a doctor who prescribes you like over the website.
Yeah. Over a quick phone call, and you spoke to the co-founder yourself.
Yeah, and it's awesome. Like, especially if you're like me, who goes to the gas station and gets those like boner pills for like $20. You can go on this website, get generic Viagra. $20 a month, you get generic Viagra.
There you go. I'm sure you know those prices that you're talking
very
about. Well. You can save hours by going to forhims.com. Order now. Our listeners get a free month of everything you need to keep your hair for just $5 today, right now, while supplies last. See the website for full details. This would cost hundreds if you went to a doctor or a pharmacy. Go to forhims.com/killtony. That's FORHIMS.com/killtony. forhims/killtony. And I had the best meal this week, Brian Redvan. Blue Apron delivered food to my place, and it was, you know, they have like pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step recipes. It comes right to your door, and everything that they deliver can be cooked under 45 minutes. And we had the most amazing time, my wife and I. Yes, I have a wife, so I'm a real grown-up, so I can say that like that. We had Blue Apron delivered to us, and we had the most fun time cooking it, and everything's easy. You just get to, you know, have fun. Put a little music on the Bluetooth speaker, crack a bottle of wine, and pretend like, you know, like you're a real, like, professional cook or something like that, because everything's just already pretty much ready to be cooked.
Yeah, and the best thing I like about them is, like, compared to the other guys, you can actually see which meals they're going to send you, and if you don't like something, you can choose which meals they send you.
And the menu's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Stuff that I'm into, it's a variety of stuffs, and there's definitely something that you can get fresh.
Vegetarian, meat, chicken, you can pick what you like. Blue Apron is treating Kill Tony listeners for $30 off your first order if you visit blueapron.com/killtony.
That's $30 off your first order, people. You're going to eat anyway. Don't be a moron. Check out this week's menu and get $30 off at blueapron.com. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
You know, they also have a wine option, too. If you like wine for a little bit extra, they'll pair bottles of wine and send the wine with you also.
It's really amazing stuff. blueapron.com. Save $30 off your first order. The great Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode featuring the official Kill Tony book. That's available at RyanJEbelt.com. I just signed. We've been signing like 30 copies a week. I mean, it's so much. Again, thank you to the amazing listeners that we have that are so loyal. I am so excited about tonight's episode. I know I say that every single Monday when we do this, but I really mean it tonight. We have some special surprises in store for you guys, and I'm happy that you're here. You guys ready to get this thing started or what? My guest tonight, one of our favorite guests in the world, writer and star of the HBO show Crashing, and one of the best comedians on the planet. Make some noise for the great Fitzsimmons, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Yeah. Here he is. The man, the myth, the legend. One of my favorite humans in the world.
Tony, thank you very much. The Grapefruit Simmons section is over there to the left.
Yeah.
Yep. And the rest of you don't give a fuck that I'm here right now. No, this is great. Tony, you've created an institution here at the Comedy Store, which is hard to do in an institution. But look at this. You're filling up the bigger room.
Yeah.
We left that closet upstairs.
Yeah.
And the sky's the limit.
We're in the big leagues now, and a big part of it is all the fun work that I've gotten to do in different forms. And one of my favorite things that I have coming up this year is an appearance in HBO's Crashing.
You killed. Tony did an episode of Crashing, and you know you're a fucking great comic, great podcast. But this guy can act. He's got acting chops. We didn't know.
There's a little something there.
He got this very intense look in his eye. He was off in a corner before starting and doing some weird method shit, masturbated without coming. Kept taking himself to the edge.
Right to the limit.
Choke it back. Take it to the edge, choke it back.
Yeah, all the way.
And it showed on the screen in the edit bay. We could see it.
I'm excited about it. That's every Sunday night at 10:30 on HBO. If you're like me, you have HBO Go and HBO Now, so you can watch it anytime from an iPad, your cell phone. You can do anything. It's so
get a passcode from your friend's parents.
Yep. That's the way to do it. You ready to start this shit? Let's get the band out here. The band is the best damn band in the land. Every week they commit to different characters. I never know what they're going to do. So here we are. It's the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony band, ladies and gentlemen. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Here we go. What's it going to be this week? All right. Whoa. Emo Phillips. Oh, it's vampires. Wow. Hell yeah. You guys are vampires? Wow.
Yeah, baby, it's Vampire Elvis back from the dead.
Vampire Elvis. And then we have Vampire Emo Phillips, which I'm really excited about for those 3 people that know that reference. And we also have clearly Vampire Pocahontas back here. Danny Trejo after he got his teeth fixed.
Skin looks much better.
Hey.
Tony, did you notice who the intro song was by?
Yes, it's Vampire Weekend, right?
One of our favorite bands.
There you go.
Oh, that's my ringtone, baby.
Damn, Vampire Elvis. Wow, I'm excited about this. Is it true, Vampire Elvis, that you died on a toilet?
Yeah, but the world's again like this 3 days later.
All right. Well, let's just jump right into it. You guys ready to start this show? I have a bucket full of comedians' names. We have Ichabod's Bucket of Destiny.
Yeah.
And you know how it works. I pull your name out, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You can talk about anything in the world. Sometimes it's an amazing new comedian. We found some freaks out in Houston and Dallas.
What's that one guy's name?
It's Enrique Chacon.
Oh my God.
21 years old, still has braces on his teeth. Going to be a fucking star. I bet everything I own on it. He had us all huddled over, dying of laughter. Anything can happen. You know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Simple, so stick to your time. You guys ready to start this thing or what? I don't know. I think you guys can do a little bit better than that. You ready to start Kill Tony? Episode 148 or 149 or 150 or something like that. I don't know. Who knows what we're on now? 150. How about that? You guys are at episode 150. Oh, 250. Episode 250. That's halfway to 500. You guys excited about that? I pulled a name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Aaron McCann. Here we go. Here he comes. Put your hands together for Aaron McCann, ladies and gentlemen.
So I've been trying to get my mother off Facebook recently. The thing is, I need you to all know I love my mother. I love her to pieces. put it behind a keyboard, fucking monster, can't stand the bitch. And here's the thing is, my mother on Facebook, she takes like these online personality quizzes, right? She's about 50 years old, but she really wants to know what animated cartoon character she's most like. So if you go down her timeline, it's literally just like, Sharon took the quiz. Which Disney princess are you? Sharon got Princess Elsa from Frozen because she's warm, she's kind, she's honest, and she lights up every room she goes into. And if you seen my mum, she's the fucking hunchback of Belfast. So that's... I used to work as a waiter. One time, my last shift, I had this woman sit down by herself at a table. I couldn't believe what she was doing. She was doing this. And I was like, listen, love, you better be about to start a fucking high school musical type sing-along here. Because you'll be on your deathbed before I come anywhere near you. I just moved out here from Ireland, folks. Thank you very much.
Fuck yeah, Aaron McCann. Hell yeah, Aaron. Grab that microphone.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that guy. Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in the club for not making a bombing reference.
No.
Because you're from a place that bombs.
Yeah.
It's a rare restraint that we see from our comedians from war-torn countries.
How long have you been visiting from Ireland?
I've been living here 2 weeks now.
Wow, you live here now.
Yeah, fresh meat. Yeah.
You moved here.
Yeah, moved here from Ireland.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about you, lad?
Yeah.
How about you?
Vampire Elvis?
Yeah, Zamira's got to talk a little funny.
Fuck yeah.
Are you Catholic or Protestant?
I'm a half a Jaffa, so I'm like half Catholic, half Protestant.
Wow, your mom and dad must argue a lot.
They're gangster as fuck, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck.
Wow.
Was it a fuck you to their parents? Because people do that with black people in this country.
I'm not sure, I don't think so.
What's your living situation? You just moved here 2 weeks ago. Were you?
So I'm living in a house in Echo Park.
What did you say was ours?
What?
He's living in a hearse, like you guys do.
Yeah, I thought you guys were the vampires.
Yeah,
I have 29 housemates.
29 housemates.
29.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I
What
swear
are
to
you
God.
living in? The Royal Rumble? That's funny because there's literally 30 competitors in the Royal Rumble. 29 housemates. Alright, fuck you guys. Wow, how do you have 29 housemates? How many rooms is
It's
this?
split up into like 4 rooms, and there's like these pods, and there's like 8 people, like 8 pods per room.
How much is rent?
$700 a month.
What?
That seems fair.
Do you realize you could turn your 29 roommates into one other roommate? $700 a month? You're getting ripped the fuck off.
More of you guys should just get together and rent a house.
That's what we're thinking of doing. Yeah. That's what
Are you
we're
thinking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I use the house like meet people.
Oh, that's amazing. You're sitting down. You guys are actually thinking about it.
Yeah.
Putting your heads together.
All 30 of us together.
You could be doubling your money.
Yeah.
Boy, Van Morrison would be proud of you.
That's the most stupidest shit you've ever heard in your
That's
life.
pretty
29
good.
roommates, $700.
If they were filming it and there was a chance of a $50,000 payoff, this would be a great idea.
That has to be illegal.
So true.
That has to be illegal.
It could be. Fuck. I hope they don't get locked
How
up.
many bathrooms do you have for 29 people?
There's 4 bathrooms.
Oh my god.
So you got a lot of poop in the backyard, don't you?
Yeah.
You look like you would take up at least an hour a day just yourself.
Yeah. Not even though.
Vampires have a lot of housemates as well, and we live in we have fraternities, but we call them fraternities.
That's my vampire by the regular one.
That's Patty Reagan. I thought that was Sia.
See a bit, chia bit.
Okay. Aaron McCann. How did you make a living in Ireland?
As a waiter, basically, I just came out of college.
Yeah, where were you a waiter at?
This like small like bistro in a town called Oma. It was called Sally's. That was it.
Yeah.
Not too interesting.
And you clearly there were shift meals involved.
Yeah.
If you were, let's say that me and Greg showed up to your restaurant, can you give us an example into the microphone how you would wait the table?
How we at the table?
Yeah. All right, man, I'm excited about this meal. I'm hungry. How about you?
Yeah, I'm starving. I haven't eaten since Dublin.
Yeah. Jesus. Wonder where the fuck the waiter is.
How's it going, guys? It's just the two of you guys, yeah?
Yeah.
Table for two, all right. Have you guys pre-booked?
We're already sitting at the table. I mean, Jesus, we've been waiting for a waiter to come by. What do you think? We're here to get a reservation? We're already here. We're sitting here at the table waiting for you. You think they're going to laugh at us?
Did you call in sick today?
Man, the service was terrible over here. The waiter hasn't even been over here at our table. Can I get a bloody margarita or what, pal? Come on.
All right, Aaron. How's your love life been since you moved here to the States with 29 roommates?
Yeah, pretty much. Tinder's very weird out here compared to like back home.
Yeah?
There's just so many people fucking here.
You should try Grindr to work out better for you.
Has it been working for you? Have you gone on a date since being here?
I haven't gone on any dates though, but I've been talking to a couple people. So we'll see what happens.
Have you considered just standing in the foyer of your house and asking somebody to join?
Up to 29 roommates. How many of them are female?
Fuck, let me think. I think there's like, it's more dudes, but it's like 6 or 7 females there. So yeah.
How many of them are bats?
Good question. How many of them are bats?
As in bad shit crazy or just bats?
Is there a slutty one that fucks all of you guys?
Yes.
Really? Is that true? Is that true?
I mean, yes, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You fucked a girl in that house?
I've said way too much already.
No, Aaron, keep telling the truth. That's true. You had sex in that house?
Yeah, first week.
The first week? Wow,
Yeah.
look at you.
Did you use a condom?
I did, yeah. Responsible.
Do you keep them?
No, we have enough shit in the house. We can't be keeping condoms.
Yeah, you gotta let it go.
Let it go.
How did that go down? You just, did she just come into your pod late at night? Just don't laugh that hard into the microphone.
Well, yeah, that was one of the jokes was like, my pod or yours? And we didn't either.
Is she Irish too?
She's not, no.
No, what was she?
She's from Wisconsin.
Ooh, the Ireland of America.
That's right. Just potatoes.
You go after your Irish cheddar.
Wisconsin.
That's a good, yep.
Tony, Wisconsin has vampires, and they are very polite, but they secretly are not very nice.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Reagan's having a stroke over there.
A stroke of genius, am I right? All right, Aaron, it was nice to meet you. I can't wait to hear more about, so wait, how big are these pods to where you can have sex? Like, is it just missionary or what?
Yeah, it's very Presbyterian, missionary sex.
How tall is the pod? Like, is it like,
It's
it's
like-
like a bunk bed?
Alright, fuck, let me think. Like, there's enough room where you could, like, probably do this, but that's it.
Wow,
That's
that's
it,
a
like,
big fist.
you can fist the roof.
Was it a bigger girl or is she tiny?
No, she's tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So was she on top or were you on top?
I was on top.
How long did you last?
As long as it's set, probably
60 seconds.
about 60 seconds.
Well, good. I mean,
Did a cat meow at 18? There he goes, Aaron McCann,
Thank you very
ladies and
much.
gentlemen. He's on Twitter at McCannman, McCannman. He's the McCann Man. 2 weeks in to his tenure here as a goddamn American.
he could just do stand-up at his house. He doesn't need to go find an
I
audience.
know. It's unbelievable. 29 people, $700. I don't think, perhaps he doesn't know, like, what the American dollar is worth or something like that yet, but, I mean, wow.
Maybe he should invest in Batcoin. You know what I'm saying?
Bitcoin? Alright. Okay, pulled another name out of the bucket. You guys get it? You having fun yet? Put your hands together for John Pridmore. Here we go. Hell yeah. John Pridmore, everybody.
So I was born in the 80s, and the 80s were a magical time, you know, like the Coke was free flowing, The youth were electric. Teachers were exploding in the sky. It was magical. So, I'm gay. And I've always known I was gay because I've always fucking sounded like this. Like, even as a little kid, I tried to call up my friends and their parents would answer the phone and be like, is this one of those old lady bailiffs from Night Court that died? Lisa, honey, your school chum that goes to Selma Diamonds on the phone. Most gay people have really sad coming out stories. I had a pretty good coming out story. Like, I came out when I was in high school and I was the only one, so everyone had to experiment with me. Made out with the basis of so many punk bands.
Fuck yeah. John Pridmore, hello. Welcome to the show. This is your first time on, right?
Yes.
Wow, you do not sound how you look.
Oh.
Hey, you don't even sound gay. You sound like an old lady that's gay.
I am a very gay old lady.
Yeah?
Raised by a lesbian.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. You fucking nailed it. Thank you for being a friend. Okay.
Tony,
Yes.
this guy's as queer as a Tennessee hound dog.
All right. It's a vampire Elvis if you don't get the reference, John.
You know, and for people that, and I always feel remiss for the people that are listening that don't know what he looks like.
Right.
Gilbert Godfrey feet exercise and eat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Joel Jimenez, one of the two.
Yeah. John, how old are you?
I'm 35.
35. Where are you from?
Pittsburgh originally.
Oh, yeah. Very
Been out here for a few years.
nice. What do you do for a living?
Whatever people pay me to do.
Wow. Suck dicks. Very good.
Yes. That's a polite way to say it.
Have you ever done that for money? Have you ever blown a guy for money?
Oh, no, just for free.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Almost 11 years.
Yeah, it shows. Very fun set. Wow, that's awesome. So what else has been, what else goes on in your world? You live in West Hollywood?
No, I live in East Hollywood. We're trying to gay that one up too.
Oh, I see. I don't know if you know this, but there's a place that has up to 29 dudes living there. I think you would go in there and literally wreck house. Well, that's fun. So what are some of the jobs that you do for a living? How do you survive out here?
Like I do like PA stuff. I clean the other comedians' apartments.
When you say PA, you mean pussy avoiding?
Yes, yes.
Nice.
Penis and ass.
Oh, yes, there you go.
Which any famous comedians whose houses you clean that we would know?
No one famous.
There are, but you won't say you have a non-disclosure agreement.
No, just I clean people's houses that can't afford like real people to come and clean their houses, so I do it for like $5 less than like a cleaning service would.
Hey, you have that imaginary cleaning service. Can I hire you?
All right, so tell us about Jay Moore's house.
What's the worst job you've ever taken? The worst gig you've ever had since being here in LA? Were you ever paid to clean a house that just had creepy shit in it? Or
I've cleaned some very disgusting houses. I cleaned a house that the dude had a rabbit that just like lived there.
Free range.
Yeah, I was just like running around, and he was like, "Yeah, can you clean up after the rabbit?" And I was like, "What is it?
Clean up after the rabbit?
Yeah.
Wow. Did you clean up after the rabbit?
No, I put it in its cage, and I cleaned up the rest of the stuff, and then I left.
Wow, you are a rebel, sir.
How many of the rabbit's carrots did you put in your butt?
Fair question.
3, but like the
Baby carrots or?
No, they were regular carrots, but I did like the skinny ends, so like, you know.
After you were done putting that carrot in your butt, did you say that's all folks?
John, you seem to be a very proud female. Let me ask you a question. You pretty much always a bottom?
I try not to bottom. I prefer to be a top.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You sound like a bottom, but there
know.
you go. Right at the end, you pull the old switcheroo. Little fucking, like, roly-toly there.
I'm a man of mystery.
I saw a switcheroo in Australia once.
What's the, let me ask you this. What's the craziest thing sexually you've ever done? You don't mind talking about it.
One time I had sex with another comedian.
Wow.
And that was crazy. Yeah, that was naughty. I'm very vanilla. I don't know. He did eat my butt, though.
Jesus. I don't know what's going on here. How about, I mean, like, what, did you do it at a comedy club or like on an open mic or something like that?
No, but it was like right after a show.
Oh, Jesus
Or
Christ.
perhaps you had sex in the castle.
What the fuck?
No, it's just a regular house.
Is that a comedian that we would know?
No, unless you are super up on like the tour schedule for like the Cuyahoga Falls Funny Farm or whatever.
Yeah, more like Cuyahoga Falls, am I right? All right, John. Well, that's fun. I mean, you had a very fun set, very fun interview. Anything else for John Gray?
No, I thought it was really funny, and you get a laugh right out of the gate. Just you're just have a funny presence, and not just because you're gay, but you have a good. No, really, like it's gay. Gay is obviously funny.
Yeah.
But like, if you were to strip all the gay away, which would take a long fucking time, you would still be like a funny straight guy who secretly wanted to suck a dick.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
There he is, John Pridmore, everybody. We're going to keep flying along. All right. Let's move on. Who knows who we'll meet next? Anything can happen. Put your hands together for Steve Torelli. Here we go. It's about to go down from the very, very far side of the room. Almost a fire hazard. Steve Torelli's making his way to the stage. A lot of new people here today so far. Put your hands together for Steve Torelli.
I live in a dirty apartment. It's so filthy. I have people over. They don't think I live there for real. Like, I either am squatting or I murdered the guy that actually lives there, and I'm just, like, living there doing comedy at night. I ride the bus. Means I get to play which guy is the smell coming from. We had 3 homeless guys, one here, sitting in like a triad around me. Sometimes cute girls will get on the bus. They look all right. They look pretty good, you know, but she'll be a 10 for the bus. You know, because guys, you know how it goes. Girls, they a couple notches up, they look a lot better on the bus. Girls, ride the bus if you want to feel better about yourself. Shit, I look better on the bus. Way better at the bus than I do at the gym out here. I'll tell you that right now. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Steve Torelli. Or as we know him, the guy all the way to the right on the evolutionary chart.
Hey, Tony, I was going to ask if he was raised by orangutan.
You have a very interesting look. Do you know this?
Yes, I know
You have a
that.
small head, long arms, big body, I believe short legs, right?
Yes.
There's something weird going on here.
But
It's like,
yeah,
yeah.
huge fucking feet.
Yeah. Gigantic.
Right, I'm short. I'm only 5'5", but I have like normal size feet. I have like size 10s.
And your arms are very long. They're like down to your knees.
Yeah?
Yeah, they literally are. You just touched your knee.
There you go, right? No, with very little effort.
For those of you listening to the podcast, just picture like a Baba Booey.
Yeah. That's like Baba Booey. Yeah.
Wow.
Talk to us about the penis, though, about the size of the penis.
Yeah, where did that end up on these small to large ratios?
I mean, it's just
Oh,
a
he
dick.
seems like he has a mouse penis.
It's just a dick. You know, I've watched enough porn to know that I don't have a huge dick.
Oh, yeah?
Have you watched enough?
I don't. Yeah, well, I guess that's enough
I
question.
certainly have not watched enough.
Yeah, can there ever be enough, really?
Yeah.
No, my dick's pretty average size, I would say.
Yeah? Average for a guy with your size head or average for a guy with your size arms?
It's average for a guy with my size head. What kind of wiggy spank?
So it's very small. Okay.
You make my dick so big. You got rid of me, average.
Yeah.
So, Steve, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it 3 years.
What are you? What ethnicity are you, or planet, or animal? Like, what are you?
What planet?
I don't know what you are.
I'm Hispanic. I was adopted, but I was born in. Yeah, thanks, you guys. Is that Joel back there?
What's interesting is that you look how the last guy sounded, and you sound how the last guy looked.
You could combine us, you'd have like one super person.
Have you ever,
Or one very mediocre person. No,
Yeah,
no.
oh, right.
Vampire Elvis, yes.
yeah, have you ever sucked a dick for blood? I mean, money?
No.
Steve, what do you do for work?
I work in a retirement home.
Really?
I wait tables in their dining room.
Wow, I bet you could stack a lot of plates on those arms.
You wait tables the whole waits for people to die?
Yeah, that's what they'll do that. That's what they're there for. It's permanent housing.
What are some of the things that you serve at this nursing home, retirement home?
We have a menu that rotates like every day. There's like a 4-week rotation, so we serve them all kinds of like. There's chicken, there's salmon, there's just like
You know you don't have
catering
to
meals.
rotate. They will not remember what they have. Chicken every day.
Yeah, do you go to their rooms, or do they feed like a cafeteria area?
There's a big dining room with like tables that you go and take their order at the table.
Are you ever with any of these old people in their rooms alone by yourself? Because you seem like you look like you would hit them.
No, I'm not.
Now, have you ever hit an old person at the retirement home when nobody was looking?
Never hit them. No,
Okay.
Have you ever fucked one of them?
no,
Have you ever thought about fucking one of them?
no.
Have they ever hit on you?
Yeah.
Have you ever taken their own pillow, shoved it down their mouth so hard they start suffocating, and then you say, go to sleep forever, and then you start wearing their skin the next day?
Good question.
No.
Steve, what is the creepiest thing you've ever done?
Creepiest thing I've ever done. I've listened to somebody. I've like listened to the if someone's fucking next door. Sometimes I'll listen.
Yeah.
I did that.
Creepy.
Yeah.
We all do that.
We all. Right. I forget who I'm in the company of over
Does
here.
that happen a lot to you? You have roommates, or you live in an apartment where you hear that a lot?
Yeah. Well, my neighbor that used to live next to me. I live by myself.
Right.
But it happened one time. I had a neighbor upstairs one time. I was listening one
Before
time.
you raped and killed her.
Do you masturbate while you listen to those people?
No.
You're a
Maybe I
liar.
think of it. Maybe I'll think of it later.
Right.
When you
When I see
masturbate,
what
what
they
do you
look like.
do?
All right, hold on real quick. That's way creepier than just doing it right there on the spot. But you're telling me you take a mental audio recording for your spank bank, and then you save that for later, and then you go to town on it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's real creepy.
There we go.
And it's all muffled. It's not even like good. It's just like,
Let me ask you a question, Steve. Answer it honestly.
Okay.
When you masturbate, what's your method to your madness? You a lotion guy? You spit on your hand? You fuck your hand? You go lay on your back?
knuckles up or down.
Paper
No,
towel?
just bare hand.
Bare
just
hand?
kind
No
of-
lotion.
No lotion.
No
I don't
lotion.
use
Left hand
Just
or right hand?
right hand.
Right hand, no lotion.
No
What
lotion.
do? You spit on it? Nothing at all? You
No,
just
I
go
don't.
hard hand?
I don't spit at all. Maybe
You're
I'll
not
like.
into the whole moisture thing.
No, no,
Nothing.
not
just
at all.
Fucking dry.
I might rub it through my pants first and get a
Oh,
little
you
hard.
dirty
and then-
bitch.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
wow, getting hard over here.
Yeah, forhims.com,
Yeah.
dude.
I use my hand. I don't really do this whole thing in shape. I kind of just move it around like.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You wiggle it? You people wonder why I ask these kinds of questions.
Yeah,
and
that's
then all of
kind
a
of what I
sudden,
do.
ring, 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 ring. Tony hit a gold mine. Turns out he doesn't jerk off at all like any of us. So you have a badass host sometimes.
That's just how I learned to do it.
You just flop it around. I didn't show the people again what you just did. Please, Steve, for the
When
love
I
of
was just
God.
doing like this kind of motion right
Oh
here.
yeah,
Little
that's a
quick-
little fucking. You are getting
You want that
sleepy.
bad
Very
play around.
fucking sleepy. It's like a light stopped and slapped for you.
When I was
podcast
younger,
listeners.
when I was 15 was the first time I jerked off, and that's how I did it. So I just never changed my method. I just didn't. I guess I never talked to anyone about what methods they
It's
used.
okay. It's okay. So you rub it on the outside of your pants. Wait.
Yeah.
Hold on, please, guys. Everybody, relax for a second. So you hit it hard outside of your pants, and then you undo your pants. Maybe pull it down to your knees. Or
Yeah, I'll pull my pants down and then go.
So your ankles are all the way off.
Sometimes all the way off to my ankles.
But you leave your shirt on, like Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah, I usually have my shirt on when I do it.
You do usually have your shirt on.
Yeah, I don't.
Super creepy. Let's keep going.
Yes, that's.
So you get it hard, pants off, and then so like it's hanging. We'll say it's hanging out like hard, so it's like sticking out. Or is it more up, or does it sort of like hang a certain direction?
It doesn't go up, it goes more out. Like
right,
this.
more out, and then you sort of just like go like that to it? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, just sideways. They move it like side to side or whatever.
How long does it take you to come? How many years does it take you to come?
When you masturbate, you're supposed to simulate like what a vagina is.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Why are you telling him the answer?
I get that now, but that's not my method.
Let me tell you what to say.
Are you simulating like a girl running away? Like, what is that?
That would be a girl like being like, get it away. Get
And
it
then
away.
Like,
Is that what you're into?
Am I into them going away?
Like
Running away.
Running away?
This is interesting. One day we're gonna hear about a rape victim that was just like, yeah, he took me in a parking lot stairwell and he just made me lightly swatted his dick. Steve Torelli, I am so glad I asked you how you masturbate. I thought I'd say those words, but every once in a while you get to 250 episodes, you start asking different questions.
Wow. Good follow-ups, too. You didn't really, you left nothing unexplored about the process.
I'm just curious that, like, you lock that in at 15 and you're like, I think we're good for the rest of our lives.
I know it's strange. I never bothered to see if that was the right way to do it. I never asked anyone or saw my friends or, And then when years later...
Why are you looking at me like you want me to be your sensei and teach you how to masturbate? Make some pretty strong eye contact with.
Steve, how long have you been on stand-up?
3 years.
Fuck yeah.
Almost 4 now. Yeah.
Hell yeah, after this tonight, almost 4 years.
There we go.
Steve, it was a true pleasure to meet you.
All right, thank you. You too.
Have a great night. Thanks for coming on the show. Thanks for being so honest. An amazing interview. Steve Torelli. You learn something new every day. Who would have thought someone's out there that masturbates by slowly slapping their cock to the left and to the right, ever so gently. I mean, just so slowly, it was mind-boggling.
It's like the opposite of my intensity. I grab it, and I choke it, and I... Ask me more about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, tell me more. I'm going to do something special. Do you guys like special treats?
Yeah.
How many of you have been listening to the show or watching the show for quite a while? Then I think you're going to be very excited for who I bring up right now. Getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight. There are many amazing characters on this show. Look, this is the real life Aphrodite right here, everybody. So many amazing people. We've had regulars, we've had this, we've had that. But as I've gone around the world, there's really been no one that I've been asked about more than the man that you're about to see right now. He's only made 2 appearances ever on this show. In his second appearance, fun fact, he actually gave us the bucket in which we now pull names on him. He is an absolute Kill Tony legend. Ladies and gentlemen, from Las Vegas, Nevada, I present to you the real life.
It's such much of a reward that it's a sports podcast for people.
There is a coffin in the middle of...
Tuesdays and Thursdays. Problematic as possible. You can't understand it in the Nebuah, you can't see a shulchan that's 3 hours. So we know that the shulchan, our shulchan, got 3 hours, so let's explain that. But the next part says, Ordo Shnayim Amos, that we know.
From Las Vegas, Nevada.
Now you have to understand how does it make the Chipotle? You have to explain that they raised them, that's why. Okay.
Make some noise for
What was they have to see the super? It also says,
Holy shit.
When we have to be something else, and that's why we miss to be something so much. That's one of the main reasons. We want to be something because we get it part of sin. You go to bring a partner, and that's it. You're done. And I, but you don't know, 7, 9 cents.
Yeah.
We have a favorite sin. Go.
That was a long, long bus ride. Holy shit. Yeah, my name is Ichabod. Some refer to me as Ichabod, the homeless horseman. I lost my horse, so now I'm Ichabod, the homeless horseman who rides the fucking bus. Yeah. Oh shit, here goes. I need to apologize. I did one of the most disturbing and disgusting things anyone could ever do to anyone. I sent a dick pic to Kathy Griffin. Yeah, I know. I apologize. But it was a joke, right? I cut the head of my dick out. It's supposed to be funny, right? Keep going, Ichabod. Keep going. Let's just see what it goes. Is that it?
Oh, you want more?
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, okay. I used a steak knife, so it didn't really. You ever cut a steak knife with a hot dog, and it just kind of goes in all different parts? And it really didn't turn out too well.
Okay. All right, here we are. The great Ichabod. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Tip of the hat. You have 3 pairs of sunglasses on your head. You have the look that we all know you from. Yes. You look better than ever. Can I say that, Ichabod?
Oh, thank you. I've been working out,
Really?
I gained 2 pounds.
Yeah? What kind of working out do you do?
Oh, I go for walks.
Yeah. Brisk walks.
At night in graveyards.
Ichabod, I actually know for a fact I knew you were going to be here today because you messaged me on Twitter. It's one of my favorite things in the world when I get a message from Ichabod.
That's funny. He messaged me about carrier bat.
About what?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. And you took a bus here, right?
Oh, yeah. I took a long time. I was on Union Station. I'm looking at all the maps. I'm getting a headache. I thought maybe I should walk there.
From Union Station in downtown LA.
Why didn't you just fly? We all know you fly. He's one of us, a vampire? Do I just fill these out? What's going on here?
Ichabod, how you feeling right now?
Oh, great. A little tired, but, it's been great ever since the show. You see, when I used to walk in the room, people would go, check out that fucking guy. Now I go in their room and like, fucking Ichabod.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, you did it yourself by looking the way you do and being who you are.
Yeah, you're ahead of your time, and by that I mean your body has already started decomposing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, of course, we're happy to have you here.
Ichabod, what's your diet like? What do you eat on a daily basis?
Coca-Cola. What I had.
You eat Coca-Cola? Fuck yeah. What else? Like
some Cheerios.
Cheerios to start the day. And Cheerios and Coca-Cola.
Burgers and fish and sticks.
Fish and sticks.
Yeah.
The fish and just normal sticks that fall off of trees.
Fishing poles.
Fish and sticks is what he said. the old sticks, and fish.
And do you
He's
make
now applying a different pair of sunglasses. He's decided
That's just serious sunglasses.
And then after you eat, do you floss your tooth right away? I couldn't even say.
So you have fish and sticks after some Cheerios. What do you normally have for dinner? You live in Las Vegas, Nevada, right? You live by yourself?
Uncle Ron.
You live with Uncle Ron. Yes, we know Uncle Ron, very famous. He was in, how old's Uncle Ron? About, 75, 80, something like that. He's a blackjack dealer at the MGM who does cocaine regularly. Yeah, we talked about it before. Once in a while. How's Uncle Ron doing? Where's he at now?
Oh, he's got stomach problems, so he wasn't able to drive, so.
Gotcha. Yes, Vampire Elvis.
It just might be from your weird diet that you two are eating.
So it's great when your blackjack dealer gets the shits.
So, Ichabod, what else has been going on in life, buddy? You still DJing at the nightclub in Las Vegas?
Nightclub, yeah. Dive bar.
Okay.
Every Monday. And I want to apologize to the audience that we've had some people stop in and everything. When I said it was a great open mic, I didn't mean that the audience was great. I meant...
What's that mean?
The microphone works. It's, you get a lot of variety. You get like a racist alien. You get, people off the street.
What's a racist alien?
There's
What
all
does it mean?
Yeah.
What's a racist alien like?
He comes in, he just rips on all different races and everything.
What race is the alien?
He's from another planet. I don't know.
What?
Yeah.
So this alien comes in and is just racist against Earthlings?
Yeah.
All different races. Like, these goddamn white. How do you summon him? Like meth or? How much Coca-Cola do you have to drink before the alien comes in? Do you drink, Ichabod? Do you drink alcohol?
Once in a while, yeah. It helps calm my nerves, but I'm going without tonight. A lot of times I'll just pass out on stage. But
really? What's your drink of choice when you're drinking? What do you drink?
Oh, I've been looking for, lately I've been looking for good sipping whiskeys, like Woodford,
Coca-Cola,
Cheerios.
All right. What else has been going on in the world, Ichabod? Any love life? Any lovers that you found lately?
My first love.
Fuck a corpse lately?
No.
You go on any dates or anything like that?
No, I probably should though. I'll hang out tonight, see what happens.
Oh shit, ladies, look out! Maybe Ichabod will eat your stick. You know what I'm saying?
Living and undead. Get ready for Ichabod.
Ichabod. Have you ever thought about getting a makeover?
Yeah. Could you help me out with that?
It's a shame we don't have anybody that could help you Ichabod a makeover. We should do that next time you're on the show. It's going to cost a lot of money.
Ichabod. Is there anything about you that you really love, like a passion or something that you have that you think would surprise me to know?
Oh, yeah. When no one's around, I lock all the doors, shut all the shades. I crank up Lady Gaga, Born This Way, and I dance naked.
I don't know why, but I feel like I already knew that about you.
Ichabod, on your bus ride here, how was that? Was that normal? Did the person next to you say anything other than like that?
Oh, dear Lord.
No, nothing, absolutely nothing.
No conversation the entire bus ride from Las Vegas, Nevada. Got to be at least, what, a 6-7 hour bus ride?
Yeah, I'm not used to being up at the day, so I just curl my head and cover my face and tried to sleep on the way
What time
here.
do you normally wake up?
It depends.
Sometimes.
Lately, it's been like at night. Sometimes I'll be up for like a day or so, and then I have to try and get my sleep back in order.
A day or so, like normal people? Is that when the alien comes out?
Okay. Ichabod. I'm so glad that you made the trip. Did you have fun here tonight?
Oh, this was a blast, and you know what? This is the world's best audience.
Fuck yeah. Ichabod gets it.
Where are you gonna sleep tonight?
I don't know. I saw down by the bus station. They have these free tents down at the bus station. That I don't know.
That's dark.
The way he likes it.
Well, Ichabod, it was so much fun to have you on tonight. You asked me before the show if after you're done, if you could sit in the front row. So why don't you take your spot. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Ichabod. He loves it. Took a Greyhound here all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Which short clip?
He's got a notebook, a cell phone. This fucking guy. Ichabod, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, one more time for Ichabod, everybody. Now go around. You have to go around the camera. You have to go around Ryan J. Belt and then through here. There he is. 3 pairs of sunglasses. It'd be easier for you to get around if you didn't wear such thick, dark sunglasses, Ichabod. Fuck yeah. For those of you listening to the podcast, he looks like if Slash from Guns N' Roses had all the blood sucked out of him.
He looks like an Ichabod.
Yes, he does.
He looks like a Make-A-Wish kid who just stopped wishing.
Yeah. He looks like a Make-A-Wish man.
Make-A-Wish man.
All right. You guys having fun? You want to keep this fun train moving along? It's a special treat. Great Ichabod. The Bucket of Destiny still in good hands. He brought this all the way from Las Vegas for us. Put your hands together for Justin Carr. Here we go. I don't see any movement. Justin Carr. All right. We're going to keep moving along then. That's not Justin. All right. Very good. That's
Blacklist.
Yo.
Is it? Is that person walking? Nope. Very good. All right. Keeping it moving along. Put your hands together for Glenn Bolton. Here we go.
Alright, so I just realized I'm just black enough to the point where Africans feel comfortable talking shit on black people around me. It's fucked up. I was at the gas station filling my car up, and the dude at the other pump looks over at the guy walking in the store. He says, "Do you see him over there? He is a bum. We are better than him. We are better." And he was wearing a Raiders jersey, so I'm like, "Yeah, fuck that, nigga. I'm from Kansas City." He goes, no. What part of Africa are you from? I'm like, what are you talking about? I just told you, complete stranger who has no fucking idea about me. I'm from Kansas City. And the dude, it's fucked up. The dude that walked out of the store, he comes up to us and says, "Excuse me, sir, do you have directions to..." I was like, "See, I told you, ma'am. You can't assume one thing about my appearance and just, go from there. It's not like I'm walking up to girls with short hair like, hey, she should stay in the kitchen, am I right?" Like, definitely not a dude, right? That's a dick move. Thank you.
Glenn Bolton. Is that your real name, Glenn Bolton?
Yep.
Really? Any relation to Michael Bolton? All right.
Fucking Tony, man.
Yeah. What's that on your necklace?
It's an ocarina.
I was gonna say Ichabod looked at the tooth on his necklace and said, "My precious."
For those of you listening to the podcast, Glenn Bolton has the opposite complexion of Ichabod.
But somehow that ocarina makes them exactly the same amount of wise.
Really? I felt really good about that one, and then I got absolutely nothing. So sometimes you just don't know what you're going to get.
All right. Glenn, how's it been going? You've been on the show before.
Actually, this is my first time.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, awesome.
It's my very first time.
How long have you been signing up for it?
I've been doing it kind of on and off since I moved out here.
How long is that?
About a year and a half.
Damn, really?
Yeah.
Well, welcome. Is it everything you hoped it would be?
Yeah. It was amazing. My nipples are still a little hard right now. I'm excited. By the way, to answer your next question, it's as big as you think it is.
How big's your asshole?
Well, there you go. It's gonna have a. Glenn, you've been out here for a year and a half from Kansas City.
Yep.
How do you make a living?
I do a little bit of everything, man. Like I do temp work, drive for Postmates. Every once in a while, I get paid to do comedy, which is dope.
Yeah.
You go on the road at all? You just working local?
Well, I haven't really done much road shit since I moved out here, but I did that more so living back in the Midwest.
Right.
What are you afraid of? What scares you?
Ooh, man, shitting my pants in public. I think that's
a tough one.
That's natural. Does that happen? Sure, ambulance for that. Does that happen a lot?
Nah.
Have you ever shit your pants in public?
One time, I made the mistake of drinking tequila on an empty stomach and trusted a fart that I shouldn't have.
Then your stomach was really empty.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
Interesting. What else are you afraid of other than that? Any type of bug or animal, perhaps, or
I mean, just the typical shit you'd be afraid of, like a bear charging at you, shit like that. Bears are pretty scary.
Bear is number 2 in all your fears in the world. Shitting your pants in public is one, not in private. That's not a fear at all. If you shit your pants when you're by yourself, you don't give a fuck.
Well, the only exception is if I'm in my car. Like, I'm technically by myself, but I'm still in public. You know what I mean? I'm trapped with the shit smell until I get home.
Yeah. What kind of car do you have?
Huh?
What kind of car do you
I
have?
have a Ford Taurus.
Oh, so it's a shit smell no matter what.
Yeah, basically. And yeah, I did the road a lot in that car, so it's pretty fucking gnarly.
When you're not working or doing stand-up, what do you do for fun?
For fun, I make music, which is also kind of work, but it doesn't feel like
What
work.
kind of music do you make?
Any kind. I do everything from country to death metal to R&B to
How do you
reggae.
make country music? What do you do?
Acoustic guitar, and I sing like this.
Really?
Like that.
You really know how to play an acoustic guitar? Or sing country music? Can you give us an example?
Pat, do you mind?
Is that off limits? Asking him to borrow your guitar? Do that? Is that okay? Am I going? Put your hands together for Pat Reagan. I mean, I'd have to see what Glenn Bolton's country music sounds like. I'm sorry if you guys don't want to see that. Put your hands together for Glenn Bolton singing us a little.
When I'm home, she says I'm home too much. When I'm gone, she says we're losing touch. I thought maybe it's better to be free, 'cause this woman is gonna be the fucking death of me. And that's what happens when you play the game called love. She don't want one thing, she wants all of the above. You can give her A, B, or C, but all she wants is D. A, B, or C, but all she wants is D. Flippy-bleep-beep, loop-bop-boob-a-lop-bee. Those weren't words, what the fuck is wrong with me? Alright, thank you guys.
Holy shit.
That's great.
Well written, well executed. Glenn Bolton.
And Christian Wright is very upset right now.
Glenn, come back. Man,
That was awesome, man.
wow. That is country music.
Yeah, I'm from Kansas, dude. I mean, that's, you know.
Everywhere.
You ever play live music shows?
I started doing that well before I started stand-up.
Wow. So how long you been playing music for?
Shit, 22 years?
Damn. What other, you only play guitar? Or?
No, bass, trombone, drums, a little bit of keyboard just because I had to take keyboard classes in college.
Wait, you play drums? Should we have a Mexican drum off?
Oh.
What do you guys think? Should we have a Mexican drum off? We do a thing every once in a while. If somebody says they can play drums, then Joelberg goes away, and he's gonna let Glenn Bolton do a drum solo.
He's going back and do.
Oh shit, Glenn Bolton, ladies and gentlemen. Glenn Bolton. All right, Joelberg's out of the coffin. Still has his clothes on. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why. This is the first ever Mexican drum off that I think Joelberg is going to be so easy. He's decided to keep all of his clothes on. His socks are still on his feet. Put your hands together for Joelberg, ladies and gentlemen, defending his throne. Joelberg Trollomans. Glenn Bolton. Thank you so much, Glenn Bolton. Follow that guy on Twitter, Glenn Y.
Right. It's
B.
like,
Crazy. Glenn Y. B. Crazy.
it's the Olympics starts this week, and we just saw the all-round competition. He did it all.
Unbelievable.
And I have a lot of topics in my hand. It has to do with football.
Yeah.
What a talented
What a
guy.
talented guy.
One more time.
And if I did 6, if I bend over and I did 6, I'll be happy. It's the red line. That's a big problem. It says it'll be harder than black and down 6 tougher. So the middle is what our Texas.
For Glenn Bolton, everybody. He's been signing up for the show for a year and a half. Just got on. First time. Got to do stand-up, play the guitar, and play the drums. Multi-talent. Right? You guys having fun? Ready to meet another human being? Pulled another name out. Eric Fisher, everybody. Here we go. Here he comes. Yep. Put your hands together real nice for Eric Fisher, everyone.
Okay.
Pretty much every time I come out here, which has been twice now, I start calling every girl I see pussy. Like, it's not bitch anymore, it's not hoe anymore, it's just pussy. Like, I get pussy stupid. I just kind of just keep calling them pussy. I know, like, Ludacris has hoes and area codes, but in LA, I just have pussy. And I don't really have any pussy. You know, but it's just pussy. It's all I see is pussy. Like, are there any other words to call women in LA other than, like, pussy? I don't know. Like, bitch just doesn't do it. Like, bitch just doesn't do it. And you're like, hey, bitch. And they just like, just call me pussy instead. And it's just like, alright, pussy. Like, come here, pussy. I like pussy.
Wow. Eric Fisher. Good Lord. How you doing, buddy?
Did you just escape out of a ward or something like that? Like, what's going on?
I'm glad you dressed up for this.
Yeah, what happened here, Eric?
Well,
I mean, you dress like a guy that, I don't know what all that material was about, but you dress like a guy that hates women.
You look like what if there was an emoji for hashtag Me Too, it would be
Somehow you look like the kid from Goonies, the evil woman from Goonies, and Sloth from Goonies all at the same time. Like, you are all the Goonies characters put together.
definitely the hair.
Fuck yeah. How old are you, Eric?
24 now?
Wow, that's... Wow.
24 now, yeah.
That is 10 years older than how you're dressed.
Oh my god.
It's baggy. And
Went outside.
how are you conceived? Did your father fuck a bong?
I never heard that story.
I'm gonna take some guesses here as to your situation. My guess is that you're born and raised in the Los Angeles area. Am I correct?
Wrong.
Really? Where are you from?
Raleigh.
Jesus. All right. Where are you from?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
North Carolina. How long have you been here?
2-3 weeks now.
Okay, here's my second guess. Your parents are well-to-do. You come from money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What do your parents? What's your dad do? Runs a
Oh,
company.
he works at SAS.
What is it?
Computers, engineering stuff.
But it's a good job.
Oh fuck yeah.
And you've been out here 2 or 3 weeks. You live here now?
No, I still live in my car.
Still live in your car.
Before you lived in your car.
Before I lived
Did
in my
your
car,
father pay for college? Did you go to college?
I went for a year and dropped out. I was wasting their money. I just felt like shit.
As opposed to now,
They started
where
presenting the shit out of me, so I was just
things
kinda
have really
like,
turned around.
I'm just gonna get a job and like
Yeah.
not have them like be pissed off at me all the fucking time.
right?
Yeah.
Good, man.
You're just like the 8th guy in a gangbang.
Fuck yeah, dude. I come first, so I don't gotta worry about sloppy second.
You're going 8th.
Eric, over here, Eric. So you're 24. How do you live in your car? What kind of car is it?
Oh, it's a rendezvous.
A Rendezvous.
Buick Rendezvous. It's a big station wagon.
And you drove it all the way from Raleigh.
Oh yeah, dude, it's so covered in fucking snow. I almost crashed like twice getting here.
Say that again?
I almost crashed twice getting here.
Oh,
I know.
I don't believe it. It's a shame.
It really is.
Jeremiah Vampire Elvis.
I don't know what it is about this guy. I don't know if you guys feel it in your heart. I feel like this guy's a good person. Is that just me? I don't know. I sense a good aura coming
He
from
seems
this guy.
like a pretty angry guy. Eric, do you always wake up on the wrong side of your back seat?
No.
Are you tired of people whacking you at arcades when you pop out of the hole?
That's not nice. I just know how I jerk off. I don't get to jerk off no more since I'm in my fucking car.
So Eric, how do you make a living? Do you have a job?
I got interviews coming up.
Yeah, where you got interviews? Where you got interviews coming up at?
He's been telling his parents that for the past 5 years.
Where you got
Amazon.
Amazon. Like the
Prime.
Really?
The Prime shit.
River. Oh, you're gonna be a driver.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, when you live in their car, you get a big box.
The cycle is an hour. Why? No, it's not a full hour of support. It's only 5 stops. It's the Knesset, the stuff that you stand with. And the middle one, now everything works out, get involved. Why? Check it out. I want you to do the math now. This is easier than before. 2016. If you have then the guy's how tall? 10 hours. Each hour is going to be 6 from top to bottom 6. 6 times 7 points. And you know this one? 60. Half of 60 is how much? 30. Where is the walkway at? The top of the walkway is how many trucks in? It's 4 hours times 6 trucks. Is how much? He's standing on 24. From the 24 point to the halfway point, which is 30. 24 to 30 is how many trucks in? 6. That's why it says he stands on the walkway. He can bend over up to 6 trucks. instead of 5-12, someone's 5-12. We just made everything 6-12. Okay, so the height, everything is 6-12 in, that's the problem. Now we're going to have to make our back narrower. We're going to have to make it this way with the public seats. Some of it is like 5-12. The eventually it's 5-12. Now, hello, Jake Robin Pizza. I'm Rabbi Pizza. The side is only 5-12. The walkway is only 5-12. Imagine you're in place walking on this narrow walkway. Up until now, I thought you had 6-12. Now it turns out you only have 5-12. That's super careful. Fula is supposed to solve it. In other words, the pronouns, the corners on top, Nisa, there, the top is 5. So now we're just that's exactly what we did about that. The total height of the Mizbeach is 10 amas times 6-12, and sheet in 60. How many Mizbeach, how much is half of 16? How many lost is 30? We brought it that, so you can obviously from the top part, which is 4 amas from the walkway, 4, 5, 6 is how much? It's not a I'm a boss to the target was bad, so from 24 to get the 30 time months, and yeah, shisha. It's not, that's what I said. So I'm not going to rock along. If you do that, but it's going to be beat. I'm the sheriff, it's all day. We might put the police in. Stop me, going down. The rod that you step on, the step, the tread that you step on, that's what we might go for. That's what we're going to put this up. Allah, what the sound that we saw. It's a solution. The bottom one stood 32 something. 32. Good job. 32 hours. Then comes another stage. See over here. The what? So how much is that? That's 30. 31. Because if you take over Amma from here, take over Amma from here, you just go instead of it being 32 by 32, the inside is 30 by 30. All we need to understand is this, and we're going to do this 4 times. But if this part on the top, the red, it's not a full Amma, it's not 6, it's only 5. Because it's a tread, you can stand on it, it's a base. How many problems are from here to the red? 5. So how many is the spread? The red square. It's not 30. It's 30 plus 1 cut on this side. 30 plus 1 cut on this side. Because I didn't take off the full 6 5. If I take off 6 topping, then this adds this is 30 by 30. But you're just trying to tell me that we're not taking off fucking from the height. We're taking fucking off from the width. This is the width. I'm showing you it's supposed to be like this, right? The base is the base of this bag that we just saw them pouring the cement is 32 by 32. The white thing that just they took off the form is 32 by 32. The next thing that they're going to pour now cement is going to be 30 by 30. But that's not accurate because the base is not a full 6 block. It's only 5 block. So it's only 5 block. Maybe I have to add 2 block. So now this thing just became 30.2 block. This square is 32 by 32. If I take off 1 arm from the top, or 1 arm from the bottom, how big will if I make a square inside, and I just make it 1 arm smaller on each side? 30. Very good. And what if I don't take off a full arm? I take off a little less than a full arm. Exactly. That's one question. I didn't take off the full arm now because now I'm playing games with the number. I'm saying the arm is not 6 now it's only 5. Now it's only 5. No, this bottom was made with the 6 out. It's 32. First, it's only the step. This part that I walked on, this side, is only 5 block. So then I didn't make a square that's 30 by 30. I made a square that's more than 30 by 30. If I take off the full armor, And this square will be 30 by 30. I'm not taking a full hour. I'm taking off a little less than a full hour. I'm taking 5 from it, 6 from it. So now this square will be 31. We're going to call it 30.2. Is that okay? Okay, so now we move on. So your numbers now, don't tell me that the middle square is 30, but in fact it's 30.2. Or 31, or whatever you want. It's larger than 30. Why? Because you didn't take off a full hour and also. But now, this square, 32 to 30. All the hour, they went up a step. On a samba, and they went in. There's a rise and then a run. The run is on the side. That's what we call the base. The red part on this thing. The red part. Now the problem is, you're trying to tell me now that your side is only 5 fucking wide. Means so So then that's why this new square that we're going to create is going to be 30 by 30 because you took off an arm on each side of the blue. But the problem is, you didn't take off a full arm on each side, you took off an arm and minus a pep on each side. So now you have to add 2 to the 30. It's 30.2. So all the formation upon the amos. So now we're going to do the same thing all over. Now it goes up 5 amos to get to the and now he's going to go where the corner is going to do a run amos. But not a real amos. Only 5 fucking. So it's only 5 fucking. The next square is not accurate either. You tell me. The next square is 28. Hold on, let's go understand this. So this real square is 28. How much is it really? Well, you didn't take off a full armor. You only took off minus a tenth of an armor. On the side. So now, this, before you were missing 2 topping, now you're missing a total of another 2 topping. For this square, it's a total of 4 topping missing. This part is 2 topping missing. The red part is 2 topping. Now what it says, it says we're about a bunch. It says we're about a you're missing 4 topping. You're not counting if you take it, you lay out a little bunch of leg. You know, 4 is going to be. So we're not going to discuss scores. What we brought it up. So you say, hey, I don't care about the 4 topping. I rounded it out. I pulled the 28, but it's really 28.4. Multiply times the box on top, that's where these horns are. The corners. How much is that? Now we know is 26. It's not 26 because the parent itself is not really 6 talking, it's only 5 talking. And what we have is that's as the Gemara, but now they have 6 talking missing, 2 from the bottom, 2 from the middle, 2 from the top. That's a total of 6 talking. 6 talking equals for 1 full hour. So now why you call you 26? It should be 12, 27 on the top. Lord, so maybe I'll be done when I'll say, no, he's done. Yeah, you're so careful with this number. What's going to be the problem again? I'm going to have to wait a minute, there's another box. And that's the 26 box. The 24. The inside box, the tiny little box, right over here, is a small box. In other words, once you get rid of animal, once you get rid of the trucks, animal, the center where the fire is a 24 by 24. And the point in that, you can't say the dog, I would say this is like that. This is the thing, this is Rabbi, asking more, it's a it comes out according to your question, it's 45. Because you missed something all over the place, and when you add on all the stuff, you have to add another round, it's 25, not 26, and not 24. If you don't have the dog, you say, well, you know what, you made 25, but he said 24. Oh, they can't do it. But since it's a first process, the center is 24, you can't be there. But it was a word, which is a word, but It's 24, it's 24. Jogo genial, 12, 12 meses on the 12. Well, Joy pass with love. The lunch pencil with so that's what I'm at the picture I showed you. Thank you. It's this guy right over here. Then you start from the center, like over here. At the middle, the third fourth, this square, which is 24 for the 12. So we start in the middle of 24, it's 12 each side. Okay, so we stop over here on one side, have a wonderful move, I put the ball, it starts to come in, I put the it's very exclusive, spreading word around the world. Sponsor a share today.
Minimalized casualties during this week's attack on Hassan says students and others in the center were saved by security guard Abdullah, staff and school officials. He says students and staff practice safety drills several times a year.
We all got to start going out with Michigan. Says the Michigan
Candidates for Mayor Belay.
You have these reds that can go through every single day. 6 in the morning, 6 in the evening. The way it works is that you bring
preparations for the 2028 Olympics. LA Mayor
flour for his home.
will be there. Reality TV personality Spencer Pratt has confirmed whether he'll participate in the primary and June 2nd.
With the smallest thing, I would ask you right now, is there a difference in the large and the small in terms of so, what you're going to see here is since the taxi is so included, as only events the larger dealing with so we take a look at the mission of Tennessee Day.
Congressman Thomas Massey is considering his primary
Get out there, maybe out of order, but it says, I can't stay on left and I was left my corner. The red was, and the left my corner that we put on the children of the we shot somebody, caught somebody, so we out to the other zone. Now look at this one. So we think we shot somebody, caught somebody, the other thing. Why? Why the difference? The answer is very simple. Because they are left hand and left my corner, we use the large they call the soil, and that doesn't have control. The we use the smaller plate that has crucial. Once it has crucial, the plastic starts kicking, the serum coming up there. What is it? There's a it's a all these serum coming in the back. So you can't take it out of the mix later. Therefore, if you use the smaller plate, so it can't be in your home. But now you just get it pizza, and now it's in your home, which is outside of the because you're looking at your time. So therefore, I'm going to show you my point of the other thing. Let me show you Rashi real quickly and say a beautiful video. Instead of leaving better. So Rashi, so what is the difference between the large and the small things? There are one. This is actually sorry, so you're politically sure it's a phone call in Nisha. That is the one that's machine for which we're being took the oil made it cooked. The eye, the emotion is sorry, so I wanted to do the same thing with the large one. There's a couple other way also. The ones where it's in the book. Not only by the clothes, but other people, but everybody that needs a movement, he has to measure the color. So he can get outside of it, snap it up. So that's why it's why the smaller one is large one. Now, these are the things in the mission lesson. In the mission we're seeing Risha, deleting it in the diary plug, putting it into a Ford, Piosa, they have Pino and Iris Cousin. Pino is the white one. Our cousin is the sixth grade of the flower. This is a five thing. So some of that happened before the happening start. So they don't have the food shop. Now, it's not a problem of like grinding. You can grind out some of these businesses. You don't have to grind it because you didn't put it to the plant. Let's see. So already has two sessions. You have to make sure it's every Sunday because the life is a Shabbos. So again, and why yesterday's down? Stay on left and look on my phone and now read for the least to be outside and using the water. Correct. The life is a Shabbos, so should go on Shabbos. You can do all this stuff on Shabbos. You know some part that does not end does on Shabbos. But grinding and sitting flour you can do it in a factory somewhere. Does something for Shabbos. Flour wherever people. So a lot of chefs should ask for Shabbos. Any day is a Shabbos. Any malaka that you can do before Shabbos. Like in this we do have the same thing. Green the green the night before Shabbos. So you do before Shabbos. And another Shabbos. You can't push up Shabbos. The Shia Shalom says another Shabbos. But anything that you can't do before Shabbos, left Shabbos. All Hamanachos, yes, when Maisa Sneakers. All the Nachos you have to do different Avodah, Nisha, and Aricha. Inside the clean, inside the Mesa Mikdash. You do with the clean, inside the Mesa Mikdash. Okay, but in Maisa Sneakers, you don't do these things outside of the Mesa Mikdash. The Nisha, the Aricha, the eating, the forming of the food. Yeah, left hand, the bread.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
If you come out like 4 inches or 3 inches, 8 centimeters, 10 centimeters, I forgot that. Okay, 8 inches is very good. I forgot to do this. I have to go to Israeli one, 10 centimeters. This 10 centimeters is 4 inches. So, let's tell you this. So, 70, it says 75, right? Should have thought. And it's a circle. It's the size of a circle. The problem is, here, we're going to get that down. The time they said, right over here. Right over here, they put horns. I've been over these horns. Our about at close. 4 feet through. Basically, all the time. Not about potted. Orgoi Sartre. Nothing about potted is almost a meter. So now, the work that we're doing, check this out. So this is the suitcase, right? No problem. You get here, I need another 30, right? And you go, another 30. Here you go, another 30. Look how much, imagine this. You're looking at one this way, this wide. You can say, unbelievable. It's so looking at one work, I started talking up with Kamisha. Now, we have to remember this. We're not going to talk about this. It's easy numbers, 5 by 10. It's double as long as it is wide. It's 10 and long, according to the initial 2 meter, according and 5 to 2 meter long. Now, If we pause here, the shulchan is exactly that way. So that means the bread fit exactly on the table. Two stacks of bread. So what do you do? How did 2 stacks of bread fit? The whole bread takes up the whole entire table, 5 right there. Really? You can notice something? It's carrot shevet was 1 3/4 fucking massive carrot. Big corners. You know, in there, what he did there is Zidane. That's a beautiful way to remember it. Zion Dallas Zidane. It's 7/4 and twisted. And the top carrot is 2. Turn is 4. Zidane. Yeah. So just the things he really says that sounds about Zidane, yeah. Okay. You have this 10 bucks, okay. Zion, the carrot is it to the front. It's like, oh, even if I'm not super, let me have faces. Something like our bread today is a roundish kind of bread. It's a lot of dough. It should be faces. It should have long. Like the one is square. Another shot is thin. It should have like angles. So it basically should have that carrot on top. Okay? השולחן ערוך והסורו ורוק בוי חמישה. The shulchan is 10 fucking long. ורוק בוי חמישה 5 fucking long. Unless I'm calling Ark והסורו ורוק בוי חמישה. Each bread is the same exact measurement. And by 5%. Take the long way, so 10 fucking and put it on the shoulder of the 5 side. Notice in Ark, the rock is very long bread, put it on the short. So now you have a couple of fucking extra on each side. How many total can we have extra? We have 5 total, and on each side, we can divide the 5 by 2. 2 on each side. Yeah, 10 fucking long, and put it on the 5 fucking width. So, you're missing, it overhangs 5 fucking. If you do it on one side, it'd be 5 fucking. And then you break it up in 2, and you do it on 2 sides. Do not fucking this side, do not fucking this side. Then what? And you take it and you fold it up. Fold the bread. So that the bottom of the bread is only 5 fucking. And it's on the width of the table, 5 fucking. Look, so that's going to be the purpose of the iron vessel. That's what I'm going to do that. It's something around the shoebox, so we'll do that. 5 fucking on the table. Do it. And then they are in that super lucky to them on the shisha. Remember, we're going to argue on things. How much is the best? Now I'll need it. It's my phone. They're home. Don't send the fire out. But how many something does an Amma have? Remember, home, the Amma has $6. So 6 times 2 is 12. That's something to understand myself. And it's 1 Amma wide. Amma wide is not 5 something. It's 6 roughly shisha. The left upon it, the same size was the part of that size up on Hamisha. So the arch was going to be rough with Hamisha. So now we put a 10 fucking bread on the fucking table. How many overlapping? 4. So you put 2 on each side. This is like this is 2 and 4. Table is 12 fucking long. Bread is 5 fucking wide. 2 times 5 is 10. And we want a 12 fucking tables. You have fucking extra between the 2 stacks of bread. What do you think those 2 fucking? I remember I have some things where you up on the shelf. So they have a lot of nice wood they ask. Let's see if they have a system. So we're going to the story that came out of the bread a week later. One of the nieces So one can you be careful about the wind? It's just the nace, the whole thing. But at the end of the day, you have to have the different then expect the nace. And sometimes it maybe applies well, so goodness, this is applies well. As we have many times. Yeah. Of the or in between the breads. That's why this is not for the ear. The city manager in the city of sorry, but then I'm going to stop though. It says, ow, literally, so that at times it's going to be up to the Menaz. The Menaz is going to be sitting on top of it. It means they're going to be moving next to it. So they're also the boys of next to so the student we spoke about the other day, they wrote something like, find it, Stephen, these walls, the one wants to go, or wide walls, or four, 2 for each stack of bread, and they kind of held the bread in place. Showing you students of the
government has agreed to permanently drop tax
against
President
and they were cut in half.
stories
Our boss also said, is that 1428 divided by 2 is 14 to each side? But our boss also says that you have 6 breads, and each bread's got 3, so 3 times 6, or actually 3 times 12 is 36. But it's only 14.8. So the top one, but again, we'll see the Gemara. But anyways, here, the economy is putting in the economy. It's not 100% active, it's more AI, because as soon as the economy is over, it's already in place, so it's already sticking out. You get the idea. Since for later on, so here, for this picture, put this economy in place, you're not going to talk about that shit. And take them out. Be zero. So you can't do that on the shop. Now, when we're talking about the shop, just show them so the friends already there. But notice the article on the shelf. They put it over here. Like in this picture, captured the color was laying underneath the paper. To the left of the paper, not the paper. It might be able to do it this next line, but it's going to be English article about place. I don't know if you make sure. This is the left one. This is the red at it. You come from the Mizrach, you're facing the Myra, the place where those are Myra. So, placing the Myra, it should be on the line of this arrow, the red arrow. That's the direction it should be facing. So, you take a look at this picture, it's not stopped. Over here, the machine line is that, the direction of the arrow for the Myra, that's included from the north and south, and the other side, something about it. Okay. So this is Charles Rabbi, guys, how do you know what the shield are?
Sports podcast, you don't necessarily consider themselves laughing about sports. I mean, we might speak, but it's going to be about something very serious, not which some are taken seriously. And this kind of stuff kind of gets hot. Tuesdays, Thursdays, so no, it's not really. So you'll never miss it.
That's a backstory.
It's a bread.
Greatest of the air.
Or you want to have a discussion with me. wider than the table, and you have to bend it upwards. And then you show the couch, so then each bread is going to be 2.5 taken. Each bread is going to be 2.5 cuts in. And then they will check it out. Here we go. Here's the 6 breads times 2.5 toppings. 2.5. If you do part of this way, 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3. This is 6 breads. Right? 6 divided. Yeah. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3 is 15. So 15 up in over here. Literally, the kind of goes up. Now, that's even if all of it's doing Aryeh's way, because now it's 2 now. So 2 times 6 equals 12. What is going on here? Everybody's like, what is saying that the table gives me some skills on the bottom of the gold piece? It's all the way up. 15 fucking up, 12 fucking up. Of course you can just what's the trying to tell us that if you take, let's say, a sack of flour and put it on top of those breads, then you should stand for that area. That's the Gemara. How's the math correct here? You're looking at the breads. Only the bread. No, you put 12 times 6. You said 2.5 times 6. Here you have 12 times. You forgot about the little pipes that go for the breads. They also take it for these pipes don't take up any room at all. They actually rest inside the bread. So there's a little indentation in the bread and the bread. So you want to make sense when you tell me, why do you need these pipes at all? You need pipes to keep the air flowing. If they're completely indented in the bread, then the breads are laying on top of each other. There's no air. My time is going to let them. So something happens left, it's going to rot or whatever the word is. The pipe they extend slightly outside of the bread. Look at this. They're inside. They didn't take up any room. They were on the bottom. And so basically, have these giant these 7 fingers each by 7 fingers, 4, 7, 1 3/4 buckets. Significant inside, like this picture right over here, you have a quarter of this back inside. The bread are stimulating, then you put bread back inside. The heart is broken. Our vegetable legs, but you also have the actual the breast that's going to so the bread is actually see right over here. You see that little square? It's one plus the running side is a 1.9. Everywhere on the system corner, just by itself. Plus the one that's 2 and 3/4. 2 and 3/4 plus 2 and 3/4.
Lancaster for our next news
According to Senior Candidates, it's about a time. But yes, they do spend whatever on an angle, it's not getting into the spirit.
The Riverside City Council has accused one of its residents of harassing employees through phone calls, emails, social media posts. It sent a letter to this woman, and here's what the letter said. It said, "Your pattern of communication has been disrupted. The workplace caused significant distress to city staff. Sponsors no legitimate purpose. What makes this newsworthy is not just because it's an official union of the city council, one of the residents of Riverside. The letter was sent to the wife of the city's CEO. The city manager's wife got this letter. Her name is Susan Freeman. Her husband's name is Mike Trell. She arrived in Riverside 3 years ago. Impressive resumes, as the LA Times notes. He is a retired U.S. Navy captain and served as representative in Louisiana House. She is the outspoken Democrat, longtime communications specialist. Has worked as a consultant on DEI efforts in a self-help book called Own Your Story. Now, as I said, 3 years ago, they had a home in the neighborhood. They hosted holiday parties and welcomed dinner sessions and women's wellness retreats. And then some began expressing concern over her activities in 2020, which I say, she's an outspoken DEI Democrat in Riverside. The people of Riverside have a problem with that.
He disagrees. He says that we didn't have these
leadership program. She's spoken to a series of public events and very civically minded.
He says that the frame, that's what's on the bread and butter and let it shift.
Among them was community and economic
I guess the weight of each bread weighs 10 pounds.
Susan says,
Right?
while the email says, will never see the
Well,
links to can intersect professional matters.
So, yeah,
Such meetings involving individual disciplinary critical battles are received as exerting influence or favoritism.
Yeah, I think that she was, as I said, a DEI Democrat in a place of power in Riverside, and absolutely happy about it, and people took issue.
There is some concern that her influence, her yippee,
if you have a piece of wood, a flat piece of wood,
is putting pressure on city employees because of her position of power.
it's a simple
Adjacent seat to a position of power that is her city manager. She actually received a letter from the city council telling her what down right now, saying, in words, but he said, in addition to harassing city employees, she's made comments insinuating that she was part of the city's decision-making table, and she knows it, but she's not part of it.
Well, and
As a letter recognizes her right to vote, and in members your relationship with the city manager creates the pressure for city staff and assaults city employees to participate.
she's hosting pictures of presidential election in Riverside, and you're married to the city manager. She even said that the city manager's wife is back in the there is just a rule no matter where you call, like things, if you don't want to be a distraction, your wife is in everything. I don't know, you kind of gotta wherever you call it politically, I mean, if you can't, yeah, right, but like, your husband or wife's job in many cases, it's not just only working with government, you can't replace a person out loud, but
snack day.
spouse is in a position of any sort of power.
So this one out. Doesn't matter what you're putting.
I think that stuff is described that she has done.
Exactly. That's what they say.
It's not illegal stuff that she's not putting undue influence on these city employees.
just reading Rashi. But yeah, how to write those parts. Why is it not a Rashi?
That she's having these singing plays over her house and very affecting policies. It does not look like specifically not local tax members die in America. Trying to avoid some. If somebody goes to employees for that event, in particular.
To cover the cost of the instructors, this is I'm most interested in. What is that?
But maybe this thing right here doesn't I mean, if it's that's a table.
Long time Republican, I think he's independent now. Does he say that it works like, hey, honey, on the right side of the side job?
I mean, he knows when he married.
Why? Because it's just him to stay. Okay, any piece of work that's meant to be worthless, somehow might not have something that's similar to us. My sack without the regular, just like a sack. I really use it for a sack, something that I fill up. And yeah, I move it during the game. I fall down on the regular. So do everything else. That's something that I move.
I was more of like a.
So he can't come to the water. Make sure that the chauffeur should be guarded. What do you mean, make sure? $43,000 to make it talk. Now, the line, yes, you can make it talk. Should I be regulated to regardless of where we're left, where we're left? So, pay for your food, beautiful dance. It's one of the things that you got, the dance, or those things you get to see the stars. Whatever that possible have of the book, the love you, you're sure that they learn you like ladies, but not to let my heart. Great. We're able to have it with enough. See the red when they smoke the red. On job is just like if they put it on a job, they say, take it outside. Then by the most of the house, what's the love for? In the beginning, I'm not going to show it yet. This guy, maybe one of the same as the murder. So, no, so put it on low. And then you should see, be like, I should come out with it. So you have the cover of the show. They might go. And that is how we look for her. So we have to know, you have to go by the rule right by the the plating is not. Plating is without broken. It says you got someone that's looking for you have a broken chair. She doesn't have to use the broken, and she can't put the side of the car. So this also has a plating made out of marble. But she didn't walk down to this place that's like large.
That's a registered Republican.
Like it's for hardware. So from the you can see that he put a couple of
U.S. government's before the drop to President Trump and his final voice.
But it has enough room to put some put your beer, you go to whatever people do.
His family and their companies on his
Enough is not good enough to put your beer and you need a lot to put your steak in the bar.
And the fiduciary advisors and
But one of the here is what's your lawyer? It's only if you have enough space to put your cup. But if not, that's why. Why is it not the California? Because the plating of the marble takes over. And the plating of marble is not California. So you see the plating, you have to consider the plating. And over here, it's plated with gold. So maybe that's what it's telling me. That they moved it. Who cares if they moved it? Even if it's not
Give them a call 1-855-321-1. We can check them out online at
Advisory services through trading. CNC operational services through trading. Trading tax actual client made advertising disclosures and
but this is exactly what it's like. This shop on has plating that have nice nails. Special people as the doctors in are here. You might know what the box is off, but the racks and the doctors in is a lot of work. So the doctors in, I don't know why you put the question on there. Oh, for sure. Plus the business, I know they did a lot of work to get the pronunciation correctly, but Rashi says for sure the business is by what? Longer leg, voiceless, and the difference is I don't care. It doesn't make a difference if you wear the it doesn't matter if you not get a nail or so. Most of the people in the business of which they're looking with, whether you covered the frame, then it goes by what you covered it with. And so therefore, if you cover it with gold, it should be a full or a body style, the wonderful day, the good Shabbos. Very exclusive, spread it on around the world. Sponsor a share today.
That's how the California's most accurate traffic reports on Rock Radio on iHeartRadio, Drop Seeker, it's commercial free.
Good morning, Rabbi. Why is it we're holding silent play on this first word? And that's been very interesting whether or not the Lechem of Homer shape has a square or like a speedboat. Square with letters, speedboat. We have a few these Iranian speedboats, these fast boats. Doesn't look like that enough. Says the Gemara, I have a question. If you tell me you were good and say that it looks like a speedboat, how does these work? I'm in Shabbat. Parasite of Madonna. So just to repeat this video right now, there's three forms. One is as you make it go. One is putting it up. That one is what's one is 32. Averse. This is the honey. Place this whole thing. The phone is on the inside. We're going with Rashi. So, the Kaveris, we can take this as the form from the other four that they did. This is very difficult. I don't know how they did it. Very impressed. You're able to manipulate the eye to form like that in shape.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
This form was like podcast, but the Kaveris in other words, I had a bunch of holes, not the easy.
And religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism
those squares, the outside of the square was but the church was like a boat. It seemed like it was actually a speedboat. Designing our boss, which is on Ocean, disgusting. The walls that go up to the top of the shulchan, to the sleeping. They were split on the top, and they looked like running. It was like branches. So, she did something, obviously it didn't look like this. He asked me if he should grow it away. I said, no, maybe I'll give somebody some sort of idea. It looked like some sort of flower. You look at it from the side, it looks a little, what does out, but, really fun. She said he was 11. That they would press the bread on it. But the point of this whole thing is from going to be stealing the bread is bread. Similar to this play called okay. Now we have the studio. This is a different topic. It's not even the whole album. But it's very, very interesting. I'll show you this video. We're talking about that. Another opponent, the club director of all of the table of the table. And every Shabbos, we place them. They eat bread, if they want to get the old bread inside the shipment for a week. Smoke them out of them and show ice or bread for the
Justice Department
is announcing an indictment. I want to show you this video, but also the worst question is this in this video. In other words, when clients or travelers to the government for years, when you're traveling, is it how do you use a bread? Bread is travel. The bread was surrounded by Mishkan. The Mishkan, a portable facility. You see on the screen, the center, the wall, that's the facility. Now the bread is inside the facility. Now you pick up the wall, fold everything, remove. 1 mile that way, the bread just now moved. If this was the way I move this right now, and I took the bread out of those walls, to the I'm traveling. I'm doing my job. I'm a lady. I pick up the shofar and feel my travel without moving. Where did you move? Move outside the designated area of the Mishkan, which was there for a month or so. And just started moving. Now, outside of that area, is it yikes or not yikes? On the one hand, it's on the shofar. Bread is still on the shofar. So that's the discussion there. And there's the lesson. Is that yikes or not? That's the worst question. I just removed the bread from the mission. The garden, let my owner do something my son's president also by traveling, dancing, or you even do something my son's, it doesn't become possible by traveling or go to versus on the ship. And it's not possible. Remember, you show the lady, how do you know ladies? So that's my page, you don't show the lady. The one says it becomes possible by moving the bread, even though it's inside the ship. And I mean, it's not possible, it's in the ship. I'm going to so I want to give up. I want to tell you the end of the whole thing. So she is the kids don't play. They don't play. If it's on the table, it's not possible. If it's off the table, that's also texting. How do you get there? How does it work? No, so we're going to put it step by step. I don't want to mix up the sick that should get to so it says, as you are part, that's how you travel. Because you also did travel the ocean. Obviously, it's hard. And you take the bread outside of the Mishkan. That's right. But it's the ocean. So, when you're traveling, as soon as you travel outside of the Mishkan, the Mishkan is right over here. Wire a total of $14,000. I'm going to this out, the other money in my home, we see the left of my home all over here. This is tremendous. This is wonderful. This is too strong. It's like a fruitful brush. This is so strong, this brush, you can't get out of this brush. You know what? It says the left of my home all over here. The blue shark is going to remain on this left of my home.
You know, that living this peaceful, long life, and you got this crazy father on the board saying, fight for my daughter's honor, and now you're someone to kill someone. I don't know. I feel like the father should have this whole
that doesn't become also the same question after being so. It seems like travel is like hard. You can't take it out. So when travel, you can't take it out. You just took it out.
He's what, 26? Training rental projects directly invalid. Involved on Tuesday.
Well, it's hard. And you don't take it out of the chauffeur. It's us, bro. So when travel, you didn't take the breath out of the
I'm the age where I don't know what
chauffeur.
she is, so I realize that.
It's your nap.
But like, so she's a popular influencer. She's on things. And what does she do? Does she just record? What does that mean?
It says that the bread is going to have to show is not.
That's a great question.
Yeah, we always say the Washington is
Influencer, if you just say
yes, it is.
I
As
like
is.
even
I
stuff
have
on
short
her
remains covered.
Instagram page. I mean, she's got
So when I was
500,000 followers.
we
You can do more.
we're starting to get to where we need to go.
You could start influencing over there.
Says Rabbi, with the sugar, everybody presents on the table, there's no salt. Raised cuts. I don't care how far you take it away from the original Mishkan, take it 25 miles away from the original spot, it's still covered wide, but it's in it's on the table. It's on the shore. That one they can eat it this way. Just as sharp, put it in, right in the heart of the silicon meal. First of all, make sure it's off the table. Better than that, put it off the table before it's Shabbos. It became Shabbos. And every Shabbos, from Shabbos time, you take it off the table. Now, you have a question of the bread. Take the bread out, all of a sudden, the prophet says, let's go. Everybody, let's go. We're going. Rabbi, Sarah. So now, it's all paid for when it comes to the move. Do we consider it good thing or not good? That's what's good. But if it's on the table, it's 100% the pay. It's not
if you are trying to get through this day, you will have 3 miles back up 5
not knowing each side, but because you have to think so, how to do it, it's the same thing when you have to afford twice that the parking in this life, you travel. And when you travel, it's just get out of the Mishkan. It's not going to see outside, so do over here, since it came out of the right, it's possible. How are you here? Whatever line it is, even if it's traveling, it's to the line. Now it's expanded. All of a sudden now, as you travel in, it's going to be a good muscle for goals. Goals is an expansion of the sushi. It's a matter of feel it's like oil light. Before it was restricted to the oil light. Now it expands to the whole macro feel. All blue here. Before, very nice. Before, it only was just not red. Now it's an entire blue. As you're traveling the whole blue, and you're traveling, you can see second, you travel a certain formation. That formation of blue is the distribution of oil. You know, so it's like, it doesn't say, this is not that it travels and it retains oil. That's part of so what's he gonna do? If he already learned that as he travels, you show. No, it's not just it does not be because you have to be so it should be also with guts. They went out of the advice. Oh no, like you said. So the opposite, not really else you can not think it's like when you park and you don't move it, it's not possible. I'm gonna say, okay, the Rabbi like so you didn't come out of the macro, you're still in the blue square. In the blue square, now, the Rabbi of the right?
The Misa says that the oil plane travel. Oil, in other words, the remains of a plane that is not located at saying that there remains the future. It's coming to tell you that there's a certain way that the macro way. There's each shaven had its flag, and they had they reach one at a time. They travel in a certain way. So these three fucking cars go over this. You know, there's a certain formation, and that's what that's death travel in a certain way. And how is the other man, you know, it's like, you know, so this is a possibility that this still show when they travel. There's an empty possible. Also, like this time is the solution when you travel, not that you have to travel in just 5 hours. A formation. So, no, you're right. There's two parts of the gospel. We're not going to give yourself a macro that teaches us.
There were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences.
That they travel in certain. No, you're not going to give yourself a macro that teaches us. But also avoid that there's flags that is a formation.
For the past 5 years, I've been
talking to three surviving
members.
They say, have a question. So that was
of the state they will come in and stand around and sweat.
Yep. This picture is shot from the video. But you see how they're breaking down the walls of the entire mission.
But they also have some unfinished.
So by breaking down the walls, what happens? The moment you break down the wall,
they never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming it.
What happens to all the components that are inside? Local mission, what happens to the Mitzvah? So you have to start moving his wife. So it says, Shah Sidi Masari, Production Kusal. So let's remember these words, Production Kusal. That let's say I'm shifting the carbon copies. And the ship says, take down the wall. Now the cockles all of a sudden is exposed. He's a bit of a death. He's not in the Mishpah. He's now possible. He went outside of the Mishpah. They must be, they speaking. Outside. We're really speaking of it sort of goes outside of all the mountains. He's on the desert, worried about sand, and has to leave the blue.
Containment of this monster worsened flare-ups yesterday afternoon. There was going to be a precarious situation winds again this morning before the onshore winds came in this afternoon again. So we will check in with that.
Any straw still have the picture from the picture of the show.
It was stranded in shallow waters off the coast of Germany in March. This flying spot is Mark Lehman is one of the biologists who was tasked with fixing the situation and helping to into deeper waters of proper response here. You may call me wrong. I like the accent. I'm assuming it's a German accent here.
What's up, It's 4th of Sivan, 5786, Wednesday, May 20th. We've been doing this bitch for 145 days. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 and 37 son of Adam was born. 3526 235 Enosh son of Seth was born. 3436 325 Kenan son of Enosh was born. 3366 395 Mahalalel son of Kenan was born. 3301 460 Yared son of Mahalalel was born. 3139 622 Chanak son of Yared was born. No one really knows for sure Elevate Ela Divrei Elokim Chaim, but this is from Zohar Leva. Berkat Adonai Eloheinu melech ha'olam asher kedeshanu b'mitzvot v'tzivanu al safirat ha'omer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 49 days of the Omer, which is 7 weeks of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen.
If you must wait until the morning, don't shut this animal yesterday. So it just became possible this morning. Forget about the fact that the app left the base of English. It's morning. The morning is full of what? Wait. You know. Forget about that. It's never and you might say it was being raised up. So, says, why are you telling me that? Oh, it's like it's stuck. It's Mishka, when you break down the Mishka, it's stuck in pockets, but it's like, it's Lena. It was there overnight. Because the only time you can break down the Mishka is morning. So when you break down the Mishka, by the time you break it down, you never have us. They'll shut you before. So this is that. So maybe have a little bit. Maybe I'll never find a little cash to have over there. That's right. Spiders, everybody knows that the traffic
Coffee and Kabbalah calling coffee.
Mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. But just as a recap from last time, what we handled was at some level Christian Kabbalah and Lurianic Kabbalah. And I always look back on how I handle Lurianic Kabbalah, and there's always a problem with teaching it. And the problem with teaching it goes like this: is that either you go too thin or you go too thick. And I always feel like I go too thin, and then sometimes when I feel like I go too thick on Lurianic Kabbalah, I lose people. And even a very thin overview, I think, loses people really rapidly. It's just it requires such a heavy amount of background knowledge in Kabbalah to really get a handle on it. And so there's just no right way of covering it without sort of doing an entire class on it. But the main recap from last time is that by the 15th century, Kabbalah is spreading. It's moving. It's moving not just within the Jewish community, but it's also moving outside the Jewish community. Especially Christians are picking up Kabbalah, and they're doing their own kind of Christian Kabbalah. They're taking Kabbalah from their Jewish neighbors. They're hiring converted Jews to translate text for them, folks like Rhesius and Flavius Mithridates. And so Christian Kabbalah becomes a part of this larger Renaissance movement of trying to mine older traditions for these perennial truths. In that process of mining those older traditions for perennial truths is going to build up a philosophy that sometimes gets referred to as esotericism or Christian mysticism, specifically in the occult mode. And this form of Christian Kabbalah is going to eventually become a whole thing to itself. The Christians are going to kind of run with Kabbalah, they're going to adopt the ideas from it, and eventually what's going to emerge is kind of what's sometimes referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is a form of Kabbalah that mixes occult ideas and Christian mysticism ideas and Jewish ideas into one synthetic thing, and this becomes the groundwork for what is now called Western esotericism. So, in many ways, Kabbalah gets a life of its own in the Christian world and eventually becomes its own form of mysticism, completely independent of Judaism. Of course, the big form of Kabbalah that develops at this time is the Lurianic Kabbalah. And just to go as a refresher back over to what we covered last time, because it feels like it's been a couple of weeks because Yom Kippur in the way. But the big ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah is that Luria is going to really, really focus in on the mythological structure of reality. He's very concerned with how reality comes to be, how it is that God comes to be all of reality. This is a very pantheistic or panentheistic, whatever shade of flavor of that you want to go with. But he's really concerned with the descent of the universe, how the universe comes into being, and he develops, Cordovero helps develop it for him, but the idea of the 4 or 5 worlds, depending on how you want to count them. Then you have these various levels of reality, and what ends up happening is that at every level of reality, there are more sphirot. You get more and more and more sphirot. If you ever come to the house, I can show you a book I have called the Ilan HaGadol, which is a kind of a map of reality according to the classic Lurianic take, where you have this enormously complicated system of sphirot within sphirot within sphirot. So if you ever come to the house and you want to see this book, I'll pull it off the shelf and show you, but it becomes this incredibly Byzantine system of sphirot within sphirot, very Baroque, I suppose you could say. But the big ideas, right, are this idea that God retracted some of God's self into a kind of divine void, and that divine void is filled with divine light, which shatters vessels inside of it, and this leads to a kind of cosmic tragedy. And that cosmic tragedy is repaired, it's subject to tikkun, and the process of tikkun is accomplished by Jews basically maintaining the Torah, Jews maintaining strict observance to Jewish law, and by that strict observance of Jewish law, the metaphysical realities, various realities are repaired, they undergo tikkun olam, and that paves the way for the Messiah. And so the messianic idea, and this is going to be a big deal tonight, the messianic idea in Kabbalah begins to really heavily alter during the period of Lurianic Kabbalah, and it becomes less the idea that God has picked someone to become the Messiah, and that's sort of thrown into history as the Messiah, that's sort of made Messiah before all time, sort of like Jesus is. Rather, Messiah is something that you can become, that you can become Messiah by becoming sufficiently righteous and sufficiently metaphysically able to manipulate reality in the interests of this tikkun process. And so we have a lot of ideas of exile and redemption in Lurianic Kabbalah that become very important in just a bit. And so what's going on in Lurianic Kabbalah is a radical renovation, systematization of Kabbalah as it's been inherited through the past several hundred years. Remember that the Sefer Zohar was only basically written down or published beginning in the 1270s, and that we're now in the late 16th century, and it's in the 16th century that Lurianic Kabbalah will come about. So it's been about 300 years since the development of the Kabbalah, and so 300 years is quite a long time. And it's in this 300-year period that the Kabbalah really undergoes its major systematization, and also its major systems theory. And that major systems theory is the one of Itzhak Luria. Now, again, I just want to drive this point home. Itzhak Luria did not leave us a system. He left us a bunch of teachings to a bunch of students, and those students don't even agree about exactly what his teachings were. Chaim Vital, his most famous student, leaves us one system of teachings. His earlier student, Israel Sarug, who doesn't really get any press these days for whatever reason, but he published another system first that's very different than Chaim Vital. So the question is, what is the real Lurianic Kabbalah? And the answer to that is, we don't know. We don't know what Luria taught. Luria didn't write much down, and what he did write down, mostly just poetry and stuff. And so we actually don't have Luria's teachings. What we have are his students repeating his teachings many, many years later. And so how much of that is a game of telephone? That's a good question, and we actually don't know. In fact, even the main body of work that represents Itzhak Luria's teachings that went on to become Lurianic Kabbalah, a book called Eitz Chaim by Chaim Vital, that book was never even intended for publication. Chaim Vital actually tried to hide it. And it was actually illicitly kind of stolen from him and then published without his consent. And so it's not even clear that that book is even meant to be a systematic representation of Luria's teachings. So it's a mess. It's just a mess. And so often people teach Kabbalah as the definitive Kabbalah. You go to the Kabbalah Center and you learn the Kabbalah. You learn this definitive. That's completely not possible. The Kabbalah is a mess. From an academic point of view at least, and as you study it, you realize that there are lots of different systems out there in the historical record, and they don't really agree with each other. They don't really agree at all. Tzimtzum is a big problem. It's exactly how the Tzimtzum happens, the degree to which when God Tzimtzums, does everything come out into the vacuum, is everything pulled out of the void, or there's stuff left behind? There is stuff left behind. What's left behind? It's just a bit of the mess. Let's get into it. And what I want to say is two things. One thing is I'm going to be talking a little differently than what the slides are saying. So there's going to be a lot more information on the slides than what I say. So that's one thing that'll be importantly different about this talk than other talks. And the reason why that is, there's just so much information that I want to get out about Shabbat Tzvi, and that I can only put it in the slides. If I talked about all of this, we would be here all night. So there's a lot more information on the slides than is on that I'll be talking about, but I want to make sure the slides are there. So if you want to read the slides as they go, you'll get a lot more information from there. So that's the main thing to know about sort of the general flow. So if you're typically just listening to this as like a podcast style or something, then you'll be missing a lot of information by not looking at the slides. You do you, as a kid said. So tonight we're going to be talking about a Messiah, a failed Messiah. Judaism is full of failed messiahs. We have lots of failed messiahs. We have Jesus, we have Shabbatai Tzvi, we have Shimon Bar Kokhba, we have Judas, we have a lot of different failed messiahs. The question is, what is a Messiah? What is this concept of Mashiach? What does it mean to be a Messiah? The idea developed primarily during the Zoroastrian influence period, that is to say during the Persian period, under the sort of the reigns of the apocalyptic. And the idea does begin to appear very late in the Tanakh. And it seems to be the idea of a kind of chosen person by God to do some world historical thing. Now, in the Bible, it's not really clear what any of that means. In fact, the only person in the Bible to be referred to as a Messiah is actually a pagan king, King Cyrus. It's a Persian king. It's not even a Jewish guy. So the idea that basically God picked Cyrus to do this very important historical thing, i.e. let the Jews return home to Judea, and that becomes grounds for the Bible to refer to him as a Messiah. He's the only person referred to as a Messiah in the entire Bible. So if you want to take the Bible for it, the only person referred to is a Persian king. Now, what ends up happening is that over time, this idea of Messiah evolves and changes. And as it evolves and changes, there are a lot of debates among Jews about what it means. And to be clear about this, there's never been a settled notion about what the Messiah is. To this very day, debates about the Messiah go on. It's never been a settled idea in Judaism. Typically what's happened in Judaism, and I think I mentioned this in a previous talk, is that people grab onto a Messiah, they want a person to be the Messiah, and they kind of backtrack their notion of Messiah onto that person. So you pick a person to be Messiah, and then you figure out what that means, and then you go to the Bible to prove that they are the Messiah. There is no ready-made theory of the Messiah out there. It just doesn't exist. Now, we'll talk about some rough and ready ideas that we find in Judaism, but even they're pretty rough and ready. So, over time, what ends up happening is the notion of Messiah becomes more and more canonical. It becomes more and more mainstream in rabbinical Judaism. And by the Babylonian Talmud, there are long, protracted discussions about what Messiahs mean. What is it to be a Messiah? And even by then, by the 5th century of the Common Era, there's no agreement. So if you read Tractate Sanhedrin towards the very end, in the 90s of the Dapim, you'll see that there's a lot of debate about even what they thought the Messiah was, what the Messiah was going to do, how you recognize the Messiah, what's the Messiah's name. There's an enormous amount of debate about this. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, belief in the Messiah had become a dominant part of Judaism. In fact, it's one of Maimonides' 12 articles of faith. You're supposed to believe that the Messiah is going to come. You have to fervently believe this. This is one of the 12 articles allegedly that makes a Jew, according to Maimonides. So there's the idea that you can believe in Messiah, but it's still not hammered out what exactly the Messiah is and what they're going to do. And it's not even clear there's going to be one. There's some messianic texts in Jewish history that even claim that there are going to be two of them. One of them is going to die, and then one of them will be like a military leader. In fact, almost all the literature overwhelmingly is going to be Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the idea of Mashiach Lador, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah. That the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of them activating themselves, or getting activated, or God activates them, or somehow they get activated. And so the idea is the Messiah is out there. They're just a Messiah in potentia, but they have to be made a Messiah in actu. It's just that no one's been worthy of that task up till now. So what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know a false Messiah from a real Messiah? Well, the stakes are pretty high, and you can see when I go through this list in a second why Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that make a Messiah, according to even the most general lists. And this is true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah. Every Messiah has failed. And so some of the list of things that they are supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline. They have to be related by blood to David. You have to trace your lineage back to David. They have to rebuild all the ruined cities of Israel. So every city in Israel that's been ruined over history has to be rebuilt. They have to construct a third temple. That's a thing they have to do. They have to be both king and high priest, and they have to live 1,000 years. Well, one of the main problems with the Messiah is they tend to die. So, show me one that's lived, above the age of 60. So they tend to die and not live 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. No big whoop. In fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other anymore. So that it's world peace at the level of not even animals hunt each other anymore. They have to cause every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes.
This bread that comes off the table, stop, thank you. There's no big deal. The bread. The
son of the most. In fact, almost all the literature overwhelmingly is going to be Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the idea of Mashiach Lador, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah, that the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of them activating themselves, or getting activated, or God activates them, or somehow they get activated. And so the idea is the Messiah's out there. They're just a Messiah in potentia, but they have to made a Messiah in aptitude. It's just that no one's been worthy of that task up till now. So what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know a false Messiah from a real Messiah? Well, the stakes are pretty high, and you can see when I go through this list in a second why Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that make a Messiah according to even the most general lists. And it's true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah. Every Messiah has failed. And so some of the list of things that they are supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, they have to be related by blood to David, you trace your lineage back to David. They have to rebuild all the ruined cities of Israel. So every city in Israel that's been ruined over history has to be rebuilt. They have to construct a third temple. That's the thing they have to do. They have to be both king and high priest, and they have to live 1,000 years. Well, one of the main problems with Messiah is they tend to die. So, show me one that's lived, above the age of 60. So they tend to die and not live 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. No big whoop. In fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other anymore. So that it's world peace at the level of not even animals hunt each other anymore. They have to cause every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes kind of Jewish. They resurrect and judge the dead. Or at least they judge the dead. Maybe don't resurrect them, but they judge them. In fact, they judge them by smell, which is weird. The Messiah is said to smell and judge. They can know your sins by smell alone. They're sort of like a sin sommelier. They stop all illness. They stop all death. They stop all sadness, hunger, and strife. They cause all the Jews to immigrate to the newly established Jewish kingdom, which stretches from the Mediterranean to the Euphrates, which is sometimes referred to as Greater Israel. So they got to do all that. That's the bare minimum. Just to be clear, this is the bare minimum. There are all kinds of other things the Messiah is expected to do. This is just the minimum, right? That they have to do to even be a candidate. Now, as you can tell, no person who's ever lived has ever done any one of these things, much less all of them. Now, according to the Christians, Jesus will come back and do all this stuff later, but, well, they've been waiting for 2,000 years, and this guy hasn't showed back up. So, at any rate, these are the sort of general outlines of what we think of when we think of Messiah and Jewish theology. Of course, it's much more complicated than this, but typically, these are the bare bones things that make a Messiah, and the reason why we are still waiting for one. Now, when we go back in time to the 17th century, when we go back in time to the world that's going to produce this false Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi, there's a couple different things that are going to be important about the historical and cultural context. So I want to go through those relatively briefly. The first thing that's really important about the Jewish world is that rational philosophy has lost the fight to Kabbalah. Kabbalah has won. There is no more Maimonideanism. Not really. There's not much in the way of rationalistic Judaism. Rationalist Judaism has kind of gone out the window. And what's increasingly taken over at this point is a turn toward Kabbalah. Now, it's not to say that Kabbalah is spread very far and wide, but it certainly is the dominant intellectual movement at the time. Most of the intellectuals are either going straight into legal stuff via the Talmud, or they are doing that in Kabbalah, but philosophy, for the most part, is just not a big part of the equation anymore. And so in some ways, it may just be an unchecked kind of enthusiasm around Kabbalah. The second thing that makes all this very important is the Alhambra Decree. Of course, the Alhambra Decree was a complete disaster for the Sephardic Jewish world in 1492, where all the Jews were basically ejected from Spain and eventually ejected from Portugal as well. And this ejection did two things. One, it heightened messianic expectations. People really thought that this was the end of the world because it was the end of their world. And the idea was that because it was the end of their world, perhaps God would intervene and save them. But how could God just let all these hundreds of thousands of people be kicked out of their homelands in Spain? God would intervene and fix it. Well, God didn't fix it because that typically doesn't happen. What ends up happening is that people end up converting. They converted in mass, probably about the hundreds of thousands. They converted to Christianity. And what ended up happening is that they converted to Christianity and then eventually left and began to be Jewish again. Now, what ends up happening in some of these converso communities that's really important is a couple of things that I want to go through relatively briefly here. The first is an intense feeling of exile, an intense feeling of exile. They are experiencing exile in a deep way. Both they're exiled from their homeland, i.e. Spain, and they are destined, they're really wanting to return. And a big part of this is Nat and Gloriana Kabbalah, and Kabbalah more generally is the kind of exile restoration motif. Secondly, there's just sort of an apocalyptic flair in Europe generally. I'll talk more about that in just a minute. But in the 1600s and the 17th century, apocalypticism, the idea the world was about to end, was just an overwhelming cultural aspect of what was going on in Europe at the time, both with Christians and with Jews. One of the things that's also important about this is a shift in converso communities because they were more in contact with Christianity. They have been basically practicing Christianity and learning Christianity for quite some time now, at least a generation or two, is that their concept of what a Messiah was much more open to the idea of a spiritual Messiah, or a Messiah that didn't do all the political stuff. Now, the political aspect of the Messiah is essential to the notion of Messiah in Judaism. There's just no such thing as a spiritual Messiah in Judaism. Messiah in Judaism is always a political entity. They're always a king and a high priest. They always change the world in concrete, this worldly manner. Well, the Christian idea of Messiah isn't that. The Christian idea of Messiah is Jesus did not fix the world, Jesus fixed sin. And because Jesus fixed sin, it's completely invisible, and the political world keeps on keeping on until Jesus comes back. Well, the idea that these conversos came in contact with that more spiritualized version of Messiah meant they were more open to non-traditional ideas of Messiah more in general. See this in the chapter space. They were also open to the idea that of what we might call theological supersessionism, which is just to say that having been raised as Christians, they were told the idea that Judaism had been superseded by Christianity. Christianity had come along and corrected all the errors of Judaism, and that Christianity was the superseding, corrected religion, and that Judaism was outmoded. What's important about that is the idea that Judaism in some ways can be replaced. So they're going to convert back to Judaism. They're going to revert back to Judaism. They're going to be much more open to the idea that fundamental things about Judaism can be changed. Traditional Jewish communities would not be open to that idea. Many of these converso communities and many of these converso people would be open to it. And also they're going to be much more open to what we call antinomian tendencies, which is just to say that for a traditional Jewish community, observance of Jewish law, observance of the Sabbath, observance of kashrut, observance of certain aspects of Jewish law are just not questionable. They're not up for grabs. We're not living in the Reconstructionist world of the 21st century. The traditional Jewish world is very clear. You cannot abandon any aspect of Judaism. You can't negotiate with it. You have to do it or not do it. It's not up for grabs. But for these converso communities, there's much more of the idea that you could violate the law. That the law is not immutable. That the law is something that can be read as a metaphor, or it can be read as a way that can be changed. That one could alter Jewish law in the interest of spiritual or somehow higher notions. An idea that's completely foreign to traditional Jewish ideas, but very much in the strain of those who have been exposed to Christianity. Further, the situation in Europe is just such that, in general, people expected a kind of apocalypse. That was just in the air in the 17th century. Christians, Jews, Muslims, basically everybody thought the world was about to end in a very, very intense way. Comets started appearing, all kinds of weird stuff was happening, and people were really convinced the world was about to end. Further, we also have printing that's taken off. Now, printing is one of these things that disseminates ideas very, very rapidly. And that's one of the great things about printing. You can disseminate ideas very rapidly. You can also disseminate ideas that are incorrect very rapidly. And what you get are all these bizarre broadsheets being printed through Europe that are making claims that are completely crazy. That, what's one good example of this? One good example of this is that all the Jews that were the 10 lost tribes of Israel, that they had returned in Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia, they had returned to Arabia. They had amassed a giant army led by this general, and that the 10 tribes of Israel had overtaken Mecca and had destroyed Mecca, and they had conquered Islam. This idea is completely nuts. It's not grounded in any history at all, but there were repeated broadsheets printed through Europe where people really did believe that the 10 tribes of Europe were literally about to reconquer Israel and bring about the end of the world. This was a very common idea. So these kind of dissemination of bonkers notions were very, very popular. Not just that, but there's all kinds of things going on in Europe that led people to believe the world was about to undergo some big change. Columbus's discovery of the so-called New World. There were the ongoing religious wars of the 100 Years' War, the Protestant Reformation. There's tons of talk about the Antichrist. Everybody was the Antichrist. Protestants thought the Pope was the Antichrist. The Pope thought Martin Luther was the Antichrist. There's the witch trials. There are all kinds of things going on. If you want to get an idea about this time period, right, I'm sure most folks have heard of Michel de Nostradamus, right? Nostradamus is famous for his quatrains, his prophetic quatrains. He dies in 1566. It's around, he's living in sort of roughly this time. So what's going on here is that the entire world is basically expecting a kind of messianic or apocalyptic event. And so in some ways, had it not been Shabbatai Tzvi, it'd have been somebody else. I really am convinced of that. It just happened to be Shabbatai Tzvi. Also, there's a huge massacre in Poland that kills thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. In fact, the Kaminsky pogrom or Kaminsky uprising may have been the largest single killing of Jews prior to the Holocaust, which also occurred in Poland. And there was this massive killing, maybe up to 100,000 Jews. We're not sure how many died. But it was probably the largest mass killing of Jews up until the Holocaust. And also, again, we have this messianic expectation that emerges in the aftermath of this giant massacre. And it's into that situation that we meet Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai is born into a mercantile family on Tish B'Av and on Shabbat. That's why he's called Shabbatai. It's not uncommon it wasn't uncommon then at least, for people born on Shabbat to be named Shabbatai. It's considered an honor to be born on Shabbat. Now no one calls their kids Shabbatai anymore because of how bad Shabbatai Tzvi's reputation has become. But he's also born on Tish B'Av. You may know this, that on Tish B'Av it's a custom in Eicha Rabbah, which is Midrash, that the Messiah is going to be born on Tish B'Av. As you probably know, Tish B'Av is the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. It's the day of mourning. It's when all these bad things happen. The temple's destroyed and World War I started and all kinds of bad things. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was crushed. All kinds of bad things happen on Tish B'Av. It's a day of mourning. Well, the idea from Eicha Rabbah is that the Messiah will be born on Tish B'Av and will convert the day of mourning into a day of celebration. So already we have Shabbatai being born on just the right day, and not just being born on Tish B'Av, but also being born on Shabbat. And this is already an auspicious start here in 1626 in Izmir, Turkey. Izmir, as you may know, is the site of ancient Ephesus. So I've been to Izmir, but yeah, it's the site of ancient Ephesus. By the 1640s, as Shabbatai is growing a little older, he begins to engage in some pretty strange practices already. He's not involved in the mercantile practices of his family. He begins to turn his attention to ascetic practices. And he begins to drown himself, I would say, in reading the Sefer Zohar and the Sefer Hakanah. The Sefer Hakanah is a book where a student questions the teacher about the various laws, and the teacher tells the student why we do the laws the way that we do. The idea of questioning the law is going to be a big part of Shabbatai's life, as you can see in just a bit. Also, it's around this time that Shabbatai, around his teens, that he has this vision of this experience of his penis being damaged by a demon. It's not clear exactly what happened, but sexual issues will plague Shabbatai his entire life. And so the idea that he's being afflicted by the demoness Naamah, who's a demoness in the Zohar, you may know her better, that's the name of Noah's wife, actually. But this demoness Naamah, who we find in the Zohar, is said to have done something to Shabbatai's penis and causes him all kinds of problems. And it's around this time in his teenage years, he also begins to experience these periods of what he calls illumination and darkness. These periods of illumination are periods where he doesn't sleep, he is singing and dancing, and he's doing all kinds of strange behaviors, and these will last for several weeks, and then he will be plunged into a period of darkness where he basically won't get out of bed, and he's sure everything is the worst, and everything's terrible. So he's probably suffering. Most psychologists I've talked to diagnose him after his death, of course, as something like manic depression. But he also, at the same time, he now began to claim that he could do supernatural things like levitate. In fact, he claimed to levitate in front of several of his friends. His friends said that he really didn't levitate, and then he told them that they just didn't deserve to see him because they weren't righteous enough, they weren't pure enough. But he really did levitate, according to Shabbatai. His family tries to fix him by marrying him off, which is the common solution for things back in the day. Just get married and things will get better. Shabbatai refused to consummate either marriage. He basically would not have sex with these women. And these women complained that Shabbatai was basically just studying the Zohar all the time, and these illuminations and darkness fits. He wouldn't have sex with them, and his marriages were dissolved. And of course, as you imagine, this is a huge problem for his family. It's a huge embarrassment for his family. But he just refuses to have sex with these women for whatever reason, and they divorce him. And so he's twice divorced by the summer of 1648. And on June 11th, 1648, he has a vision of Prophet Elijah coming to him and telling him that he is Messiah, basically anointing him and making him into the Messiah. And we're told that he began to exude fragrance from his body. So this is a thing that's commonly talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, is that he smelled really good. He had this intense fragrance coming off his body constantly. And so he told some of his close friends and his family that he was the Messiah. I don't know how they responded to this, but typically he kept it pretty secret. In the aftermath of him thinking he was the Messiah, even though secretly by 1651, Shabbatai is kicked out of Izmir. He is exiled from his homeland. He's kicked out, he's exiled, for reasons that aren't terribly clear exactly. But one of the things that we do know that he was doing at this time was that during prayers, he was enunciating the divine name of God during prayer. This is a no-no in Judaism. You're not allowed to say God's name. And Shabbatai was doing this in prayer, along with some other strange things he was up to. And this eventually led to him being kicked out of the community of Izmir. He'll come back with a vengeance. The period that he's roaming around is typically referred to as the years of darkness by the community of folks who believe in Shabbatai Tzvi. The period of the years of darkness has him traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't know his exact itinerary, but we know he traveled all around Egypt and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean basin, and he did some strange things. He would settle in the really heavily Kabbalistic city of Salonika, and what is now Greece, and there he publicly married a Torah scroll. That also was not a thing you should do. That got him kicked out of Salonika. He seems to have made a pretty strong impression on people as he traveled. Now, making a strong impression is not making a good impression, and so he often made a bad impression on people because they thought he was crazy, or maybe he was a prophet or a Kabbalist or whatever. But he made an impression on people no matter where he went, and eventually he settles in Cairo, where he comes into the family of a very wealthy leader of the Jewish community. And it's there that Shabbatai actually got a job being basically a fundraiser. what he would do is he would go to Jerusalem and he would raise money for the community there. The community in Jerusalem was notoriously poor, and what he would do is he would go back and forth raising money from local folks trying to get the Jerusalem community back online. He was actually on one of these missions of fundraising back in Cairo that an orphan from the massacres that I mentioned in Poland earlier actually had arrived in Cairo. And she was a piece of work herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker. And she was a former orphan that had been orphaned by the massacres in Poland. And she had traveled all the way through places like Livorno and Amsterdam, where she eventually made her way to Cairo. And she made her name as a pretty famous sex worker, something like not exactly a courtesan, but famous sex worker. And when Shabbatai was in Cairo, he actually heard about her reputation. And one of the things that she claimed was that she would marry the Messiah. That was her big claim to fame, is that she would marry the Messiah. And Shabbatai, already having ideas that he was in fact the Messiah, took this as a sign, sent for her. I think she was in Livorno at the time. He sent for her, she came to Cairo, and he married her in the house of this really famous Jewish leader in Cairo. And he did this probably as part of his messianic buildup, because as you may know, the prophet Hosea also married a sex worker as a sign of his prophecy. That he was acting out his prophecy by marrying this sex worker. And what's interesting is that Sarah basically remained loyal to him until she died. She was with him all the way in his very tumultuous life, as we'll see. She died in 1674, and they were divorced briefly, but they were together for basically their entire adult life. And so they lived there for about a year until Shabbatai eventually made his way back to Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he stops in Gaza. He stops in Gaza because he wants to meet a young and up-and-coming Kabbalist. That young and up-and-coming Kabbalist is a 23-year-old Nathan Benjamin Ben Elisha Chaim Halevi Ashkenazi. Nathan of Gaza is probably one of the leading up-and-coming Kabbalist minds of the time. From his writings, we can see that he understands not just Kabbalah in general, but he also even understands really higher level debates that are going on inside of Kabbalah. So he even knows that there are specific Kabbalah, and Nathan of Gaza is actually wading into the waters of these really technical debates around the nature of Kabbalah as it's being developed. Now, what ends up happening is Nathan of Gaza is also himself not just a mystic, but a kind of prophet, and he's having visions. He begins to have visions as a young man, and these visions are such that he becomes kind of a mystical healer. Now, that idea of a mystical healer isn't completely foreign to Judaism. We actually see the same idea, for instance, in Itzhak Luria. Itzhak Luria is a physician of the soul, as it's sometimes referred to. And there's the idea that people like Luria and Nathan of Gaza can cure spiritual diseases that you have by diagnosing those spiritual diseases and by giving you a tikkun or a cure, a reparation, and that cure will fix your spiritual illness. It will solve your spiritual problems. And so it seems like what ends up happening is that Shabbatai Tzvi actually travels to Gaza to meet with Nathan, and to basically become cured of his what we might call manic depression, cycles of illumination and darkness. Well, what ends up happening is that he ends up traveling to Gaza. He stays with Nathan for several weeks, and in the several weeks, they go on these very long epic walks. They walk from Gaza to Jerusalem, which is quite a long walk, and they also walk from Jerusalem to Hebron. And it's in those walks that eventually Nathan tells Shabbatai that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He lays it on Shabbatai. He's like, not only can I not cure you, but you don't need to be cured, you're the Messiah. And Shabbatai says, look, I know that I'm the Messiah, but I'm not. I gave it up. I knew that I could be the Messiah, but I gave it up. He seems to be in one of his dark periods in this whole business. what ends up happening eventually is that Nathan eventually announces the entire Shabbatai is the Messiah business, and near Shavuot 1665, and Nathan is possessed by this Magid spirit, so incredibly weird, and eventually what ends up happening is that Shabbatai is experiencing a profound one of these depression periods, and then 3 days later he declares that he is in fact the Messiah. Now again, people declaring that people are the Messiah is nothing new in Judaism. People every once in a while come along and say they're the Messiah, and what typically happens is that no one believes them, or very few people believe them, and they get themselves killed. That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening with Shabbatai is absolutely shocking. In Gaza, he declares he's the Messiah, and he announces that the fast of the 17th Tammuz is to be abolished, and he abolishes it. He does not observe the fast, and rather than observe the fast, he announces that that Hallel should be said. Hallel is what you say for praise. It's what you say in Sukkot for praise. And so rather than engage in the fast of 17th Tammuz, he declares that he has abolished it, that the days of Messiah are here, the days of fasting are over, we can now all celebrate. And he takes, at this point, he has about 40 followers. He takes them from Gaza to Jerusalem, and he declares himself the Messiah in Jerusalem. He says, I am the Messiah. He tries to get on top of the Temple Mount to perform a sacrifice, basically, to try to inaugurate the reality or temple. He also begins to refer to himself as the Amei-Ra, Adonenu Malkeinu Yaram Hodo. And the Jerusalem community stops him. They're like, you're nuts, you're crazy, you cannot go on the Temple Mount, there's a mosque up there. If you go up there where there's a mosque up there and try to kill an animal, like you're gonna get in trouble. Like you're gonna get us all in trouble. So the local rabbis actually turned him over to the local Qadi. Qadi is basically the mayor of Jerusalem, the Turkish mayor of Jerusalem, and they turn him over to the Qadi, and they say, this guy's crazy, you need to arrest him, he's going to do something bizarre. The Qadi doesn't arrest him. Not only does he not arrest him, he allows Shabbatai to go around on horseback around the city, waving a green banner. Now, riding around on a horse doesn't seem like a big deal, except for Jews weren't allowed to ride on horses. It was against Islamic law for Jews to ride on horses. That was exclusive to the purview of Muslims. But for whatever reason, the Qadi of Jerusalem, probably because he thinks this guy's crazy, lets him ride around, circle around Jerusalem, waving this green banner 7 times. And this is proof for Shabbatai's followers that he's actually important. He's actually the Messiah. Because he is able to basically not get arrested by the local Qadi, and he is allowed to circle the city on horseback 7 times, sort of summoning up some Jericho imagery. Further, he allows his followers to eat forbidden food, certain parts of the animal, which the Bible declares to be unkosher. He says to his followers they're allowed to do. He allows them to engage in violations of Jewish law. These violations of Jewish law, he even has a special blessing for violating Jewish law on purpose. And eventually the rabbis at Jerusalem send a complaint against Shabbatai all the way to the chief rabbi of the Ottoman Empire in Istanbul. Well, what ends up happening, Shabbatai is run out of Jerusalem. The Jerusalem community, which previously liked him, at least to some degree, they certainly liked him singing. He was a very good singer and very charismatic. They run him out of Jerusalem, and what ends up happening, Shabbatai departs for Aleppo, which is now in modern Syria. And what happens there is that Nathan's already sent letters ahead of Shabbatai to the folks at Aleppo, specifically letters explaining, using very complex Kabbalistic justifications, things like the Treatise of the Dragons and other kinds of documents, that Shabbatai is in fact the Messiah, and that they welcome him as the Messiah. Well, it's not clear exactly how and why the folks at Aleppo were so heavily convinced of the letters that Nathan of Gaza wrote, but they were clearly convinced of them because when he arrived in Aleppo, it is a fanfare, ticker-tape parade for Shabbatai to be. He is welcomed into Aleppo with open arms. He's openly declared the Messiah. He stays there for about 3 weeks, and it is a complete wave of enthusiasm. There are people prophesying in the streets that the Messiah has come. He basically converts much of the crowd of Aleppo, most of the Jewish community of Aleppo, to him. He basically converts them to Messianism. And he gets perhaps one of his most important allies at this time. And that important ally is the son of Chaim Vital. Chaim Vital, his son, remember Chaim Vital is one of the main people responsible for the Messiah or for the Kabbalah. He's been dead now, but his son is living in Aleppo, and his son declares that Shabbatai is the Messiah. So it's like having the son of the most important Kabbalist of all time, basically declaring that this guy's the Messiah in Aleppo. It is a huge explosion in enthusiasm that he received in Aleppo. After spending 22 days in Aleppo, Nathan is still back in Gaza, feverishly writing letters and feverishly writing these tracts and prayer books and prophecies. He's sending these all over the Jewish world. You could not ask for a better PR man than Nathan of Gaza. And Nathan is sending this stuff everywhere. Everybody's getting it. People are getting very excited about the things that Shabbatai can do, allegedly. And what ends up happening is that Shabbatai makes his way back home to Izmir. And as soon as he gets there, well, he falls into a depression. He's in the depression for weeks, and it's not until Hanukkah of that year that he emerges from the depression. And it's around this time that the local rabbi gets the writ of excommunication, basically, gets what will become the writ of excommunication from Istanbul. And sometime around Hanukkah of that year, there is an explosion of tension. There are the pro-Shabbatite people and the anti-Shabbatite people, and what ends up happening is the anti-Shabbatite guy actually is leading prayers on the Sabbath, and literally Shabbatai grabs an axe and hacks his way on the Sabbath into the Portuguese synagogue, and then chases the other rabbi out of the building. He says he cleansed it of the klipot, of the evil forces that were inside the synagogue, and then he sets himself up as kind of a king inside the Portuguese synagogue after chasing the other rabbi out with an axe, basically. Not only that, the guy who he chased out, the rabbi who he chased out in his own hometown, that rabbi's daughters fall into prophetic fits, declaring Shabbatai to be the Messiah. So this guy's getting from all sides. He's being chased around by Shabbatai with an axe, and his own daughters are falling into these enthusiastic trances, declaring that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He does the same thing. He pronounces the divine name. There's all kinds of things that begin to go on. He sings Christian songs in the synagogue. He allows women to come to the bima to read from the Torah. It's forbid. There are just all kinds of things he begins to do when he's back in Izmir that are rapidly raising the ire of the local, of the larger Jewish community world. It's around this time also that he consummates his marriage with his wife. Apparently, he had not done that yet. And she shows the bloody cloth that proved that the marriage had been consummated to great fanfare. And so all kinds of things happen here at Izmir that are slowly earning the attention of the wider world. This guy Shabbatai is really, really beginning to act out in very, very strange ways. So on December 30th, the end of the year, he sets sail with some of his followers to Istanbul. Now, what's happened by the time that he set sail by the 30th of December is that in 1666, by early 1666, Nathan of Gaza's letters have reached everywhere. Everywhere. As far afield as Brazil. People in Brazil have heard about Shabbatai Tzvi by the time he sets sail and by the time he arrives in Istanbul in early 1666. He's famous. He's famous even before he reaches Istanbul. And so everywhere, London, Hamburg, Sanaa in Yemen, Amsterdam, everybody's heard about Shabbatai Tzvi, and everybody increasingly thinks he's the Messiah. By 1666, by the summer of 1666, the estimates range, but the general estimate is about half the world's Jewish population have become convinced that he was the Messiah. With some places, like the Amsterdam community, largely a converso community, basically having packed their bags and booked boats back to Israel because they were convinced that Shabbatai was literally about to take over the entire world. So that entire community, many people in that community, packed their bags, had them on the dock, and were waiting to go home back to Israel because Shabbatai had done the whole thing. So this was a overwhelming part of the Jewish community, at least half, maybe more. Even Spinoza weighed in about Shabbatai and stuff. Spinoza knew about it, but sadly we don't have Spinoza's letter, so we don't know exactly what he believed was going on. Well, the trip from Izmir to Istanbul should only have taken a couple of weeks, but it took 39 days. They had very, very bad weather, and what ends up happening is that Shabbatai, the news of Shabbatai coming to Istanbul gets ahead of him, and because it gets ahead of him, as soon as he arrives in Istanbul, he's arrested. The Turkish government knows what this guy is. They know what he's coming there to do. He's coming there basically to declare his messiahdom in Istanbul, in the capital of the Ottoman Empire. And the idea, I think, is basically he's going to take over the Ottoman Empire. He's just going to take the whole thing over as the king of everything, the king of the Ottoman Empire. So he's arrested. He's even beaten up by one of the guards, and he's thrown in jail. The jail he's thrown into is referred to by Shabbatians as the Migdal Oz, Tower of Strength, and he's put into captivity, but he's put into very luxurious captivity. His followers, which at this point amass probably in the thousands, are sending enormous amounts of money to him. So that allows him to basically bribe his guards, and he lives in. He's kind of living like a king inside of this prison, basically. And it's inside this prison that he sees emissaries from Yemen, from Europe, from all over. And it's in this prison situation in the Migdal Oz that he begins to basically hold court as if he were a king. He's dressed like a king, acts like a king, and he is doing all kinds of things while he is imprisoned here in the beginning of 1666. And he's receiving, like I said, emissaries from all over. And these emissaries really do believe that despite the fact that he's in prison, it's only a matter of time until he reveals that he really is the Messiah. So he's receiving emissaries from all over, and they are coming back and really preaching the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi. And it's at this time in 1666 that the Shabbatian movement was at its peak, although it's only been really operating now for about 2 years. What ends up happening is that a hater basically ruins everything for him. This guy named Nehemiah Cohen arrives from Gallipoli, and he's heard about that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah. He meets with him, and basically he becomes disillusioned. He thinks this guy's really not the Messiah. This guy's just a charlatan. He's not really the Messiah. It's probably because Nehemiah Cohen thought he was the Messiah. It's the inter-Messiah beef. And he tells the Sultan, basically, or at least the emissaries of the Sultan, that this guy is a danger. He is living in a lap of luxury. He's engaging in all kinds of debaucherous activity. And what ends up happening is that on September 15th, 1666, Shabbatai is rearrested. He's drug in to see the Sultan, the Grand Vizier, and he's basically told, a very simple thing. He says, look, here's the skinny. They interrogate him. They ask him if he's the Messiah. He says, yes, he is the Messiah. So they said, okay, here's your test, right? Here's the test. I'll convert to your religion. I'll convert to your Messiahdom if you pass one test. And the test is this. We're going to strip you naked. We're going to bring in a bunch of archers, and they're going to shoot you with arrows. And if you survive, if the arrows bounce off of you, we'll all convert. And if not, well, you'll die. And they say, all right, Shabbatai, you're the Messiah, right? Let's do this. And so, Shabbatai very promptly says, nope, I'm not the Messiah, I'm just a rabbi. He does not want to be shot with a bunch of arrows. And so, the vizier of the Ottoman Empire says, okay, Shabbatai, well, you have one option now. You can convert to Islam, or you'll be impaled. Today, you have 5 minutes to decide. You can convert to Islam, or you will be impaled. And Shabbatai, not being stupid, though he might have been crazy, converts. He converts to Islam. He becomes Aziz Mehmed Effendi. And he converts on September 16th, 1666. And not only does he convert, the Sultan is actually pretty pleased with the fact that he converted, and he appoints him to a basically ceremonial position as a gatekeeper, basically. And because he becomes a ceremonial gatekeeper, he's actually an official member of the Sultanate court, and he gets him a really nice fur coat, and he has basically the most cushy job ever. These gatekeepers were basically just cushy positions given to members of the court, and Shabbatai could do basically whatever he wanted. So in many ways, he came out all the better, at least materially. I mean, obviously being shot through with arrows would have been really bad, or being impaled would have been really, really bad. But the vizier and the sultan really aren't out to get this guy. They basically just want him to go away as a problem. And so they give him the cushiest job they can and basically give him a pension so that hopefully he will just quit. Well, Messiahs never quit because they're crazy. And because they're crazy and never quit, they're going to get themselves in more and more trouble. And Shabbatai's very lucky that he was not just shot through with arrows. I think had he not had a lot of wealthy friends, I think we'd have had one shish kebab Messiah on our hands. But he had a lot of wealthy friends, and he doesn't end up a shish kebab. So what ends up happening is that, the first thing that happens is that news of his apostasy spreads all throughout the Jewish world. And this is really bad. This is really bad. Half the Jewish world thought the guy was the Messiah. They had packed their bags. They were already including Shabbatai Tzvi in their prayers. The prayer book had been changed to include Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. People were really convinced that this guy was going to basically overtake the Ottoman Empire and the world was going to come to an end. They had packed their bags. They were literally on the docks in Amsterdam waiting for news. And the news they got was, oh yeah, he converted to Islam. He did what? He converted to what? Like, yeah, he apostatized. He's not.
People why would I think additionally the whole entire concept words man, Zafar. That's the thing with Rabbi Zizusha. How can we even include it? How do they know that a woman is cool if they really use the puppy dog? That she was in the form of the words are doesn't hold the word, but Russia from the book. Some say look at Mishnah, the big great one, no? How do you use this cold something? I love this. Everybody does everybody besides everybody. We let go on, not the worst. Why? I'll tell you what, the first one I did right off the bat. I call some quotes, the Pharish show. This should take away 99% of society. I call something, put the Pharish and shut the fuck up. These three, it's a destiny, right? Always. Pharish doesn't mean death. Pharish means death. So the time required literally, consider they don't have doubts. You can't show results. So you have to have the money, you have to be able to say, I am I'm leading on this, I'm thinking the show this one. This is one that a blind man cannot be speaking. They're not free, and I don't work with the evidence, slave, and a woman. Then says the Mishnah is Smicha. The Smicha is the leftovers of the mitzvah. What does it mean? It's the leftovers. It's not mitzvah. It's not ma'akim. So if you didn't do Smicha, you're okay. You don't have to bring another part. How do you do it? Aber Rosh besteht da. Two hands on the head. Our Rosh besteht da. Smicha is good. But I'm going to say something. So the mission of the Torah says 12 of us. And actually, I'm so curious 12 of us. We want to say there's one of us. Usually, I just noticed that the design of the festival, as it is a real thing. The place, maybe it is. It's one of them that our focus is so constructed. The same area we do is Smicha, take it, the Smicha Shmita. Notice over here in the puzzle, there's so much the other arrangement that's the beginning. And right afterwards it says Shaka. So Smicha and Shmita are one after the other, they follow each other. It should be any, basically it should be a hefsek. You have also like Rosh Hashanah, you see a bracha, there's a certain like, one after another. That kind of a Rosh. It says in the Mishnah, that's easy. I know, can't speak the love main day, giving up Kavana, rocking out they show something for main day too. So I'm just going to steal from places over here. On the days, and the Gemara says that there's no sweet by wood because he wanted to do the same concept. The day is strong. The day is strong, not the rest is strong. Okay. Why is a blind man excluded from Smicha? Because I learned from the Sanhedrin by the parallel double. And just like in the Sanhedrin, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin again. If the person's wife has wrong, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin. That's the guard has to see. So too, so because we know that by Smicha also, a person can't be blind. So ISIS on the days, I know I put it in the slide, but I can't find it. He said, just the it even says that it belongs in under that house. Sure.
Let's just run it back.
He's not Jewish anymore, he converted to Islam. So as you can imagine, that's bad. Not only is it bad, it's incredibly embarrassing. All the Christians just took it as more proof that the Jews were full of it. Just completely crazy Jewish people, stupid Jewish people, can't understand anything. And not only that, the Jews who remain anti-Messiah, folks like Manasseh in Israel and Amsterdam, they were able to greatly close their grasp on the Messianic factions. So this was a disaster, a titanic disaster in the Jewish world. It was it's probably one of the greatest intellectual disasters in Jewish history. Nathan wouldn't hear about the apostasy until the summer of 1666, or 1667 actually. He left Gaza and fled to, basically ran over to where he could basically find Shabbatai. And the big debate at this time was, what did the apostasy mean? Now, one thing that you know about Messiahs is that when Messiahs do terrible things like die or convert to another religion, it's not a problem because it's all part of the plan. That's how delusions go. Delusions are never disproven. Delusions are only reinforced, no matter how ridiculous the delusion is. So, Shabbatai's apostasy was not apostasy, it was part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. Now, what happens here? Nathan of Gaza circulated a letter saying, no, this is part of the plan, don't freak out, don't lose faith. It's very important to maintain faith. So there are actually a couple of different theories that were going around at the time about what really happened. One theory, the craziest theory, is that somehow Shabbatai really was now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. There are some people that continue to believe that. That not only had he not converted, he was just now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire somehow. Another way is that he had converted, but he converted in order to take power away from the Sultan. So yes, he was a Muslim, but only temporarily because he was about to get power from the Sultan somehow. Who knows how that's supposed to work? The third reason was that he converted as part of a Kabbalistic plan to redeem the deepest, darkest levels of demonic power, the klipot. And the reason why he converted was to descend into the apostasy of Islam, to redeem the Muslims and bring them along as part of the Kabbalistic plan. So his apostasy wasn't really apostasy, it was him sacrificing himself, the suffering servant. By plunging himself into the klipot, he would be able to somehow engage in a greater act of tikkun. The fourth theory about what happened was that he had not really converted, but that the real Shabbatai had actually gone into heaven, and that what was left behind was a kind of illusion Shabbatai. So the real Shabbatai is in heaven, or somewhere else, gone into the supernal realms as part of the grand act of redemption, and that the Shabbatai that had converted was a kind of illusion or a kind of shadow or something. So it really wasn't Shabbatai. So these are the big four theories that circulated about what happened when Shabbatai converted to Islam. It seems like Nathan of Gaza accepted some version of 3 and 4. He accepted some version of 3 and 4, more 3 than 4, but certainly he accepted 3. And his position was, yes, Shabbatai converted to Islam, but this was a temporary thing. That he would eventually redeem Islam, redeem the Muslims, and that he would emerge out of Islam back to Judaism, and he would emerge as having redeemed this fallen religion or whatever. Shabbatai, for what it's worth, basically fell into a Titanic depression, as you can imagine. I mean, he basically just became an apostate. He fell into a deep depression. In fact, he wrote to his brother Elijah and said, "Hey, leave me alone. I'm a Turk now. Like, I don't want to deal with these Jews. I'm done. I'm done." He plunged into a really, really, really deep depression. Nathan of Gaza never gave up the faith. In fact, to the end, he never gave it up. And so, not only does the Shabbatian movement not die in the aftermath of the 66 conversion, but it seems like Nathan of Gaza's reworking of the myth actually caused it to flourish. They calcified the new religion. One thing we should have time. This is where we're at in terms of time. Okay. So what else do you need to jump back on to share? Alright. So what I want to do is what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to finish up that Zvi, and then we'll do Nathan of Gaza, or we'll do the Frankists next time, because it gets even crazier than Shabtai. You can believe that. It's going to get even more crazy than Shabtai Zvi. So we'll finish Shabtai Zvi tonight. We'll do the Frankists next time, and that'll also give us a transition perhaps into Hasidism, which I'm sure my Hasidic people will absolutely hate, but they are connected in a weird way. At any rate, Shabtai Tzvi converts to Islam. He has a son, Ishmael Mordechai, which is fantastic, the Jewish Muslim name. Ishmael's the Islamic name, Mordechai is the Jewish name. And what ends up happening is that Shabbatai began to continue to live as the gatekeeper in this ceremonial position. He lives a kind of mixed life. He's sort of quasi-Jewish, Jewish under the cover of night, I suppose, but he's publicly living as a Muslim, and people continue to come to visit him believing he's the Messiah. Then they do believe that he's doing this business of raising the klipot, of raising his act of apostasy is actually a Kabbalistic act of redemption. And so, over time, it seems like Shabbatai Tzvi also begins to believe this as well. And again, Shabbatai also suffers from these two depressions. It's not clear what he believes at any given moment, but slowly it seems like Shabbatai does come around to the idea that he might actually still be the Messiah. Now, the Muslim leadership of the Ottoman Empire gets word of this. They don't like the idea that he's secretly still living as a Jew. And so what ends up happening is that the rabbis of Istanbul, the chief rabbis of Istanbul, are exhausted with Shabbatai continuing to basically hold court as a kind of quasi-Messiah. And on the 12th of September 1672, they go to the Pasha, which is the high-ranking member of the Ottoman court, and they basically tell the Pasha, this guy's not really a Muslim. yeah, he's converted, but he's living as a apostate. He's not living as a Muslim, and not just that, but he's doing all kinds of blasphemy against Islam. And this charge is taken very seriously by the Pasha, and in 1673 he's exiled to what is now Montenegro. Basically, he's exiled to get away from all the Jews. The Pasha kicks him out anywhere. They throw him to the most obscure, one of the most inaccessible regions of the Ottoman Empire, basically to get him away from his Jewish world, his Jewish community. It's there in exile, and it's even further exile that his wife Sarah would die. He would take another wife, Aisha, and he would die alone in Montenegro in the year 1676. In fact, I think his brother visited him, and people he asked, "How long are you going to hold on to me?" And he said famously, this is a bit obscure, he said, "Perhaps you can see that rock on the coast." It was a really far away rock. At any rate, on September 17th of 1676, he dies during Nihila of Yom Kippur. He dies as the gates were closing. And his last Jewish act as Messiah, I suppose, was to request a Machzor, a Yom Kippur prayer book, so that he could say the prayers of Yom Kippur. And we're told that Shabbatai Tzvi, or Amirah, or Aziz Mehmet Asindi actually prayed and was praying Jewish prayers as he died on Yom Kippur near Nihila. He was intentionally buried somewhere that no one could ever find him. The legend is that he was buried in a cave near the sea, and when his brother had come to visit him, there was a dragon actually guarding the mouth of the cave, and that when they came back, the dragon was gone, and that the cave was full of light, and Shabbatai's body was nowhere to be found. It was an empty tomb, very much like the Jesus story. The empty tomb of Shabbatai Tzvi, he's ascended into heaven, or at least gone into occultation, and no one knows to this day, by the way, where Shabbatai Tzvi was buried. It's not clear at all what happened with his body. Was his body vanishing? Which only adds to the idea that somehow he is hiding, he has become resurrected. Nathan of Gaza, his PR guy, continued to believe that Shabbatai was the Messiah all the way up to his death on January 11th, 1680. Many years after Shabbatai died, he continued to write pro-Shabbatian tracts all the way to the end. He said that Shabbatai wasn't dead, that he was hidden, or that he had ascended into heaven, or transfigured somehow, and he died eventually in Skopje in Macedonia. He's trying to live closer to Shabbatai Tzvi, and his grave actually, until it was destroyed during the Second World War, was an object of veneration. Shabbatians continued to flock to his grave. Now, you would think that with Shabbatai dead and with Nathan of Gaza dead, that this entire movement, as bizarre as it is, would just peter out with both of these guys dead. In 1680, that should be the end of the Shabbatian movement. Well, if you thought that, you'd be dead wrong, because Shabbatianism is about to explode from a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand people, to tens of thousands of people. It's going to form a completely new religion. Shabbatianism is going to form a totally new religion. And that totally new religion is going to be led primarily by Shabbatai Tzvi's second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved. She had both names. So what we'll get to next time, we'll probably spend an entire other section on Shabbatianism, the rise of Shabbatianism, because there's so much to do. We'll talk about the religions that emerge in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi. Because Shabbatai Tzvi is not just going to die, he's going to continue to be part of the Kabbalistic world of Judaism all the way until the 1880s. That is when the last Shabbatians that we know of die, is in the 1880s. It's probably the case they survived after that. There were Shabbatians after the 1880s that survived in the Shabbatian world. We think that maybe the Holocaust actually killed the last of the Shabbatians. We don't even know for sure, because part of what is true about them is they don't tell people they're Shabbatians. It's part of their religion to hide their religion. And so Shabbatai Tzvi, the Shabbatian movement, is going to continue to function. And the Shabbatians will continue to function in Turkey as a group called the Donme all the way up until maybe even now. There may may still be Shabbatians in Turkey right now. That religion might still be alive. The issue is we don't know. Most scholars think that it's extinct. But I will tell you that I taught a class on Shabbatai Tzvi, an 8-part class on Shabbatai Tzvi, and one of the people that took the class was a Turkish woman, and she took the class at the Federation. She took it because she came from a Shabbatian family, and she said that her family, her grandfather, had continued belief as a Shabbatian, but that his parents didn't. Her parents didn't, and she didn't. But she knew that she came from a family that believed in Shabbatai Tzvi. That was part of their family history. And I asked her, are the Shabbatians left in Turkey? She said that she had not met any. That she knew of families that were Shabbatian families, but she didn't know of anyone practicing Shabbatianism any longer. So many scholars think that it's gone extinct, but that's up in the air. Because again, part of how the religion operates is by keeping it secret. So next week what we'll do is we'll talk about the second part of all this. How a basically manic depressive messiah who died, who converted to another religion that died, managed to give rise to a completely new religion. And that religion, Shabbatianism, actually survived, may even survive up to this day. So we'll talk about that branch off of Kabbalah and how this Kabbalistic stuff led to the Shabbatai Tzvi movement. And if you've ever heard these rules around, you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married, etc., etc., if you've ever heard those rules only emerged after this whole Shabbatai Tzvi. Because of how much of a disaster this was in Jewish history. So the Shabbatian moment actually gives those rules. It's actually what's going to pump the brakes on the spread of Kabbalah. Because up to this point, Kabbalah was spreading very rapidly, very publicly. After the Shabbatai Tzvi episode, the rabbis are going to pump the brakes. Because they're going to say, oh, this Kabbalah stuff is very dangerous. It led to this disaster. They're going to pump the brakes on it. And it's going to slow the spread of Kabbalah in some ways. Then it's going to give rise to a whole new religion, the religion of the men, the religion of the continued belief in the messiahship of Shabbatai Tzvi. So, wrap up Shabbatai Tzvi. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Investigative reporter with Boston Globe Spotlight. You inside his secret.
Good morning, Rabbi. Once you started with today, we are going through the Menachos and all the Kavanas, different things that work together. We had the Softem, that was together with Kavanas, the oil, the flour, the wine. Now, today, all day, we're going to speak about Smicha. Besides the mission of Kavanas, that's 8 lessons. There's only 2 exceptions. All of the tribunal advice were not. My voice in a parabolic its sorry is hard. Parabolic its this context will have later. Parabolic its something else, but last year it says parabolic its what's parallel double? Parallel double is when residents make a mistake and they say the halacha is or people are all things is if this fact of the item is popular so it doesn't apply so it doesn't. So you have to do it to one rule. So there are 2 parallel laws. It says the parallel law is a legend as to the Smicha. The sun is going to we'll see that the law which we see now is so choose which 2. So and also the sword started.
it's the goal.
September
Given these 2 goals.
Virginia's top
Sheffield
prison
what goes into
is about to attempt the impossible.
it's a down
Putting their debut
the other
album
one is
behind
more
bars.
the channel in there. I saw it the result. Is very, very similar to no. It's like it's an over in the state. They say you can do it as well.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences.
So you're breathing
They'd grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's
reaches
social
the sorrow with the sorrow of
I'm
it.
Jamie Beatrice, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving
I mean, don't say
members,
tomorrow. I don't think
Jamal
anybody
Germanu,
someone must be done by somebody that
and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
it's involved. Somebody it's an owner, that's not representing. That's a thing throughout Sweden. You can't be speaking to your friend, you can't be speaking to your partner. You have to be involved. So,
They're out of prison now and in their sentences. Their past behind them.
every single
But they also
person
have some
of an
unfinished
individual
business.
requires you to have that's not easily freedom. Yesterday,
They never got that opportunity.
wire
But they
was
never
such a
stopped.
it was very hard. I said, firstborn, and
Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Oh yeah, baby. Hi, live audience. How are you? Make some noise. You're at the #1 live podcast in the world. This is Brian Redband here. Hey. Look at the adorable Josh Martin running around. I'm excited about this, people. You guys ready for an exciting fucking night or what? I'm pumped about it. We just had an amazing weekend. Sold out Kill Tony shows in both Houston and Dallas.
Yeah, like 7 shows or something like that. It's crazy.
The amazing fun that happens on these live shows on the road, it's just incredible meeting different characters who aren't like as numb as the LA crowd. They haven't made, perhaps they don't have the drive as the people that have moved to LA. Perhaps they don't have the accessibility. Some of the stories are so much more intriguing sometimes. These people that can't leave their hometown but made the drive to Dallas or Houston or whatever.
Yeah, like those people that drove 5 hours from Arkansas, like a big gang of like 13 comics.
Yep, 3 of them got on. It was incredible. So those were amazing. We have other fun shows coming up. I'm going to Boise, Idaho this weekend with Josh Martin. Sacramento, California, March 1, 2, and 3. Kill Tony Live is going to be in Stand Up Live, Phoenix, Arizona. I believe that is April 1st. Right?
No, it's April 5th.
April 5th of 2018. Stand Up Live in Phoenix, Arizona. And then we all do comedy at the Tempe Improv after that. Did you know, Brian, that 66% of men lose their hair by age 35? Resolve not to be that guy who does nothing to keep his hair.
For Hims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, sexual wellness for men. It's got medical-grade solutions, real doctors offering well-known generic generic pills, man, to brand-name prescriptions to help you keep your hair. No herbal supplements, prescriptions.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world-famous comedy store in me. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. I couldn't help myself. I came out so early tonight. Hello, welcome, good evening. Make some noise. It's the great Brian Redband is here. That means that we're here to enjoy the #1 live podcast in the world. That's Josh Martin right there, freakish fucking comedian, producer.
We have Ryan J. Ebelt here, the house artist.
Yes, Ryan has a new book out right now. Go to his website, RyanJEbelt.com. We've been signing all of them, blah, blah, blah.
And they're amazing. I was just rereading mine today. Nothing cooler than having that in the middle of my little red living room table. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. The book itself is an amazing art piece.
Yeah, every page is a past episode. It's cool.
Just got back from Boise, Idaho. Had so much fun with Josh Martin. I'm telling you, that fucking little freak is becoming a real crazy comedian.
I heard he's
diabolical.
I heard he's crushing.
And he did the same thing in Philly. He's freaky. So I just want to say, just out of the goodness of my heart, look out for Josh Martin. That motherfucker is hilarious.
Yep.
And he works with us here.
Yeah.
And this is a big fucking production we have. We're live streaming. We're not in VR 360 tonight. We have the HD. We're a podcast. Everything's happening. Are you hiring? Posting your position to job sites and waiting for the right people to see it? You shouldn't be, because ZipRecruiter, there's a smarter way, and they built a platform that finds the right job candidates for you.
Yeah, it's like they really took the whole thing and took it to a different direction. They actually find you like the exact person you need, and like 80% of the employers get a qualified job candidate in just 24 hours. So it's a really good place if you want to find somebody. They really nail it in and get you the right person.
They know how to give you the right match. The right candidates are out there, and ZipRecruiter is how you find them. Businesses of all sizes trust ZipRecruiter for their hiring needs, and right now our listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free.
What the?
That's right, free. You guys understand that?
Yeah.
You can hire people for something right now for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. One more time, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
You won't be disappointed. If you need somebody, do it for free. Just watch. Can't lose free.
Yeah, and free is good.
Yeah.
But you know, it's also important to remember quality.
Yeah.
Right?
Usually you don't get quality with free.
Right. But sometimes you can. Sometimes great things can happen. I know one of the things that I love to do is have a Squarespace website.
Dude, you know who else wants Squarespace? Joe Rogan just took his whole website and put it over at Squarespace.
Whoa.
Like, and you can make a website in like less than an hour. I can go to your house right now and put together a website in less than an hour, and so can you.
You know what's crazy? I'm going to interrupt you there.
What?
You don't even have to go to their house. You can make their website and then just give them the login information, then it's done.
Log in.
Because I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's how I did mine.
Parking? Really?
Yeah, I had a buddy that knows a little bit more than me actually just do it.
Yeah.
And he did a great job.
And you just had to log in, and there's a website for you.
It's unbelievable. You can make it yourself. Easily create a website by yourself or have your smarter friend do it for you quickly.
Yeah, and if you want to sell something, it has tools just to make a store, just like a Snap.
Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code KILL to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com. Enter the code KILL. If you don't have a website, it's crazy at this point. I mean, it's like not having a phone.
I know. It's the business card. Who has business cards now? Just go to my website.
Serial killers, that's who has business cards.
Yeah, people have things in their teeth.
Speaking of killers, can I bring out tonight's guest? You guys want to fucking get this party started or what? Two of my favorite comedians to work with. Two of the best, as always. You guys are in for a special treat. Fucking monsters. Make some noise for the great Mike Lawrence and Mary Lynn Rice Cub. What? Mary Lynn Rice Cub? From the Kevin Hart movie coming out in September called Night Cops? Is that Mike Lawrence? Taping his next special at Cap City, March 21 to 24th in Austin, Texas. You look like you have a beard ready for Austin, Texas.
Yeah, I was so excited for that down-to-fuck version of the X-Men theme. That was awesome.
That's definitely for you.
I guarantee we gonna be fucking.
You've been a guest on the show multiple times. We always have fun. I love meeting crazy people with you.
Yeah, I love sad, awful people.
So let's hope we get some sad, awful people up here tonight. So just, comedians, take that to heart. If you're nervous about your set, and just look at it this way, if it doesn't go good, you're in good hands. We're ready. It is our first time having the lovely and hilarious Mary Lynn Rice Cub on the show, everyone.
I'm hoping to see a lot of hope and a lot of potential.
Yes.
I'm looking for some raw talent.
I know. I love this. I love it. You look like you're wearing the shirt that Mike Lawrence usually wears.
Thank you. I'm trying to grow my beard out as well.
There's already a lot of...
Just stop loving yourself.
I love it. Let's bring up the band. It's my favorite band. It's a huge part of the show. We just had so much fun in Austin and Houston. So much fun that we basically broke even on having them come out with us.
Yeah,
they are.
It's fun though.
They are an expensive date. Put your hands together for the best damn band in the land, the improvising genius of the Kill Tony band, Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. And the bass player, Chroma Chris. Hey, look, it's Josh Martin on a saxophone over there. What's going on? Whoa, Jeremiah's on rollerblades and he has overalls. Oh my God, he just did a trick. Chroma Chris has a boogie board. What? Whoa, Pat Reagan has a pogo stick. I have no idea what's really going on up here right now. This looks like a ticking time bomb. Oh.
I think I've had sex with these guys.
Oh, shit. Here comes the viral video, everybody. All right. It's a long intro. Fuck yeah.
It's the Ninja Turtle writer's room.
Wow.
This is what I thought California was when I was 8 years old.
It is, dude. Whoa! Is that what it is? You guys are like California guys?
We're the Kill Tony Extreme Sports Team, dude. Boycotting the fucking Olympics, dude.
Whoa!
They look like Anthony Kiedis' pallbearers.
Have I had sex with any of you guys? Or all?
Yes, go ahead. Jeremiah, clearly wearing, I don't even know if that's considered a wig, but, what are the, is that, is
Dude, I got plumps, dude.
Looks like Robert Marley.
There's Josh Martin handing off the saxophone to the, you look like you're in better shape. You've been losing weight?
Lost 22 to 30 pounds, bro.
He took it off. He put it on and then took it off.
You look really pretty.
We have Patty Reagan. Looks like a big kid today. How are you, Patty? And then we have Joel Jimenez, who looks like Joel Jimenez. Pretty much happens every episode. There's pretty much no way around it. All right. Well, we have the extreme sports people. They do different characters every week, and they try to commit to those characters and make jokes through those characters every week, and it's fucking crazy how brilliant they are.
This isn't how they always are?
No, it's not. So.
Even they could do a website on Squarespace, though.
Yes. Have you ever thought about that? Squarespace?
I'll already own a domain name, 50/50 Grinds Forever Burp.
All right.
He looks like an immigrant that's trying to win his citizenship, but the only view he has of American culture is Wayne's World.
Gosh. I love it. I never thought I'd get to see Jeremiah play Gary Oldman's character from True Romance.
And who is the president now? A swing?
Well, let's jump into the show. I have Ichabod's Bucket of Destiny here, and I believe over 60 fucking comedians signed up for the opportunity to be one of the people that get picked to do 60 seconds. If you get pulled out of this bucket, you know your 60 seconds is up. When you hear the sound of a kitten, isn't that adorable? That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Okie dokie. Let's start this fucking show. You guys ready? Did I mention I'm going to Sacramento? The Kill Tony's going to Phoenix, Arizona on April 5th, and then we're in Tempe the weekend after that. Phoenix, April 5th, and well, I think we can announce probably Nashville too. Kill Tony's going back to Nashville again. Our last episode, the great Ralphie May and Ahmed were on that, a special episode from Nashville.
Tony, when's Kill Tony going to his mom with that, dude?
That's a good question. I don't really know. Talk to my great agents over at the WME about that.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm going to get this fucking thing started. You guys ready to do this? I have a bucket here. There's names in it.
Anything can happen. This is Kill Tony, episode 251. We are the #1 live podcast in the world. Anything can happen.
Crazy.
That's what makes it fun, and that anything can happen part starts right now. When we get uninterrupted 60 seconds from Taylor Avery. Sounds like a new name to me. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe it's a person's first time ever doing comedy. Maybe it's a person's first time ever out of their house. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is Taylor Avery, everyone.
Hey, everybody. Last year was a crazy year. Just going up to people all last year, just going, hey, whoa, hey, this isn't a Nazi haircut. It's a gay haircut, okay? I don't want to oppress nobody. Just want people oppressing my butthole. I think Taco Bell's menu sounds like someone trying to describe Mexican food for the first time. Yeah, I'll take a beefy, crunchy roll. What's that? The exact title? The exact title. It's fucking with me. I got a Ross gift card for Christmas. Yeah, fuck them. They don't know me like that. Okay, you can fucking shop at Ross. Don't make somebody shop at Ross. You don't fucking do that to somebody. I got that from my in-laws. That's a sign, right? They don't like me. What's more white trash? Them giving that to me, or like them giving it to me and not knowing it's white trash? All right, guys, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Whoa, Taylor, where are you going? Holy shit, Taylor. Wow, clearly it's not only Taylor's first time on the show, but first time seeing the show. Welcome, Taylor. How are you? I like you. This is the part where we talk to you a little bit, get to know a little bit more about you.
Well, thank you.
Well, no, it's not really because of anything you did. It's just the format of the show. This is episode 251. You signed up for it, and so that's just how it's going to work. It's not really a thank you thing. You did nothing to earn this part. This isn't like getting the couch on Johnny Carson, where you just get the performance of a lifetime, and we're like, get him back up here. This is his chance to be in show business. No. You are cool, Taylor. I like your style. You remind me very much of a young version of the guy that's always trying to redecorate the house in Beetlejuice. Wants to like spray paint things purple.
His name is Ortho. He was fantastic.
Yes, he was in that. I couldn't think of it. He's so good with that shit. I just read something crazy about him. I can't remember what it was. It said like his house burned down. Something like that.
The real guy?
Yeah, the real guy.
His name is Glenn Shandy, and he hit on me at a Comic-Con one year. He was like, young boy, get me some food.
Really?
I am starving. Yeah.
Wow, did you get him some food?
Yeah.
What'd you get him? You remember?
I got him some chicken fingers. He was like, these are delectable.
Did you say rape 3 times and then he disappeared?
All right.
Just Beetlejuice.
Taylor.
Just Beetlejuice, guys. You know?
You're an interesting. You look like you go to a glory hole and explain how the stock market works. Your life is James Vanderbilt.
Where are you from?
I'm from Orange County.
Orange County. This is clearly your first time being in at this show.
First time in the store.
First time at the Comedy Store. Wow. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. Where you've been doing it all in Orange County.
What Orange County?
And you made the trip tonight. You signed up for the open mic and Kill Tony.
Yeah.
Did you get on in the open mic?
Yeah.
You did. So your first night at the Comedy Store, you got up in the original room. What number were you there?
10.
That's a good fucking number. Thank you. That was fucking perfect. That's what my brain said too. 10's a good fucking pool, being a name that nobody knows. And then you come here and you get this, and here you are. What's the creepiest thing you've ever done in your life?
I had sex in downtown LA outside.
Whoa. Damn, that's a fucking airborne
So what
party.
you're saying is you know these guys.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, dude.
So did you have sex regular or goofy?
There he is. Oh, wow. He's on a roll over there. All right.
Rollerblades.
Fuck yeah, that's what I intended the people to understand when I said it.
The thing is, like, there's so many
roller blades.
Gotta hammer it home, dude.
Oh my god. There's like so much wrong in the world now. There's so many people who get into comedy. They're like, I'm gonna tackle racism and I'm gonna tackle sexism. This guy was like, fuck the Taco Bell menu. That needs to be knocked down a peg, man. You know who has it too easy? Ross. Fuck Ross. What's wrong with Ross, dude? He's a cool guy.
Do you still have any money left on that Ross card?
Yeah, it's in our change jar.
Who's our change jar?
My partner.
Hold on. For you podcast listeners out there, it's very important for you to know because you're not at the live show. When he said partner on that, he also pointed an imaginary gun out towards the back left side of the room and then fired the gun. Not only did he cock it, but he fired it while his hand was still on the mic that's in the mic stand. I need you guys to really know that that's how he said partner. He shot a gun out there. What kind of bullet was that you shot?
It's a ha-ha bullet.
Bullet of love.
Yeah, that.
I don't know if it was a very straight bullet, I'll tell you that. How long have you been with your partner?
A year now, so.
Where'd you guys meet?
Tinder.
Aren't you married? You said in-laws.
I feel like I can say in-laws if it's just
Wait a second.
Hang on a
We're just curious.
Fucking gays with your rules.
We're in-laws and outlaws. You know what I mean?
Just making shit up.
Wait, what is happening? Everything's moving too fast. Are you with a gentleman or a lady? Let's just out with it.
I'm dating a trans male.
Wow, look at that. Fuck yeah, let's talk about it, Taylor. Are you comfortable talking about this?
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Dude, so early.
That's fucking...
Dude, that's what's up, dude. Thanks, buddy.
It's balls to the wall, literally. That's fun. How long have you guys been together?
A year.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's cool. Is there sometimes, what's your, I don't know, tell us about it. What the fuck are we talking about here? Everything. Here's my question. All of it. Go. 251 episodes it took for me to ask that question.
I mean, you know, if you opened with that, you would have gotten 3 reality show deals. Just so you know.
Yeah. You talked about Ross.
He did, didn't he? Looking back at it now, it's like you have a fucking gold mine.
I mean, the thing is, if you go from female to male, you do get to dress for less. So,
Johnny, in his defense, that is his name. It's Ross.
Hey-o.
Thank you.
roller skates.
Maylin's hey-o is my favorite sound effect I've ever had on the show.
The weirdest thing about the sex is having to deal with the gap. I thought that was good. All right. Sorry.
Taylor, okay. So Tinder, what was your first date like?
We sat outside a parking lot because we were going to go to a coffee shop and it closed because they're cash only. We went to go with cash and they were closed by the time we came back.
Wait, what was cash only?
The coffee shop. The transaction.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, cash.
Don't you hate when the coffee shop isn't as progressive as the date you're on? How are you guys in the past still?
So, did you guys hook up on night 1?
Night 2.
Wow.
It's hard to hook up in a parking lot.
Night 2, you brought the cash to the donut shop.
Yeah.
Was the parking lot just looking at each other's private parts? Is that rude?
No, we should have known trans when he said I fucked someone outside in downtown LA.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, when there's a clue right in your face and you choose to ignore it.
Are there parts of being with a trans male that are sometimes just funny? Like, I mean, silly shit like, your balls are hanging out like that or something like that?
I can buy his penis.
You can buy it?
I can buy it.
What does that mean?
I can pick one.
How much is that penis in the window?
Is there more expensive ones? Like, do they have like a like?
Oh, they have nice ones that are like $200.
Wow, what are those like? Are those?
They're not they're not like a strap on. They're a prosthetic.
Like fix the flat.
So what you're saying is your in-laws gave you the wrong gift card.
Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah. They got you a gift card to Outback instead of Bareback. So, wow, what's the value of the one that you use? Do you rotate them out? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, that's a thing.
Holy shit.
Out cleaning schedules.
What are some of your favorite ones and why?
Purple one?
Purple one. We all love the purple one, right? Everybody that does. All right.
I've gotten something purple and penis-like at Ross before.
Yeah.
You know my favorite thing so far is like all the other comics in the room were like, oh man, this boring white guy is gonna do like say 2 minutes, then he's gonna get off stage, then it's gonna be my chance to go up, and then he was like, so dang, and they're like, fuck. All right.
So what kind of dicks are there? Like, do you have like a Swiss Army knife one? Do you have one like you can put lighter fluid in and then it has a lighter?
They have one that heats up.
Wait, do you think being trans just means you're Inspector Gadget?
I've seen these things. I've seen these things online.
Where specifically?
We're doing research. For a film project. Okay. But so wait, what your favorite one? You have a heat. There's one that heats up.
There's one that heats. I can't afford the one that heats up.
What?
There's like USB
How
power.
hot does it get?
Just use a curling iron.
That's
Brian Redband solution.
Yeah, just put it on mild. That has come up in conversation. It's too hot. Did you say put a curling iron on mild, Redband?
Dude, we have gotten over with cancer research, but fake dick technology has just...
How hot does it get?
It's Celsius. I don't know.
It's Celsius. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't trust. What do you need? Like a special outlet for it? That sounds like a fucking hazard. All right, Taylor. Enough with this.
So have you ever dated a trans person before?
Yeah, I've tried going on a date with a trans female person. It was more that she couldn't speak English well, and that.
What is she?
I got no problem with that. But
what's her language?
I can handle the dick, but I can't handle the language barrier.
What was the language barrier again?
Imagine that.
Filipino.
Oh, Filipino. Of course it was. Fuck yeah. Look at you, you little fucking.
Just imagine that the dick that like is in Fahrenheit is just the worst Shark Tank proposal ever. All right, sharks, listen. You ever have this problem where it's in Celsius and you don't know how to read it? I'm out.
All right, Taylor. Well, it was nice meeting you, man. Anything else that you want to say before you go?
No, I'm good.
There you go.
Watch the show and come back, though.
Yeah, come back again. It was nice to meet you. I'm gonna have my list of questions ready for you next time. I'm excited for you to come back. One more time for Taylor Avery, everyone. Come on. Sometimes it's a new person. Sometimes it's a Kill Tony legend. Last week, Ichabod came out of nowhere with out of his own coffin, with entrance music and smoke and shit. Put your hands together for Keith Sizemore. Sounds familiar. Who's Keith Sizemore? I don't see movement. Sounds like someone maybe stuck on the toilet, perhaps. How about Daniel Vargas? Here we go. That sounds like a guy that wouldn't miss a spot. Here he comes. Beelining. These people have a long way to walk. Should start letting them sit in the back, maybe. Daniel Vargas, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Good. Tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Mexican and Irish, which basically means I was built for alcoholism and minimum wage. I grew up a single parent. My mom is white side of my family. I like to call them the feral white side of my family. I just recently found out my dad's name is Domingo, which means Sunday in Spanish. I guess my dad took God taking Sundays off, literally every day off. It's my dad. I remember when I was a kid, I used to ask my mom, when's Dad coming home? She'd be like, Domingo? Not very good at like manly shit. My car recently broke down. Called AAA guy to get my car towed to the mechanic shop. AAA guy was like, I know what's wrong with your car. And literally just kicked it with his boot and the car started right up. There's nothing wrong with my car. I just need a real man to start it for me.
Daniel Vargas, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel, is this your first time on the show?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Welcome. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. How long you been on stand-up?
6 years.
Wow. Where are you from?
Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Yeah. Oh, that's where the White House is, dude.
I don't know if that's the right place. Jeremiah.
Same place these guys are from, yeah.
How long you been getting your style from the Ben Davis logo?
Man, I wish I knew what that was.
I've never seen a side fanny pack before.
Which brings us to our favorite game. What's in your fanny pack? Oh shit. A Kill Tony Spectacular. Legend status. We found. Whoa! Hot sauce. Hot sauce is the first thing. An entire bottle for you podcast
hot
listeners.
sauce. Dude, I swear if he pulls a prosthetic dick out.
What was that?
It's Charger base.
Charger base. An entire glass bowl, ladies and gentlemen. He's got it.
And the weed to go with
This
it.
motherfucker is smoking hot sauce. Joel just took it. There it goes. All right, what else? We want to know all the way down to the bare bones. We know you're showing us what you wanted to show us first. At the end, Jeremiah's going to go through to see if you left anything out. We have a voice recorder.
Condoms.
There it is. What kind of condom are we talking about here? That's a blue one. What's blue? What's the blue condom?
I don't fucking know.
Don't tell me you don't know. Does anybody have tongs? Whoa, Michael Lawrence just goes straight in. He's sniffing it.
That's Cool Ranch.
What is that?
Dude, that's not a condom. That's a microwave dinner, bro.
Doesn't say on it. What's the blue?
Blue is usually clear. I think that's it.
Jesus, Red Band. Why did I ask you?
Expires in 2019, and they will.
That's pretty sad, isn't that like,
I mean,
you've had those for a while.
I've had these for a minute, and I've had sex, I've had it for like a couple years.
Wow.
Yeah, I've already,
those 2 condoms.
Yeah, I've had sex many times with them on me, and not used them. Do you keep the fanny pack on?
You should probably give a couple of those to the guy that's fucking Lady Boys in downtown LA, by the way.
I got you, bro.
I mean, you're not using them. They only have a fucking year left, bro.
I know.
2019. That's another good question. Wait, how far away are condoms? Do they expire after you buy them? What is that? I thought it was like 4 or 5 years.
It depends. Like if you go on Amazon and get like a 50-pack of them, a lot of times those are.
Oh, come on, like Trojan. Seriously. Does anybody know the answer to that?
Well,
another fucking.
My parents do, and that's why I'm
That's
here.
an easy. I
know the answer. How many pack? What, like a 30-pack?
Does that matter? The volume of condoms?
Yeah, it's like $25 for like a 30-pack of Magnum.
Jesus, we're finding out. Joel goes through a lot of condoms.
No, that was the old.
Guess you're still having condom sex with his girlfriend over there.
No, that was before I won the X Games in '93. So.
What a 3-pack.
All right.
Let's wrap this condom talk up. Where are you from? Rancho Cucamonga.
Okay, there you go. Fuck yeah. All right. I'll keep it moving with them. I like the food condom talk. Can we Google that, though? Can we find out what the food...
It's usually 2 years, but a lot of times
Is
they
that
come in bulk to get rid of.
Is it ultra-sensitive?
It is ultra-sensitive.
There
It's
you
like,
go.
it's
That's
like,
what I thought.
it's almost dick
It takes a while for the ultra-sensitive guys to admit that they have an ultra-sensitive condom.
Why does I got hot sauce in my bag? So like, like an awesome Beyonce lyric, but I got hot sauce in my fanny pack sound like the saddest thing I've ever heard.
I feel like if you have hot sauce in a fanny pack, you have to have an almost expired condom close to that hot sauce.
Yeah, like you should have opened with I
I bought the hot sauce in the parking lot.
You got what?
I bought the hot sauce in the parking lot.
Like an hour ago.
Yeah, you got the hot sauce in the parking lot like an hour ago, and you bought the condoms in a 7-Eleven like 9 years ago. What's your point?
What is that? Hot sauce in the fanny pack is a better I'm half white, half Mexican joke than the one you told.
Oh my God, you're a genius. Absolutely right. All right, so you got a couple condoms in your pocket. When's the last time you got laid?
November. It's been a while.
November.
Yeah.
How did the turkey feel about it?
Did he give you thanks?
All we got till November is about his sex life.
So, who was the lucky lady?
I was a coworker.
Wow, where do you work?
I work at I have a couple of jobs. I work at a yard house in Pasadena, and I work at the Wiltern Theater and the Palladium Theaters.
Oh, which one did you get laid at?
I'd rather not say. But the balcony was closed.
Section FF42 was
has a really good Nashville hot chicken. Yeah. Wait, what?
Oh, there we go.
Dude, it's all about the yard house, dude. Fuck. Anyway, I hate that job so much.
What do you do there?
I serve tables.
Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome, right?
Yeah, you seem like you'd be miserable at it.
I'm so good at it, you guys. If
me, Mike, and Mary Lynn were sitting at a table waiting for a waiter, and you were a waiter, how in real life, like, can you show us how you would wait on us?
You think you do my server face right now? Like, please don't make me.
No, just seriously commit to it, Daniel. All right, here we go. And action. Man, where the fuck is the waiter at?
Hey, what's up, you guys? How are we doing today?
Oh, hey, what's up?
My name's Daniel. I'll be taking care of you today. Would you guys like me to get you started off with maybe some guacamole or
I mean, Jesus, can I have a fucking drink? Guacamole, what am I?
I was wanting to have some unprotected sex.
I was just kidding, man. I don't want to fucking do this. So basically what you're saying is your waiter voice is the confidence you should have on stage. Yeah, exactly. It's dog shit.
Oh my God. Mike Lawrence is exposing the truth.
Ouch. Like, this is how you sound on your leisurely activity. Yeah, so I like tables and just, sorry. I mean, I'm trying to talk over 4 fucking egos here. Like, what am I supposed to do? Daniel, where are my mozzarella sticks? I get it.
What were you doing during your set?
I was. You guys gave me the stage.
You blocked a couple audience members.
I probably
know that.
I might have, yeah. I don't know. I'm not the best comic, but I tried.
Daniel, what's the worst incident you ever had waiting tables at the Yard House in Pasadena? It seems like, I don't want to sound racist, and this isn't racist, so it's not going to sound racist, but I already said I don't want to sound racist, so now it is going to seem racist. There's a lot of Armenians in Pasadena. Now, that's not even a racist thing. All I'm saying is that there's a lot of Armenians in Pasadena. It sounds like I'm being racist. I'm not about to say anything other than that, but there you go. Now it's over the top. Do a lot of Armenians come into the Yard House?
Yeah, there's several Armenians that come in regularly.
Yeah, how do you feel about it?
I mean, you sound like my mom right now.
It's an interesting thing. Our moms have no idea what Armenians are, by the way. Ohio moms have no idea. But when they come to visit, they're like, "Oh God, what's that thing that like some of those people are?"
That's good. Yeah.
They're Armenians.
Honestly, they're fucked up just like anybody else, man. Like people suck to serve on. Doesn't serve for. Like, I mean, if you're serving somebody, it sucks doing it.
But it doesn't. I waited tables for a long time.
Yeah, it sucks doing it.
Burbank, and when I first arrived to LA a long time ago, and I noticed, maybe I'm wrong here, and I only bring this up to wait tables in Pasadena. I noticed that it hurts a little more coming from an Armenian accent. Would you agree with me on that? Would you agree with me that, like, buddy, where's the breadstick? Like, it hurts more than an English accent being like, hey man, we ordered breadsticks. Can we have some breadsticks? It's like, hey, where are the breadstick I ordered?
I get called Habibi a lot, yeah. Like,
I'm asking you though.
Habibi, no, my friend.
What I'm asking, before you do your silly accent, hold on. No, that's not the point. I'm asking you a real question.
They just say one-word things, one-word orders.
I know what they do, Daniel. I'm going to ask you a question. Does it hurt more, do you feel, coming from that sound?
No.
It does to me. Why? There was just something about it. It really irked me.
Really?
Yeah. That's not a thing about the race overall. Just being honest here. Look, I'm never gonna work for like a big network or anything like that, so I can say shit like this. Like taking the podcast
sounds demeaning to you. Is that why? Like they're kind of talking down.
It sounds, it sounds like they're like almost, definitely, exactly.
Yeah.
In that way.
You
When I was
right
waiting
now, right?
tables, not in real life.
It's like the father that wasn't there.
What the fuck are you talking about? Look at Red Band taking a chance. All right.
Had an Armenian dad? What the
yeah, some Armenian. It was me all
Tony
along.
Hinchcliffe-ian?
All right, this thing's off its tracks right now. Daniel, what's the weirdest thing you've ever done that you've never told anybody about?
Shit.
Do you have any weird things?
I tell everybody about the weird shit that I do. I don't know.
What? What's the weirdest thing?
I blacked out once. I went to a comedy club. Drove home.
Is that tonight?
No, I woke up the next day and I found a set of car keys in my passenger seat and I had no idea who the fuck they were.
Why do you seem 15 years older than you actually are?
I know.
I'm gonna take a guess. 27.
No, but close. 32. Getting there. 30.
You found it.
And you seem 45. I was right. You seem so defeated by
Old enough to not have to wear a fanny pack and carry condoms.
I know.
Frankenstein just called. He wants his boots back.
Oh, let's see.
These are actually my work boots. I came from work.
The one thing I want in the fanny pack that's never there is a second chance.
We're gonna send you packing right now. There he goes, Daniel Vargas. He's on Twitter at VargasDaniel87. Taylor Avery didn't leave a Twitter. Fuck yeah, you guys having fun out there? I pulled another name out of the bucket, and that bucket is Subra Doyle. Subra Doyle? Here we go. Yeah. Put your hands together for Subra Doyle, everyone.
Hey guys, how are we doing tonight? So, recently in my life, I decided to transition. It took a lot to do that, but I feel really good about it. Decided to see a doctor because, I wanted to do it in a legitimate way. And my doctor requested that I should start me a vegan diet. And it's working great. My balls have already shriveled off. So I'm eating a lot of kale lately, and it's been great. Essentially my pubes have been replaced completely by kale. And, it just kind of makes things look nicer down there. The only thing I'm going to miss is my beard, because it's really great at hiding the ugly. But, overall, it's really good. My doctor is recommending for me to eat a lot more tofu. And, I really noticed that it's kind of giving me a little bit of more tofu tatas. And it's really been a wonderful transition so far. Very much looking forward to... Thank you.
Wow. Super Doyle. Am I saying that right? Super Doyle.
You did.
Is that true? You're really in transition?
No, not at all.
Oh, wow.
I'm making fun of myself for being vegan.
Oh, for a while there, I thought your dick was going to be Gone Lennon. Joe, his glasses on you podcast listeners. I know he has round glasses.
Imagine all the people that would have laughed at that.
Oh yeah. Love Supersize Me. I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you back on stage after jerking off in front of women. That was he looks like Louis a little bit, maybe.
Louis C.K.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Mike. Everybody else had me hanging.
Yeah.
I'm his master cousin.
Very unlucky Louis.
No, yeah.
You seem like a funny person that never says anything funny. Like you came up, I was like, I like this guy, but it was just, I was waiting for something and it never happened, but the fact that I think it will is impressive.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, you remind me of a version of like David Letterman when he was 35 if he got hit in the head with an aluminum baseball bat.
I like this first joke. The sure brings up the balls, Kale.
Okay,
It's fine.
Hey, I'll take it. Thank you.
Red Man, a little love and reassurance.
No, I mean, you didn't do too bad.
We're just having fun.
It's a pleasure to be here. Really.
I thought it was a nice Elon Musk side piece. You know, we're doing all right.
I thought a lot of it was okay. I agree with
Coke is gay as fuck, though.
Whoa, Jesus. Oh my God, wow.
Tony.
Wow, not quite the roast writer over here, Brian Redman.
Tony.
Wow. Which one of us is in the Writers Guild? I almost forget. Hey, that jacket gay.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing, because this motherfucker is going to lose his ass at Scrabble.
Looks more like
Baby, you know I'm undefeated in Scrabble, don't you? At least against... I mean, I don't know that for a fact. All right, well, here's... I already have a question for you. Okay, but I had my question before you had yours, but that's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, that happens around Purim every year. So within Ashkenazi tradition, it's Kapparos. Within Sephardic tradition, it's Kapparot. And traditionally, this is done in the fall, right between usually like on the eve of Yom Kippur. So usually probably for a secular calendar, it's September to October. And yes, this is done. Generally, what happens is there is a chicken that is brought to shul and is used essentially like a sacrifice. It is generally there are arrangements that are made for it to be given to the less fortunate afterward. Some communities don't do it. They're still Orthodox, but they just feel that it's like the one thing that we do with animals that uh, that perhaps might go against some laws. I know within Irvine, it's our Chabad has gotten in trouble because of it, and so it is not done as publicly as some are. I've been in shuls, multiple other shuls where it is just not done. But yeah, it is a tradition that's done, and it's animal abuse to some people. Yeah, but like at least within Irvine, the laws are strict in terms of like where you can slaughter an animal, and you generally can't slaughter an animal within the city limits. Irvine's a master plan community, and that type of like agricultural slaughtering is not something that was approved in the town council. This is basically it. Yeah, it's I don't want to say controversial within Judaism, but some some of the more liberal minded people avoid it. Generally, even just attending it. I know uh, like three communities, so four communities. Like half of them do it, half of them don't. Um, So it's done like within the Jewish calendar generally on the 9th of Tishrei, because the 10th of Tishrei within our calendar is Yom Kippur. So uh, yeah, it's something that's done. Are you ready for my question to you? It is a kosher animal that can be chosen. Basically, traditionally, it's a ritual that's been completed because it's easy to. It's widely available within Jewish culture. It's not like an animal like a cow that may be more difficult to get. Chickens are pretty widely available and are pretty easily shechted is what it's called, basically Jewish slaughter. It's not very messy and can be done uh, wherever is necessary for it to be completed. Generally, sometimes this is done in a like within the shul's property. Um, Many times it's done outside. It just depends on the community, but it's basically because chickens are widely available. Right. Yeah, I mean there are blessings that are said. Basically, uh, do I like know the transfer process? I mean, it's like with any blessing that we have, we feel that the that it's symbolic and that our sins are transferred, and that there's a blessing that's done on the animal. Um, and uh, if, as I recall, the chicken, there's some Aramaic to it as well. That it is. My Aramaic is exists, but it is not my strongest language. But basically, there's a connection to the word man and rooster, and basically the rooster takes place. So technically, it's a rooster, uh, not like a hen, just for that reference. And there's just practicality. After the destruction of the temple in 70 of the Common Era, the chicken was just used as an alternative since we didn't have a place to do our sacrifices um, at the Beit Hamikdash, the temple in Jerusalem. This was a way that a sacrifice could be done before our Day of Atonement, essentially, which is Yom Kippur. That's what Yom Kippur means, Day of Atonement. So, so the chicken's really just is very it's practical and it's accessible, and there's some Aramaic connection to it with the word man. Um, and uh, Once the Beit Hamikdash may be rebuilt, this practice may no longer take place. But in the meantime, while we're in diaspora in exile, this is something that occurs. But again, it doesn't occur in every community. Um, and it really happens more in conservative, not conservative Judaism, I should say, like what you would consider to be more ultra orthodox, though I don't like that term necessarily. What we refer to as Haredi, um, and the Hasidic world, basically dynasties from the 18th century. But more modern Orthodox communities do not do this publicly. Yeah, most certainly, absolutely. It's part of the studies, and also like the idea of um, so like the term uh, kaparot basically is related to the term korban, which is sacrifice. And when making um, smicha, rabbinical ordinations, generally, the gen- generally the rabbi who is conducting. There, okay. So what we've done in my communities generally is we um, will use an alternative. There's a widespread alternative of just giving money. Some people give more than others, uh, but I know, and I've been in communities and been a member of communities where this practice has taken place. Also, like you were asking, like when we're questioned as a rabbi on these topics, especially before we make smicha, rabbinical ordination, the 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 guiding rabbi or like the of a based in of a house of judgment may question a learner on, well, what alternatives could be made, what happens if you can't get a chicken or a rooster specifically. What could you do as an alternative? So there, like some communities use a kosher fish. Others perhaps could use a dove. Any kind of kosher animal could be perhaps replaced for this sacrifice or used. And but generally, money is just given, and that's seen in the modern age as an appropriate alternative. It's a great question, but yeah, this is something that occurs. Um, were you aware of why William Montgomery has been quote unquote figuring things out or whatever? Yeah, I mean, do you know what happened in his life that has affected him pretty seriously? No, no. And any true William Montgomery fan, such as myself, would know this. And I'm glad that I'm teaching this to you. His friend was his friend was murdered. His childhood best friend was murdered in in Denver, Colorado, around April 15th or something, like maybe April 10th, and it's had a big impact on him. It was his childhood best friend. No, he talked about it at Kill Tony Fest. I don't know too much more than that. I was just listening to Kill Tony Fest this morning, and William Montgomery kind of bombed at it. He wasn't very funny, and then when they were going to his question, like they questioned him on how things are going and yada yada yada, and then at the end he was like, if I don't know, it was something like, if I seem out of it or something, like it's because my friend was murdered in like 4 days ago in Denver, Colorado, and then Brian Red Band does the party horns and it goes bam bam bam. And William Montgomery's like, why don't you shut the fuck up? I'm trying to be serious here. Did you hear me? Yo, Riser. Did I? Yo, Riser, did you hear me? Did you hear me? Yo. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wild. So I don't know too much about it, but it was his best friend growing up. I don't know. I mean, maybe there wasn't anything about it in the Kill Tony subreddit. I like have that bitch memorized along with the fire and the kid. William Montgomery, childhood friend. Dude, I don't know anything about it. Um, I don't know. Okay, Kill Tony. Uh, but they don't have anything on it. Um, what the fuck happened to William Montgomery? William Montgomery, where's William Montgomery? Um, okay, after watching the Kill Tony set where William opened, am I the only one who was dissatisfied with him again, especially the opener? William seems to be having a rough go of it the last couple of years. I'm a torn man. Let's see here. I still like William. Talk, talk, talk. Y'all repeat. I just know that his friend died. I don't know anything more about it. But I thought you would find that interesting because you are the second, perhaps the second biggest Kill William Montgomery fan in the subreddit or in this Discord right now. Though I don't know, Brandon might be bigger than both of us. You never know. But yeah, and with that, are you ready to lose? All right. Well, before we do that, I have to, give you some bullshit thing that, like, hey, I gotta focus on something else right now. Just give me a second. Dude, let me ask, how did, well, firstly, apologies yesterday. You know how I was like, I need 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes. That thing ended up taking me like another few hours, and it's still not perfect, but it's pretty good right now. And my question for you is, how did you do um at poker? Oh, like like literati likes to give to me. Okay. Word dog. So it was horseshit. Yeah. Um, within Judaism, so long as you don't make gambling your career, meaning like basically what Ari wasn't like avoiding what Ari was doing, uh, gambling is considered okay. Um, have I ever done like my shul has a or my synagogue has a poker night every year um, for the men's community, and have I played in with the guys, so to speak? Yeah, it's been a while though, and um, a lot of times I'm like an all or nothing kind of person, and I'll be like, all right, I want like let's I'll be like I don't want to like if I have a good hand, I want to fucking go all in. I don't have the patience many times to like go for the whole tournament. I mean, I have, but like um I'm thinking about it like this one tournament I was in, I was on fucking Molly, and I did not want to be there. I wanted to like be in a hot tub or something or with some chick. And so I can I can say like a lot of times the poker tournaments I've been at with the guys, there's like a lot of distractions, and I want to think if I've ever played a poker room at like a casino or something. I've been to poker rooms. There is one in it's in I want to say it's in Torrance. I want to say it's the Hustler Casino in it's on Rosecrans. Not that that matters, but um, do you know what Hustler magazine is? Well, it's closer. It's closer to the latter. It's not women in bikinis though. It's hardcore pornography. Is it hard? I don't know if they show penises, but they will show vagina. Like Playboy would not ever show a woman spreading her vagina. That was like its thing. That was like the that made it more tasteful. Hustler would. It was by a guy named Larry Flint, who was a really big free speech advocate, and um, Hustler. It's like headquarters in like downtown Beverly Hills, and I think it was at that location or pretty close. Maybe I could be wrong actually where it happened, but the owner Larry Flint was shot and was paralyzed because. Oh no no no! Are you making a joke about William Montgomery? No. No. Let me look up where it happened. Have you ever seen the movie The People versus Larry Flint or heard of it? So I think they. So it was in Lawrenceville, Georgia, 1978. The attack occurred when, as he and his attorney, Gene Reeves Jr., were returning from lunch near the Garrett County Courthouse. The shooter was a white supremacist serial killer, Joseph Paul Franklin, who targeted Flint over Hustler magazine spread depicting an interracial couple. Flint was hit by a 44 caliber rifle, sustaining severe spinal damage that left him paralyzed from the waist down for the rest of his life. Reeves was also wounded but recovered fully. So, anyway, I think they pivoted to casinos, and so they had some money and they bought. LA has some weird laws when it comes to uh, casinos, just California in general. Um, okay, so there are like uh, different kinds of things that you can have. There's card clubs, which is what Larry Flint's Hustler Casino is, which is getting me to the like they have poker and stuff there, and I checked it out, but they don't have machines, and it's not nearly as nice as Las Vegas or anything like that. It's very much like it's just like one big room where people play card games, and then so there are I don't know maybe like like half a dozen of those within Los Angeles County. There are not any in Orange County, um, and then we have like native casinos, but those are pretty far away. And then there's Las Vegas, so there are like three tiers of like gambling, uh, and so there's card rooms that have been grandfathered in, and they can't open new ones, but they have like these old ones. And Hustler Casino bought one of those. So anyway, let me get the right answer to your question. Is Hustler magazine still a thing, or did they transition to card rooms or like casinos? I actually went to Hustler Casino on stream, and current set of Hustler magazine is still in publication, but its future in print is limited. While it continues the release of monthly issues known for adult content, including its well-known Asshole of the Month feature and centerfold pictorials like the Hustler Honey, the print edition is within a couple of years of closing due to declining revenue and advertising and subscriptions. According to Liz Flint, who took over the company after her husband Larry Flint's death, the print magazines, including Hustler, Taboo, and Barely Legal, are no longer highly profitable. So they transitioned to other casinos. Oh, it's Gardena, not Torrance. So they opened the Hustler Casino in Gardena on June 22nd, 2000. And then they do like a Hustler Casino Live. They also allow licenses for strip clubs, video distribution, and an adult broadcasting channel, and Hustler Hollywood retail chain that sells adult merchandise. Now they do have one of those not too far from Irvine. It's in the neighboring city. It's like I've never been in one, and it's relatively new. It's right across the street from my dentist. But basically, I think it's like an adult store. Anyway, whenever I've gone to one of those card places or whatever, unless you're like a real like you play a lot, you're just gonna lose your money. It's like you're just giving up your money. So I have been, but that's not like something that's real big. If anything, I might have a friend who's like, "Hey, there's nothing going on. Let's go play poker or whatever." But I haven't done it in years. Where you have like, there's cigars and alcohol and sometimes drugs or weed or whatever. That's a good question. That's a good question. Whenever at that time in my life, whenever I was offered a drug, I would take it. And I like Molly wasn't something that I normally would get, and so it was just like I had the opportunity to do it, and my friend and I, we were, we didn't know what we were going to do that night, and so someone was like, "Hey, I've got Molly," and I took it. He didn't take it because he was getting drug tested because he was an athlete, and he didn't want to jeopardize anything with that. But and then I think just like we were gonna maybe go out to a party that night or something. I don't think I was 21 yet. I don't think maybe I was and he wasn't or something. But then it was just like plans fell through. for the party we were gonna go to, and then it was like, okay, well, we'll just have a bunch of people over for poker, and then we just played poker, and I remember just being like, I don't want to be with a bunch of guys right now. I would rather be like at a fucking rave or something, and then at the end of that night, I remember just we went into a hot tub, and I was like, okay, that's cool. Um, but yeah, I haven't done Molly a lot in my no. I I think that Molly, in my opinion, is the most overhyped drug I've ever had. But I don't know, handful. But let me say, I don't always know if it's Molly. The way that Molly was back, I don't know, 20 years ago or so, um, somebody would just say that they had it, and it would look like there are websites that document like the different versions of it. There would be like Tweety Bird. It would look like Tweety Bird, or that some people would just have pills. But like these pills, many times look like a comic book character, like almost like a Flintstone vitamin. If you've ever seen what that looks like, uh, and and no, I mean, I guess it maybe makes you a little hornier, but it was not like LSD. It was not like a tripping, and but I've never taken a lot of it. And again, uh, it's one of those things where you're just getting it from someone, and they don't even know if it's legitimate. So, it I don't recommend taking drugs uh, if you don't know what's in them, but. Uh, Generally, it's not like I would get it from some random person who I didn't trust. I would get it from someone who I trusted, and they would get it from someone who they trusted. So like um, the chain of custody was seemingly legitimate, but you just never know, especially with those kinds of drugs, unless you're doing testing on them. You don't know what you're really getting. You don't know what's inside. Yeah, I mean, well, there's a difference too between MDMA and Molly and ecstasy. Like, I forget, but like one of them's cut with speed, I think, and I don't know. I mean, did I feel good? Yeah, I felt good, but I was also, I think, pretty drunk too. So it's like I don't know if it was because of one or the other. But I can tell you, I didn't see any, like I didn't have any like hallucinations or anything. Maybe music. All right, are you ready to lose? Okay. Um, I I'm oh cool. Um, I'm gonna send the invitation in less than 1 minute. Before I send it, though, I want to check my email. And if you're like, why? Because I sent out 30 emails today to people to be on UFO podcasts. And if you're like, why UFO podcasts? It's just what the first subject um that I thought would be interesting. Uh, and I could get a lot of emails for those. Like the ones that are really hard to get emails for are like news and politics and stuff like that. But I'm gonna send to those too. All right, I'm sending this right now. In three, two, one. turn-based or live, and word helper on or off. But we don't always do it. You think that I have just default settings for you? You're up, dog. How'd you sleep yesterday? I lie down at like, I don't know, 9 o'clock or something. And I only slept for like 2 hours. I don't know why. It's like I could not. Dude, what the fuck? How did you get an X? Dude, why do you just assume you know what I have? A bunch. I'll give it back. I need 5. I just need to put this down. Okay, that's fine. I don't do it that much. And neither do you. And I am in agreement with you that it should have like a timer at the top that isn't just... Because sometimes even like at the very end it'll like still have a little bit or it'll like pause there. It would just be nicer to have more of an understanding of how much time is remaining.
So this is the famous police officer when do you put it on the show on Shabbos? When do you get to eat it on Shabbos? Interesting situation. What happens if you forget to put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever, you put your bread, but when you put it on Sunday? Listen to this. Cardboard, if it stays overnight, this possible. Why is it possible? No. Overnight is possible. Alcohol in the left hand is not possible, you know? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos. It can't be possible after 1 day. But what happens if it's hard to do this? That's it. What happens if the bread is on the table for Sunday to Sunday? You know not me. That's just like we think on the table for Shabbos. Where does this bread start becoming leaner? It's second Shabbos. 13 days later. So we said to tomorrow, if that's the case, Caesar's not left this on. So they're not going to put it on their own Sunday. There's obviously no Shabbos. And then 6 days later on Shabbos, wait for the second shot. 13 days later, if the bread is on the table for many things, people are going to say, hey, that only did it over here, it didn't come because it's on the sofa. So if I want to make it permanent and save it from becoming hustle overnight, they just put it in a nice place that has a t-shirt and it won't become hustle later. I should make it clear. It should be hustle later.
That's not. Whenever we say that, Joey Diaz has this story that he tells. It's on an old Joe Rogan. I think it's on the Ice House Chronicles, which is just like this show that they did at the Ice House, something like that. And Joey Diaz has this fucking thing that he says where he talks about that's a big one. So when I say like that's not a word, it reminds me of this like we should watch it. It doesn't take long, but it's like this the story that Joey Diaz tells, where it's Joey Diaz, Joe Rogan, Bert Kreischer, before like they were really friends with Bert Kreischer, and Joey Diaz is like, "Yo, dog, this reminds me about this time when I ate Lucy Snorbush's monkey," and they start laughing, and they're like, "That's not a real name, Joey. That's not a real name. That's an iCarly name. That's not a real name. Nobody's name is Lucy Snorbush." And he's like, "Oh, dog, Lucy Snorbush. I was high on a Quaalude this one night, and I snuck over to her house, and I put a ladder up to her window, and I climbed the ladder into her window, and I ate her monkey, and I didn't say a word, and I left like a thief in the night. And the next day, she said that was wonderful." And they're like, "That's not a real story, Joey." And he's like, "What do you mean? It's absolutely that's how it happened." And they're laughing their asses off. It's just a really funny story that he tells. But it's so funny that they're like, "That's not a real name, Joey. Nobody's name is Lucy Snorbush." And Lucy Snorbush's son got caught in some kind of criminal like gambling ring. Dude, how the fuck did you get 43 points for woke? That's incredible.
This is the shadow voice myself. We get extra because I provided this extra more than you needed. So I have extra. Why did I provide more than you needed? So we get a full price. We got that's it. It's not the shot like you said before, it's like the wine on the top. It's the big deal that they made with the wholesaler and that's more products. You sell it, you buy. The bonus get shown. So you put on this back, and then you put on so you sell the water. Anybody want to shoot? Then you put it
It's an iCarly name, dog. It's an iCarly word. It's an iCarly word. Did you ever see iCarly? Famous list that I always use. Just what's funny about this list, at least in my mind, is that there's 5 X's and 5 checks. In other words, the X means these coconuts all have the salt of the money. You don't bring any flour or nothing, just as is. And the ones that have a nice check. Binge? That's not a word.
Yep,
But bench is not a word. No, that's not a thing.
So let me show you this, and this will explain the whole part. It's just not an artist, and they couldn't separate the lines perfectly. But you'll be able to read it. Says the podcast. Essa música ela chama So, red is a negative, green is a positive. Negative means no modifier. Green means yes. That's the three parts. If you modify, it something's as a standard, just the business. This doesn't require not really information. But for the word up, we're just trying to get the reading piece at the sugar
Hold on. If I can't put this down, give it back. Thank you.
It's not up to you. You didn't decide to bring it, you gotta bring it. It's the first ball. That's not face up. So, and finally, the motivation is head narrow on face up. We took the solution. We put on this. That's no good. No. Extra. We were at extra. What? When it's real, it's like you go, right? It's one more that is tricky. Shouting simple.
Ovum. Excellent play. I'll lose if it's ovum. That's a good one.
That's why it's on the screen. It says, maybe I should say those 5 things. Because I give it a dollar, I give it a dollar. Don't leave around before bringing it up. Don't let it go. Open the door and nice.
An iCarly world. It's an iCarly word. How many tiles? Thank you for answering that when it was your turn.
Attorney General Rod says healthcare systems across the U.S. are already understaffed.
demonstrations begin in Harvard to pursue those degrees. County Radio playing that by new. Former Cuban President Raul Castro is facing charges of his alleged involvement in attacks, racketeering, and workers' 30 years ago. Two planes carrying military aid shot down last Wednesday in Florida. Three Americans died. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is now charged with murder.
What a great win. What a great win. If you're going to play ovum, I'll take that. That is a great word. And that other word you had was amazing. And I had the Q and I had the Z. That was great. I can't recall. Because I'm multitasking here, baby, and that's just shit that happens when you're dealing with somebody who's as fucking busy as I am. Okay, go to before we play again. You have to watch because I don't want to keep saying that's an iCarly word and you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So just type in Lucy Snorbush story. That's all you have to type anywhere. Lucy Lucy Snorbush is SNOREBUSH story. It's like the perfect Joey Diaz story. Don't hit play yet. Let me know when you find it. One time when Reddit would let me post, I found this woman on LinkedIn and posted it to the Joey Diaz subreddit. and uh yeah, it's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, are you ready? Tell me when you're ready. 6 minutes 19 seconds. I'll tell you who did it. No. Type in Joey Diaz, the Lucy Snorbush story Death Squad. It's by Frexley Snipes. 250,000 views. They misspelled Snorbush though in this one. SNO. Oh no, they spelled it correctly. I think SNOREBUSH. She works for some cruise line. Just go to YouTube and type in Joey Diaz : the Lucy Snorbush story. It's 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And then the word Death Squad is in parentheses. I'll just send it to you. This is the ultimate Joey Diaz story. All right, check your messages because you've got one of the great Joey Diaz stories of all time. There will be some people who will say this is his funniest story, and if those people, this is when the Joe Rogan podcast was raw.
That's not a real name, Joey. That's not a real name. That's an iCarly. But she was like 5'8", I broke into the house when I ate a pussy one night. I just couldn't take it. Bitch was banging. After my mother died, Lucy Snodgrass and Bob Bender. It was Lucy Snodgrass. Susanna was in the ride with me. I climbed up the ladder, went up the door. I knew she was out drinking, so she was going to say nothing. I jumped on the bed, ate a pussy, and left like a bird with her legs. It was Lucy Snodgrass, and she was fucked. Her grill was okay, but her body was banging from the time she was like 7. This bitch was banging. I was like 8. I met her. She used to have a pussy on a quick. Broke into her house. I was like, so casual. I was walking down the house. I'm thinking about whose pussy am I gonna eat tonight? Whose chick was out? Like she was out early. Whenever she drank, she was kind of loose dog. I went right to the yard, climbed up the fucking ladder, opened the window. She's like, who's there? Who's there? The waving at us. She fucking pulled the pants, ate a monkey, climbed back out like a fucking vampire. She seen me like a week later. She's like, that was amazing. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Like, even there was a lot of seasoning and shit. I didn't even bang the pussy. I just ate it and left. Really? Like a doctor. Fuck yeah. Listen, I was like 16. I'd probably come in my pants already. And say like I had no dick left. I knew eat some chicken. I would break into a chick's house and eat a snatch. You can't say that to me, Joey. No one ever done that. I'm the only person. But I hadn't made out with I know you're talking about that. You never tried to sneak into a chick's house? It's not that part. It's not that part. But you know, you add in plus factor in Joey Diaz. Okay, no. I see, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but never on a Quaalude. I said, well, that's what Joey Diaz is going to factor that in. Yeah, the Quaalude was good. I was all horned up and shit. But with that would show that there are women out there sitting in the house waiting for them to be eaten. No, like she didn't put up a fight. No, she's Lucy Snodgrass. What's her name? She's Lucy Snodgrass. What the fuck? What the fuck you gonna call the cops for? Oh, man, what a crazy name. How did she not get tortured in school just for that? Oh, we tortured. You know, we tortured Lucy Snodgrass. We supposed Lucy Bush. You know what I'm saying? Lucy Bush. Fucking dog. I think girl with a last name that's Bush. Lucy Snodgrass. She's on Facebook. She won't be my friend, but she's on Facebook. She hasn't taken my friend request. The therapist told her I was fucked up when I was 20 years ago. Gosh. I don't think I left that person really. I was 45 and hoping somebody comes through a window. You know, in the middle of that story, I turned and looked and I saw the picture of Daniel the 11th still dressed as Lincoln over there. It looks like he's staring at Joey like, what the fuck? You see all of this day, that chick is probably figuring herself thinking about someone breaking into her house and eating her.
We're definitely sending the wrong message to your boys.
And that was like a year or two. Because when I was a kid, my mother died, so I had to remain like a stab. I looked at this Italian family. They had 3 other kids, and they fucking stabbed. They played cards at night. They owned a sandwich shop in Hoboken. But at the time, in North Bergen, New Jersey, these cops got together. Because I'm from a real corrupt police town. And they called this bar the Meadowlands Inn. And it was a go-go bar on Tony Avenue. Wednesday nights, it was erotic banana night for 2 o'clock. And you walk into the strip club, you peel the banana, you give it to you. She shoved it in the pussy, she gave it back to you, you ate it. It was erotic. Oh my God. And Christmas Eve, I was in there one year. It was the first year my mom didn't like it. It was the first Christmas without my family.
You know, and I didn't want to go home to this fucking family. I told this story to Felicia. I remember going in there one night, and the cops, they knew me. I was underage, and the cops, they come in, what the fuck? I go in there, and I'm sitting at the bar, there's this old guy, and they had like the stage in the middle, and then you sit around the side, but the chicks would put their foot and climb over. That's how, this is 1980. This was strip clubs. You could kill a bitch in a strip club. You know what I'm saying? You could kill a bitch in a strip club for $150. That was on the menu. $150 get to kill me. You know what I'm saying? So this bitch comes over with her legs. This guy's not 60. I'm about 16. I'm calm. I ain't a little pussy, but I was a professional. I don't know about the dirty things I like. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker, she took his false teeth out and stuck them in her snatch and put them back and put them in his mouth on Christmas Eve. And I never forgot what I fucking felt like. After I see that shit, you can't unsee that. Ladies and gentlemen, Russell Peters has entered the building. Hey Russell, have you ever broken into a girl's house on a Quaalude, need your pussy?
Yeah, he saw.
The second he leaves the room, I'm totally talking about how awesome.
Yo, I'm here, baby. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's what I said. It's Bert. Yeah. I mean, is there something that you want me to do about it? And a great one at that, my friend. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? No, I mean, not off the top of my head. Joey Diaz has never been a very famous uh, comedian, in my opinion. Okay, I'll give you his life story. He was born. No, 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 no. You need his life story. You need his life story. He was born in Cuba, and his mother. Yeah, I'll make it that. Okay, he was born in Cuba. His mother stabbed somebody in Cuba, someone who raped her sister, and so she had to head to the United States to get out because they would charge her for murder. She killed the guy, I believe. Um, she came to the United States. She brought Joey to the United States with his dad. His dad died at age like when Joey was like 1 or 2 or something. His mother owned a bar and ran numbers. In the United States, like the lottery system is a newer thing. We didn't have like state lotteries or anything. There was something called the number system, which if you're interested, I'll tell you about that later because it's a really interesting thing. But his mother was like actually a pretty wealthy woman, and maybe like upper middle class or so, but for like an immigrant, that's balling. And so Joey had he had a TV in his room, he had air conditioning, he had HBO, and he was able to watch a lot of movies when he was a young person. He would go to Miami for the like summer or the winter or something sometimes and spend time with family down there. But all in all, like he basically had a faulty birth certificate for years. It's one of the reasons why he doesn't go out of the country now because his status isn't like really that legitimate. anyway, he then his mother dies when he's like 14 years old or something. He was doing LSD and discovered his mother was dead on the floor. His mother was a big cocaine user, and so he went to go live with this Italian family. That, like he was saying, they had 3 other kids, and so, but basically, like all these people were like mob connected. Then he eventually, he's in North Bergen, New Jersey at this time. He eventually learns about Colorado and the mountains, and he always wanted to see mountains. And so he had an opportunity to start running guns from Colorado to New Jersey and like running like cocaine. And so he would like fly to, or he would drive to Boulder, Colorado, and then he would bring guns back to New Jersey, something like that. He did that for a while, and then while in Boulder, he then started getting into. He would like house sit for really rich people in like Aspen and this area um, called Snowmass Village, and then he got really into cocaine there. He ended up impregnating a woman and having a child with her in Colorado, and she ended up not really wanting to have anything to do with him because he just wasn't a good influence or anything. He ends up kidnapping a guy and goes to jail in Boulder for a few years. And that's where he learned how to do stand up in front of people, because the projector that would show movies on like whatever night would go down, and so they'd be like, Coco, get up there and talk. The reason why he's named Coco is it was a nickname that he had from childhood, but a lot of people think it's because it's cocaine, and it's not. It's because he it was like about coconuts or something like that. Anyway, he then moves from Colorado to like Washington, or he goes to San Francisco actually first for a little while. Then eventually back to Colorado. Then goes to Washington State, lives with a stripper for a little while, is doing stand-up comedy. He made his comedy debut at the Comedy Works in Denver. Goes up to Washington State. Ends up, this is so stupid. He was jaywalking. Which is like when you cross the street at not an intersection, and he got caught jaywalking, and they caught him with some stuff. I forget what it was, and basically he's got like a warrant in Washington State. That's why he doesn't go back to Washington. He then learned about somebody who was in LA, and he had heard about the store. He goes down, visits like LA, I think 1 or 2 times, and then comes down to move permanently. Ends up going to the store. Mitzi Shore, who owned the store, Pauly Shore's mom, and like the maker of all the comedians there, sees him and calls him the big baby or something like that, and makes him a regular within a month, which is like unprecedented. Everybody's always got to go through the ringer and stuff, but he was like the fastest person they ever made a regular. He ends up closing most of the shows during the like late 90s, early 2000s, and gets in good with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan takes him on the road before Tony Hinchcliffe and all those guys, and Joey Diaz was the opener. Joey Diaz would absolutely destroy rooms to make it really hard for Joe Rogan to actually be the headliner. They travel the United States together. Also, Joey Diaz would go on the road on his own. He would do something like he would do like Northwest. He would do like all these small towns in like Idaho and Boise, or in he'd do like Boise and like Helena, Montana. It's called the Tribble Run. Anyway, that's not here, neither here nor there. Joey Diaz continues to do this until the pandemic 2020, when he moves back to New Jersey. That's basically his life story. Oh, he met his wife, who was she was a cocktail waitress at the store, and then went on to go work at Disney. And then they had a little girl together, and then they got married. And the daughter, her name is it doesn't matter, but she has an interesting name. It's it's like a good thing. I forget her name, but she's like 14 now or something, and he's just chilling in New Jersey now. They do the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament, in New Jersey with Lee, and he met Lee. I won't go into all that, but they do the podcast or whatever. That's the Church of What Happened, and that's a phenomenal podcast. And now he's just kind of laying low. He does shows still, but normally it's just in like the tri-state area, which is New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. Sometimes he'll do them in Philadelphia. Is okay? I know it's more than 2 minutes, but was that okay? Excellent. Okay, I'm about to send you an invitation in just a moment, and then I'm going to dominate you. Dude, before that, you lost like 5, 6 games in a row. Dog, 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 dog. Are you serious? Are you flipping serious, dog? Just one moment. I'm looking for a thing. Okay, blog profile, close chat room, title and description, create new blog post, part 1, part 2, part 3. Oh, it was done. That's it. Okay, I found what I needed. All right, I'm sending you the invite now. Boy, what did she see, or why is she so upset? Is there something that makes her mad? Doug, I think going second is a major advantage. You get to play on those 3 letters that are like really easy to just get big points. And you have like, I don't know, maybe it's not, but it seems like it's an advantage. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if it's that much better, but just being able to utilize those 3 L's, like if you can, and if you go first, there's no guarantee that you're going to get the 2 word. In fact, chances are you won't. So you're putting down like 4 tiles. Sometimes you just get like 4 points, but nothing necessarily guaranteed to be a lot of points.
That makes it with the oil was wrong with the red was like the ratio of the even with zero actually or if I don't know what you can't even pay a more of the wine that makes it they were all together I want to say five minutes the rest and it's this truck no each car goes by itself so every month that's why you mixing the oils if you in the office and this how do you in this argument, the other thing I'm saying, this is an argument which I would have read, you would have read the argument. Go ahead and do it. The mix, the bull, and the rams. No. You shouldn't. You did it. By mistake, whatever. Then, it's okay. So, are you going to knock off number one, the first part of the yeah, it's not like a four. There's only after the problem is just figure it out. The problem is how you fix the rest of it. If the rest of the mission, let's say number two is the other, then number one must be the appeal. No order. Start off from best to worst. This is okay. This is not okay. If number two is a deal, and number one must be okay. Let's see this. The only 80 in this game possibly is part of the 80. That's number two. The second part of the mission says.
What the fuck? What the fuck, dog? Dog, no, I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm not. Make accusations if you don't have any evidence. You're like, oh, you're shuffling tiles. No, I just had like a ton of stuff in a row because I'm amazing.
It seems like part two in the Mishnah, a moderate says, even after the fact it's no go, mixed the sheep with the bull, no good even after. Part three. Part three says that if you mix them after they were mixed by themselves, each one by themselves, you mix the two together, it's kosher. Now the closet ratio, over here ratio is not number one, over here ratio means number 1 like 4, number 2. The closet ratio with the helical. Oh boy. If number 3 is together, the number 3 is worse, is worse than number 2. So now we have to change number 2 to be a kilo. And if number 2 is not a kilo, it's also a kilo. So bottom line is number 1 is a kilo.
What a good one.
We're gonna change the shot. Now we have a problem to say that the crisis says a lot of this together. We're not talking about the world and what's not what's well, so I just added the word young as number one. When we start something shots, if you're not supposed to go next, you want to stuff together. Let's say, let's see it. Let's say that. If the oil and the flour are mixed, and then you're permitted to mix with it. Seems like the process does. Mix the oil and the stuff, and then you're like, we're going to do this stuff. Now it's the white. The end of the field up, you can't mix white. But now you're going to remove the social shadow. Depends on what you're doing. So you can't mix the sheep and the cows, the sheep and the bulls, those two things, right? One on the right, one on the left, you can't mix this. One is not mixing oil with the flour.
Why do you call it illegal? I mean, but why do you make up legalities like that? Playing this game because like it tells you if it's a word or not takes away the idea of it, some of the idea of like knowing all the words, memorizing dictionaries.
So once something's bad, it's really burning. So number one is I'm committed. It's wine, it's X and Y, sheep in the flame. When I'm so concerned about the oil and the flour, because the oil and flour really is but when the oil and the flour happens,
Thanks, big man. I've had such shit tiles. You had the J, you had the Q. I have just vowels. Are you fucking serious?
So now it's Okay, I understand why the wine is not double because you don't mix wine together But the ratio is straight. If it's 3 low, 1 salt, 6 low, to remain 3 low, the oil is right. What about this called? The wine is ingredients, salt is the oil, it's over the salt. It's first the wine, not refer to oil. Why would you say it includes oil also? Or it's in this cup. It's fat, that you put flowers in. So you put it all to this cup, read it, it's free. It's it. It's good, grab another one. Read it, the story is. Okay, sorry. Miss whether it's the oil or something. This could be something you want. My name is the first skills from the $8 digit. So the oil is like both of them are oil reviews now. All my reviews now, shopping so raw. Shopping so says we get one. The soda. What happens when you shut the oven? Shut the soda off, then you yourself the slow. So it's cold, you go to the shower. But that's the order of first, you're slow. It's not easy. But then you pour it up. What's the house? What's the place on?
They gave you the Q, they gave you the Z, they gave you the J.
Otherwise, if you don't have an assembly that's necessary to be in the flour oil, make it possible. That's where I find the let's take this one. They find somewhere else. Well, that's the price of the relationship of the year. It's just established for the concept that the oil gets double at the price. So if you focus on the stock, if you want to look at green double at the price, but why? It's not oil. Continue doing it, otherwise it's going to be costly. You're going to get south of it. And another thing, if you come to shop, everybody reads like some of the oil in the morning, or reads in the morning. That's or anything else. Right though, it's okay to find out what you have to bring. Every morning, they together do free. From the Michigan side, but then this one. They just go instead of shop, you have to read what? You have to do what? You should have to be required to bring 2 pieces of work from 2 letters. Yes, I already get it. Don't say that. It's opera. Right, you have the rule. Then you have the rule that one of them is that it's culture for over here, according to law, you understand that it's
devastating.
So by the time that if you don't, you make a fuss. So you might as is, they don't change anything about it. The reason why we talk about one example of the
Progress has been made.
It's not taking what you wanted. That's the main fire sound, which will define which you is this person. Fire set. The way the ocean is serving to flower oil.
Hi, Carly.
How do you get to the right? A shower is so usually sprayer here. Bringing all the kids that come together to shower. Sorry, the boy was
Where did you play? Garbage. I Carly garbage. They gave you a Q, a Z, a J. Do you recognize? Do you recognize these advantages? Dude, you're so full of shit. You're so full of shit. What kind of That's not how it works. I like that you think that's how it works. That's iCarly talk. All right, you've got to give me 2 minutes, maybe five minutes. Why do you? Oh, dog. There is absolutely nothing going on. I even feel badly. Shout out to Joanna Zanella Schab. I'm just like ripping on her for wearing a sports bra on Instagram. It's like whatever. I have to recognize not everybody's super conservative, not everybody's super modest. I get those kinds of things. Um, but it's going to be tough to be her kids for numerous reasons. And I thought it was interesting that you said like that your father pushed you to be a hockey player. That's I don't know how hard he pushed you, but these people are pushing their kids so hard, and like I don't even. I just they're okay. So remember, I was telling you about Brendan Schaub and cauliflower ear. Yeah. So somebody pulled up a clip of him saying how he got his cauliflower ear, which was he put his ear. He admitted it. So there were people who said that they saw marks on his ear, but then he admitted it. He just said he put his ear in a phone book and put pliers over it, and then just caused it. And then here he is, like a few years later, completely like contradicting himself. And I'm not saying that like if you contradict yourself, you're the worst person in the world. And I understand sometimes people have to tell lies to whatever, protect their own life or whatever. But this is like a minor thing, and he's so proud of it. It's like, but you didn't get those through fighting. You just want people to think that you were to know that you were a fighter, but the way that you got those are because you put your ear in a fucking vice or like a, did it purposefully or whatever. So I don't know. There's just okay. So Brendan Schaub is suing this guy, Unique. He's been suing him for like years, and this is actually a pretty big case in America. Uh, so there's actually a pretty big case involving the fighter and the kid, and and its effect on like what you can show on YouTube and stuff. So courts in the past have said that like if you're gonna make a video using someone else's content, it has to have like some creative, like you have to put some creativity in it. I can't just take your video and then just put it on my channel, and I also can't just give like maybe one or two sentences at the end of commentary. I have to actually like put something creative towards it. And so there's this guy, Unique Entertainment, the guy who got caught live streaming a different court case with Brendan Schaub, and or it was really an employment thing, but he is getting sued again. So basically, this guy is just like an individual who has a channel that got taken down because Brendan Schaub had these monster lawyers, as he calls them, to be able to like sue anybody who used his content. But here's the thing: the fighter and the kids content is literally just people's Instagrams, so it's very, hip. It's very hip. Hip. Would it be hypocrite? It's very. What's the word? I'm tired. He's being a hypocrite. It's hypocritical. It's hypocritic. Hypocritic. It's hypocritic. That he would. Like Brendan Schaub's show is just showing other people's content and commenting on it. This Unique guy's show is just showing Brendan Schaub's content and then commenting on it. And basically just a moment, I have to check something. So it's one of those things where it's like this thing's going back and forth in the courts, and Brendan Schaub saying that it's not fair that this guy's using his clips, and Unique saying, "Look, I show his clips, but then I give like like a minute or two. I comment on the end, so that's creative enough." And this guy hates Brendan Schaub so much that whenever Brendan Schaub does anything, you don't even have to go to the Fighter and the Kid subreddit or the Fighter and the Kid YouTube channel. All you have to do is just go to the this Unique, and he'll already have a video on it. He gets his shit up so quickly. It's like he literally wakes up in the morning and is like, "What are they going to publish today, and how can I make fun of them for it?" And it's quite interesting. The fact that this like stupid, whatever you want to consider it, this case is going to, it's going to have a big part because it sets a precedent in like YouTube, in like the laws of YouTube and like what can be shown and not. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom and then I'm gonna beat you. Kids, if you're watching at home, I'm letting this motherfucker win.
When your mayor starts spinning, the hand goes down.
Riser, are you there? You're muted if you didn't know. Okay, tight. That's a great question, and I really appreciate you asking it. We're going to check right now. I did get another email from another podcast, and frankly, it takes these people a few days to go through, I think, because, they're like working. And the lady was like, hey, we really like your project. It's cool. But we want you to know that like we're like booked out pretty far in advance. But that's cool that like they thought what I was doing was neat. Okay, I'm looking. Now, a lot of these emails that I send, it says address not found because like the like many of these podcasts are still not in business. But no, I didn't get anything new. But the big thing is giving them 24 hours to check it out. All right, literati. Here we go, babies. Folks, if we don't get the cue, yeah, you think I am? I'm programming robots. It is 100,000% true. Throughout that entire thing, I was restarting robots. Why do you think you fucked up so badly? Dude, you use your fucking S? Thanks, big man. That was good too. This is bullshit. Oh, fuck. This game is just rigged. Rigged. Just absolutely rigged. R-E? R? You mean R? A-R-E? A-R-E-R? Like they are going to the fair? A-R-E is a word, dog. Are you... What are you talking about? A-R-E? Yeah, it is. You're not messing with me. You actually made that ridiculous statement. What? Five, four. No, I'm not doing that to you. I'm kidding. Doesn't it? You're not even making sense. Dude, you're not. You quit, dude. You're distracting me. You're the one using iCarly words. That's not a real name, Joey. Joey, that's not a real name. I love when they say that. Joey, that's not a real name. It's an iCarly name. It's made up. Like nobody would really be called that. Quit with your fuck. Yes. Dog, I get shit tiles myself. Dude, you got just garbage. Just garbage. Doug, you should have just got good. Cold, that's a good word. This bitch is dumb. It's out of reach. Another S. I got double blanked. Dog, fuck this. What is the dog? Nobody wants to hear this. How many tiles remain? This bitch is over, and I got double blanked. You think you can make a comeback here? You're down 50. There's no Q. There's no Z. Is there a Z? Oh, there is a Z. They gave you the Z? How many things are remaining? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? God, shut the fuck up. This game is over. What a comeback. I fucked myself with that swap. Yeah, dude, you had everything in this game. This game is rigged, and everybody knows it. He got the Z, I got double blanked. And I didn't say I just need the Q. I got double blanked. What a great play. This game's over and it's rigged. What a great comeback. Susie's not a fucking word. It's an iCarly word. Look. It is a word. That's not a word. That's a normal word. Look, for anybody watching this in the future, everybody, I don't just have an announcement to make. I have a proclamation. I want everyone to know that I was just double blanked. Everyone should know I was double blanked, but the person who I want to know that I was double blanked the most is a man named Marlon Hill. Marlon Hill and I are one. We are brothers. We are brothers in double blanking. I want him to know that I feel his pain. When I watched the documentary originally, I was like, okay, so you got double blanked. So what? Now I understand. The bullshit that goes on. They can give you anything. They can give you the Q and the Z and all that other shit. But the double blank is such a disadvantage that frankly I don't even consider these games to be played with. I thought you weren't able to make anything out on the shitty version. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. What I want to know is this: why do you think the game hates me so much that it double blanks me all the time? No, it doesn't. Here's here's why. Because it knows what my overall scores are versus your overall scores, and it gives you advantage. If you think that the if you think that the game, you got the Z, you got the Y, you got double blank, you double blanked me. That's fucking bullshit, dog. Bullshit. Look, if you're gonna win something, don't win it with some fucking S. That's a double blank, a Z, and a Y. That's just not even a word. That's an iCarly word. No, her name is Lucy Starbush, and she currently works for a cruise company. Snorbush, Snorbu. In your life before today, May 20th, 2026, how many times have you ever used the word sizzy in your life? I'll wait. No, no, then it's sizzling. Then it's sizzling. Sizzy? I bet it doesn't even. It's sizey. Like size. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with exhibiting size, the thickened crust on coagulated blood. What happens to you when you pee, dog? No, it it no, it doesn't. It's like size, weak glue or paste, or seize, like seize. Oh, it's seizy. Or it's exhibiting size or seize, which is the thickened crust on coagulated blood. That's what your penis has coagulated blood on it when you pee? Dog, all I know is I was double blanked. When I'm double blanked, the game, it's an iCarly game. It doesn't even come into my realm. It doesn't even come into my realm. And I've been double I've been double blanked. You did it you did it 2 days ago and you lost like 40 games in a row at the beginning. Why don't you call it what it is? A fact. FACT. You're the guy over here who's like, oh, the word R is not a word. And I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? The word is not R is not a word. You're complicating the manner. Oh, we can do that? We can do that? Because if we can't, I will talk to you about fucking Brendan Job until the cows come home, dog. What? You're not even making sense. Your story doesn't even make sense. So wait, you're using other apps. You're using other apps. That's cheating. That's cheating. And you just said you are. You can't use other apps. You can't use other apps. You can't use other apps. No, no. There's a word for this that you. I mean, cheating is what it is. If anybody who's watching at home, we have evidence that Riser is using other apps. Now, if this were baseball or something, we would call it juicing. But since it's Scrabble, I just call it cheating. You just straight up admitted to cheating. Yes. No. No. Incorrect, dog. You admitted to cheating, and like I'm glad. Incorrect. 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 You admitted just now. I have it on 50 different fucking recordings. You said I opened up the messages app and typed in. You said you are, which isn't even the word. You meant ARE to make sure it's a real word. And then when I saw it as not in capitals, then I recognized that it's a word. Well, guess what, Potshot? That's cheating. That's using another app to enhance your gameplay, and you just admitted that you cheated. You just cheated. You not only did you cheat, but you admitted to cheating. You just said I was looking up the. You're looking it up. You're looking up words, dog. No, literati is about using. It's not a troll. I'm serious. Uh, you used an alternative app, and that is cheating. No, 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 no. That has nothing to do with this. I'm talking about on the same device. Not, not that I use when I play literati. No. Now, had you been, everybody's phone does, dog. Come on, that's an iCarly argument. That's an iCarly argument, dog. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, dog? Let's reload this bitch. Get out of here. Nobody wants to. Are you gonna play? Yes or no? I'll wait. If you don't want to play, that's okay. You just admitted to. You just admitted to cheating, so that equals nothing. Yes, you did. Are you gonna go? Shout out to Lissy Snorbush, which I feel badly for her because she basically got. You didn't accept the invite. What do you want me to do about it? Are you fucking serious? Play the whole thing. Let's see it. Play the whole thing. No, you couldn't have.
Let me try to fix the way one is kosher and one is not kosher.
What was iCarly about? Is that the one with Miranda Cosgrove?
Whatever it is, saffron, whatever it is. You give me some chocolate grape from Mexico, that is it's a Mills grape. If you have the saffron, the low grape, and the something a little bit much on the side, and that's why it's still. But there's a whole. I'm looking for better words. You know what I'm saying? Not the blends, but blends. Okay, hey, maybe you should do Rebbe says you can't bring over. Let's get into it. Why not? What about this? My time is Rebbe. Why not? What about the wrong? That's the very short. Words together. Marketing is mentioned also a sheep, so it's assumed also a sheep is a year old. I am 2 years old. A sheep is a year old. So too one is to be a year old. As the Gemara, if you compare the sheep, you have to also a sheep is 2 years old. Also, I get it, it's but even though you tell me, yeah, one is 2 years old. Also, I'm after the fact. Also, but I mean, the guy mentioned they shot a player, says we're fully. And if you have one that's years old, don't forget, you may be partial. It's not almost partial, but you're comparing it to sheep to be partial. My child is laid on and who says it's a Rabbi, the government, maybe because he's got don't see wine when it is red. What is it the reddest? It's red when it's a year old. As soon as it switches ages, it starts to see. When it's red, it's first year, that's when it's the most desirable, it's the most tasty. Also, it's concerned that you're going to drink too much. You're not going to know how to differentiate right? Silly me. Because of this puzzle, I'll carry Yadi Sando. This puzzle. This is the reason why I'm saying that.
What are your thoughts? You know when you're putting the tiles down, but then it goes to the next person. What are your thoughts of if somebody says, "Hold on, I didn't get a chance to put down all my tiles. Give it back," and then they get to put the finishing tiles on. I think that should be allowed if we're gonna play like nicely. What are your thoughts?
Cultivated well, more than every battle. For all the time and fact that we made it to wine, very mayo, a fab, the most more of this Siva is the type of wine, the one who's strong. So they were typically put part is water, one part of wine.
Dog, your comeback in this last game where you cheated about the art, that one, with like what 14 tiles or something, and you were down 50 and you came back. That's what got to be some kind of record, but it's not officially recognized because you cheated and you admitted to cheating. But that I just wanted you to know that I thought had you not had cheated, had you not have cheated, had you not have cheated, uh, that would be impressive. The fact that you cheated and then you admitted to it, Daniel, that's not a fucking word. That's an iCarly word. That's an iCarly word. If I've ever seen an iCarly word, iCarly.
Fire rescue officers as investigators believe substance may be transmitted to the don't. It is President Trump limited events and address at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy of congratulating the cadets this morning and praised them for their hard work and dedication. On the British government's white list of sanctions on Russian oil because of rising oil costs, by reported the trade license allows them to import Russian oil refined jet fuel and diesel from countries like Japan and Turkey. UK Treasury Minister Tad Daly changed temporary and comprehensive sanctions against Russia remain tough. South End weather from KFI sunny tomorrow with a low mid 70s. Low 80s for now is running in high desert area. We'll see 20 high desert, low 70s and beaches. Wind blowing at least 9 miles. Right now 83, it's 85 in Manchester. In the Star Flight, Santa Monica.
Just said that when you're young, the wine is no good, you're going to barrel. What happened to the side? Go in this $10,000 barrel. The next time you look, you're excited, you know? Maybe she had another time you want to so you know, so and above all, we know it's rain and apple, don't be that's luggage, you get out there some more, and I'm all over the rain, perhaps all idea, above all, the song by the hey, somebody donated rams, which are 2 years old. Bring them from the best place in the world to get a ram. Or y'all, it's also if you donated a sheep that's only a year old. Because I love it when you get calves, thank you, very quick. I go in calves, you get it from shopping. With some people, I think that has this to do with this. Yeah, zealous. Zealous not get those words. You know, it repeats sausage. Love you're not gonna believe it. You bring a sheep that's its height is its whole is its width. We're over virtually that. So check out this thing.
No way. I just got rid of a bunch of tiles and it gave me the tiles right back. Garbage. It's alright though. I'll show dominance.
but you're so tall. So Gabi and Rosa, like giraffes, they get the top of the trees. Gabi's what made it to the discuss. What was the power? When you look at the animals that use in the top, you got animals that use in the top. The giraffe is even some 5 feet. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. That place is similar. And then you have all the gazelles that eat the grass. And the roots eat the grass. Then you have the little guy. And in a way that they all survive in the same area. It's not like they all eat the same crop. Beautiful. So this sheep from the top that was so tall, they would eat from the top of a cedar tree. So my team always a lot of the owls. And we just these sheep on top of Rabbi have fossil water involved. Drag on the grass. Over and over by the sheep law, by the time they were what's shot and reviewed that they have been giant sheep. Sit here in the platform. The future, the sheep will raise tired of the sheep and live very, very well. Sitting out from the side of Yerushalayim, they have to show you that was what it's seeing right now. Or some other thing.
Dog, what is this bullshit? You get the Z again? How many tiles remain?
Will never be quiet. What do these words say? That do not be quiet. You shall was different. What if you didn't just live in this
Dude, you're guaranteed not to get double blanked. You're guaranteed not to get double blanked, and you want to complain?
Says the Mishnah actually meaning Shalom China. They're all measuring cups. Now it doesn't mean I've been a hunter of the same one, but it's the same side. What are the two sides? Right over. Sorrow and sorrow. What are the two sides? Now it's very popular with sorrows and three fancy sorrows. But the total types, the types are all intertwined. You must get to all measurements through these three measuring cups. So there are many sorrows, the sorrow and the fancy sorrow. There are three types of sorrow, which are larger and smaller, different sizes of the sorrow. And the fancy sorrow probably. The sorrow now shines, what would you do with the sorrow? Says the Mishnah should go in where you're going to the covenant.
It's not a word.
When the Mishnah says the apostle comes to the bull, you read a bull, you mean is right at
Maybe it's an iCarly word.
they didn't have a three-sided vessel that they had to use the one-sided. So one time, somebody place, you died. The Mishnah is not live. Same thing for the rat.
There's no special thing that helps. Destroying your nephew, you only start. Not long, but then destroying is you only measure, you only start at nine. These are my top 7 people. These are. שבו ביומון נלחמים בגלל נפצו בבית ובפס המים זול ובגלל ובריז morning stars. Oh, I mean, measure with the Rabbi sword half. But you sword. Measure device in the morning. Looks like that kind of they only wear not the living started so like that for the rest of all the device because the sword is going say that don't say every day about what what's the double blessing? Sorry.
Hi, Carly.
Measuring by small, that was so he said the one on the right is lower than the one on the left. The one on the left only be started when you raise and make the top level. The others they different way. The one on the left, one of the by trying to get up to get a full sun. But the actual cream is slightly smaller than the one on the left. Leadership or executive experience. ROTHSCHILD, everyone is that. Because the Bible says the start is hard. So the only way I understand to get two of these is by making them different sizes. Coming out and saying that. ROTHSCHILD, they're going to become the one on the left, I would use it to be since I have to move from place to place, but I don't want anything to split. It's also since I have to measure half of it, it's going to be the which is higher up. Realize, make it flat. But I'm always in the version of the team. That's why one measuring device is amigos, Geneva, sorry, not false, but it says, we sort of have a little one measuring device. Yay, but I have a problem. The man has a very good item. But I'm going to show you something. Why is it doesn't say that there's two? No, around this country, so one is good for me, so one doesn't have this. Mayor has this one, and all that. And I don't know if the mayor already uses up these sort. How does he know that this is all that happens? Not to like me. They make a whole Russia, the people flee from a mayor. I used to make sort of like a sample. Now they were one word from the sort of house. This is only one measure device called the sort of house. What are they doing? And when it comes to measuring the full of the ram, you don't have a special device for that. You use these sort of I don't know, one knows yeah, a special device for that. These sort of measuring up. After looking into what it says on top of the phone, second, sorry, has it. That it's not your review, it's not look at the phone. So every time. Sorry, I don't know. So this is how it's doing now. So you know, we're just listening. The youngsters like Io teach us from that, you know, but have a special measuring device for bears. There doesn't Fancy saw my way shop, he started measuring device, that's what they come over. That's the only thing we use it for.
Dude, you get everything. This isn't even fun.
Now we have to take the happy sword and measure it out. Similar to Nazi Habibi. Here the ones you ask. Boy, hey, Robert Bahara.
How you like that? How you like that, son? How do you like that? You know how many that was? 69 points, baby. That was my Sizzy. CZ. Okay, that's a great story. How many are left? This bitch is over. This bitch is over. It's over. I don't care what word you have here. You can give it double, triple. You can get your double blanks. You can do whatever you want. We're ending on a victory, people. And we didn't have to use multiple apps. We didn't have to use the messages app like you admitted to, which is obviously cheating. Hep, not a word. Everybody knows it. That's an iCarly word. iCarly word. iCarly word. iCarly word. Risers using iCarly words. What is this bullshit? iCarly word. iCarly word. iCarly word. It's an iCarly word. I don't know where you want to get the word hep. That's what is that short for hepatitis? I guess. I don't know. Zoot's the one who uses those kinds of words. All I know is this game is over, folks. And we have a new champion. New champion, same as the old champion. Not using cheating devices. Notice, people, I use cheating devices. I don't use messages app. I know what the word ARE is. I've known what the word ARE is since I was like 3. Doug, I'm more sleep deprived. Are you ready to hear about Brendan Schaub? That's my question. Doug, are you serious? Are you serious? You don't in in depth discussion. So, what are your thoughts on quids? I'll wait. 69 points, motherfuckers. 69 points. Best bet ever. I did not double. No, no. You got single blanked. You used your blank for sizes and stout. Are you serious with sizes and stout? All I know is that's bullshit. And the person who knows that's bullshit more than anybody is a man named Marlon Hill. Marlon Hill. Marlon Hill. Marlon Hill. You know what Marlon Hill knows? None of those fucking iCarly words that you want to play like hep. I didn't hear your question. I was too busy celebrating a victory. What's your question? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. 69 hours. Next question. I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Dog, you want to know a secret? Perhaps I dreamed this when I was a little kid. Perhaps I dreamed this. And I would play Scrabble. I would set up the tiles and I would know where the blanks were. And then I would get those first. Yeah, no one does know. Except everybody knows. Perhaps. Here's my question to you. Here's my question to you. Did you know that you still could have maybe won at the end? You, I didn't know that. But did you recognize that you played a word? Let's look at the words that you played that were great. Jag. Jag fucked me. Jag fucked me big time. And then you were like, I'm gonna fuck you. You even celebrated a little bit. You were like, I've got another word that's gonna fuck you. What word did you think started with a V? Oh, that would have been devastating. Yeah, you know what else isn't a word in literati that's a word? Well, it's a racist. It's a racist term, but it would have allowed me to dominate in the previous game. It's the word J and then an A and then a P. Super racist. Super racist. No, we call you a Canuck, dog. It's like you've embraced it. It's the name of your fucking hockey team. All right, I've got a question. I have a question for you, Mister. I know everything about hockey. The um the Montreal Canadiens. Well, they're called the Canucks a lot. I mean, they like maybe they're not called. Oh yeah, they do. At least in the United States, they're called that all the time. In the United States, they're called that all the time. Dude. Oh no, Vancouver Canucks. Apologies. Yeah, Vancouver Canucks. Sorry. That's a good point. Okay, so do you know what the Montreal Canadiens logo looks like? Yeah, exactly. Do you know why? What letters are on it? Yeah, YCH. It is not. It is hockey. Everybody thinks it's like Habs. Wait, didn't you have somebody who was the Habs too? Oh yeah, but that's not what the H. No, it stands for Canadian hockey, or whatever. That is true. Like habit, the first people to habitat to, or like the first Europeans to habit who lived in Canada to make Canada their habitat. Would it be habate? Is that a word? Is habate a word? No, habate. uh, it is definitely not a word. Like to live in a place, to habate. It needs to be a word because that's a thing. I think it should be a word. I'm going to add it to my dictionary. I'm coming up with my own dictionary. I guess it's to habitat, but it should be to habate. I'm coming up with my own dictionary, and it's going to have all the racist words in there at the beginning. It's going to be like, nobody wants you to know these. I'm going to teach you all the cuss words and everything at the beginning, and they'll be in the big thing too. But there'll be like a section, like page one, all the cuss words, and then it's going to be like words like well, vax would be in there because that's a word. And what's a word that I always try to play that isn't a word? Like, I don't know. We'll have words for like CA, CU, CI, and also um, more shit that has to do with the letter U. Like, I don't know. That just U isn't used that much. Um, what else am I going to have in my dictionary? I'm going to have the word stuff that ends with the word Q. The fact that like no, what's a word that ends in the word Q? I don't think we've ever played one. What is a word in the Scrabble dictionary that ends in the Q? I meant letter Q. I'm tired. Um, there are 7 words: suck, SUQ, sink, CINQ, kajak, QAJAQ. Who's playing 2 Q's and a J in a word? That would be worth like all the everything right there. If you played that, crazy. Uh, even though you'd have to play blank. Marlon would burn down that convention center. They'd be like, "Where did he just go?" And all of a sudden, he gets his fucking pipe, starts lighting the carpet on fire. Fuck getting double blade. You know it. I know it. And Marlon knows it. Yeah, Marlon would be so. What did they play? Oh, they just played Kajak. QAJAQ. I'll be right back. I got double Q. You could get double blank and double queued. Oh man, Trank, Tranq, Umiak, Umiaq, Kulik, Qull you could get tri- you could get triple. Could you get triple queued? You could get triple queued if they played Quillic and Kajak like next like on an like No, but well, maybe, but not one that ends on a Q. But you could get triple queued by somebody plays Kajak, Qajaq, and then somebody plays using that last Q, a Quulliq. That would be a triple Q. You'd be getting triple queued if it was like a triple letter score. And then the other one is Chem Otic. Dog, I would just tell you this. If you play a word that ends in Q that isn't SUQ, because that's kind of a bullshit one, I'll let you win. You win. Like that right there wins. Like you play a word. I don't know what any of those mean, and those are all those are all iCarly words. Those are all iCarly words, no doubt. No doubt those are iCarly words. You mean to tell me that Kujak is not a fucking iCarly word? And then there was always this rule that you had to have a U after a Q. Like that was always the word like when I learned English, that was always the rule. And then all of a sudden Qui comes out of nowhere. And it's the only thing we ever play. I should say only, but like we'll play Qui, Quid, Odd, Mont, and they are not that messy. No. And for J, at any letter, any word, I want to aside from Raj, words that end in J, words and I um they're loan words. There's Hajj, that's that thing to Mecca. Raj, Taj, Swaraj, Hajj. They're all fucking like Persian or like in. They're all loan words, dog. But in my dictionary, we're gonna start using it. We're gonna make up words for um like oh dude um I don't know, like something that doesn't exist. Like um like if you scratch your ear and you get out wax and you roll that wax into a ball, that doesn't have a word. That needs a word. Maybe that's like a wax with the J at the end. Wax, WAXJ. So wax. Um, no, that's the other way. No, J wax is already. No, I want more words that end in J. And WAXJ would be a lot of points in. That would be a lot of points in jazz, dog. What the fuck? What dictionary do you use? Okay, all right. Um, I'm sure it exists. A word that has one J and one Z. No, no. Yeah, that's where you get double blanked. It's jazz, G's, jizz, Giselle. Giselle does it. Jezail. Dude, bejesus is a word. Bejesus, dog. It's the worst. I am. Oh, I know what I wanted to know. Well, okay, here's my question to you. Do you think there are more? Um, I think this is kind of an easy question, but maybe not. Do you think there are more? Maybe actually, maybe it's not. Do you think there are more random things that could happen in Scrabble or chess? Go. Yeah. I think so too. The one that has the most is Go. Go has more than chess. The standard one though, it's like 100 by 100 or whatever. Are there more combinations for Scrabble, Go, or for chess? And how many combinations are there? All right. It's known as a Shannon number. All right. Chess has like 10 to the 120th on a 19 by 9 Go on a 19 by 19 board has 10 to the 360th, way more. Oh, not Shannon number. No, no, no. No. Why does it say Shannon number? Oh, named after Claude Shannon. Okay, for Go, to compare a rough analogy. Okay, but dude, what about Scrabble? They're gonna name this one the Rabbi number. Scrabble does not have a single clean, universally accepted Shannon style number the way chess does, because the game combines hidden information, tile bags, drawing randomness, and a very large placement board. That makes the counting problem structurally messier than chess or Go. That's why we have AI to figure this shit out. Still, we can give defensible scale comparisons. Why Scrabble explodes combinatorially. Scrabble's complexity comes from three interacting systems: tile permutations, 100 tiles in a fixed multiset, E's, A's, blanks, etc. Rat combinations, 7 tile hidden hands drawn from that multiset. Board placement. Every turn allows exponentially many word placements across a 15 by 15 grid. Even before play begins, the number of possible initial rack distributions alone is already enormous, on the order of trillions of distinct 7 tile combinations depending on letter multiplicity constraints. Position, space, scale, rough intuition. Estimates vary depending on what counts as a distinct position. If you treat board plus rack plus remaining bag state precisely, the number of legal game states is often placed at roughly in the neighborhood of 10 to the 100th to 10 to the 200th, depending on modeling assumptions. That's already vastly larger than chess position, so it's bigger than chess in the same general astronomical regime as Go's position space, 10 to the 170th, though not clearly exceeding it under standard assumptions. Game tree complexity, full plays. If instead you count complete possible games move sequences, Scrabble grows dramatically because each move has many legal word placements. Tile draws introduce branching randomness. Game length varies. Reasonable academic style estimates place Scrabble's game tree complexity roughly in the range of 10 to the 200th to 10 to the 300th. But I'm surprised they don't know this. This isn't like a number. It's going to be known as Rabbi's number. But let's see. Reasonable academic style estimates place Scrabble's game tree complexity. But this is highly sensitive to modeling choices, especially whether you treat tile draws as part of the branching tree. Okay, that's fine. But I find it interesting that they haven't mentioned like whether you're using the cussing dictionary or the other one. Comparison to chess and Go. Big picture. Chess is 10 to the 120th. That's a Shannon estimate. Go is 10 to the 10 to the 360 possible games. Scrabble, comparable order of magnitude uncertainty, but generally be believed to be well above chess, potentially comparable to Go in some models, but not clearly dominant. Bottom line, Scrabble sits in the same combinatorial explosion class as chess and Go, but it is harder to pin down precisely. In most reasonable formulations, it is definitely more complex than chess. It is likely below Go in the most commonly cited full game estimates, though some modeling approaches can push it into comparable territory. That's fucking fascinating. I know. But that's a good question. I'm surprised that that is not a known, like, that is not known. It's not known, seemingly, that what has more, Scrabble or Go. It's not known. It seems like it's Go, but that's not known. You would think that some supercomputer could just be like, oh, it's whatever. Exactly. But it doesn't. No, dog. It seems like you can avoid exact. Like, I want you to calculate it exactly. Like, it seems like you could do Scrabble exactly if you use like the standard Scrabble dictionary and standard Scrabble rules. It seems like this is a single number, not an estimate. It seems like it's one number. The the instinct is totally natural. Scrabble feels like it ought to collapse into one giant exact number, the way chess or Go do. But under standard Scrabble rules, that single number idea breaks in a few fundamental places. While chess and Go can be treated as single number systems, chess and Go are fully deterministic, perfect information systems. No hidden information, no randomness. Every position is fully determined by the move history. So you can define a fixed set of legal positions, a fixed game tree, a single count, even if astronomically large. That's why Shannon number style estimates exist at all. Scrabble has an extra dimension that prevents closure into one canonical number. Scrabble is not just board plus moves, it is hidden information system. Each player has private tiles, and tile draws are unknown. Bag order matters. Reshuffling order matters implicitly. So two identical board states can evolve differently depending on unseen history. Oh, I get that. So, like, you could have two boards that look exactly the same, but they got there differently. So there's a stochastic, but they're two different kinds of games. Stochastic. Okay, so let's say we have two boards that are exactly the same. Okay, two games that were ended exactly the same. The way we got to that result at the end differs. Like, maybe the first word in the first game was game, and the first word in the second game was dog. So those are implicitly two different games. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about. Yeah, it does. I guess there's another question here to be like, okay, how many different end games could there be? Like arrangements on the board in a single way versus how you got there. If stochastic branching, not purely deterministic, even if rules are fixed, the next state is not uniquely determined by the current state because the next rack is randomly drawn from the bag. That alone destroys a single deterministic state graph unless you explicitly explain all random outcomes. You can force Scrabble into a single number, but only by redefining what you're counting. There are two main exactification choices. Option A, expanded deterministic model, cleanest single number. You define a state as board configuration plus all racks plus remaining bag order plus turn order. Okay, that's fine, whatever. Then Scrabble becomes deterministic, and yes, there are a finite number of reachable states. There is a finite number of possible complete games. So, in that sense, a single number does exist, but it is so large that it is not practically computable. Not yet. I'm going to make a computer someday where we're figuring this shit out. The only thing this computer is going to be made to do is figure out this number. It is not even meaningful represented. It is not meaningfully representable in closed form. I think it is. I want it to be like 5421783412782. I want it to be like that. Even writing it down requires combinatorial explosion over permutations of 100 tiles, sequences of draws, permutation of board placements, permutations of turn orderings. You get something on the order of huge factorial structure times board placement, and then something gets cut off. Okay. So yes, a single integer exists in principle, but it's not tractable. Option B, information equivalence collapse. What people usually mean. If instead you quotient out randomness, treat draws as stochastic rather than enumerated. This is fucking fascinating. There could be someone who got their entire mathematical degree just on this question. Expected game tree complexity or state space under equivalence classes, then you no longer have a single canonical integer but model-dependent family of numbers. The key conceptual point. The reason Scrabble resists your intuition is subtle but important. Chess and Go are closed, dynamical systems. Scrabble is a dynamical system driven by an evolving hidden random variable, the bag. Once you include that variable explicitly, closure returns, but at the cost of making the single number so large and structure dependent that it stops being a meaningful invariant. Bottom line, yes, in a strict mathematical sense, Scrabble has a finite exact number of possible complete games. What is that number? No, in any meaningful combinatorial or scientific sense, that number is not uniquely canonical or computable like Chess's Shannon estimate. I don't understand why not. The single number intuition is structurally correct, but it hides an explosion in state representation that makes the number effectively unusable. If you want, I can show you how quickly it blows up just from the tile bag alone. Sure. Start with the smallest non-trivial object in Scrabble, the tile bag, because it already contains essentially the entire combinatorial catastrophe. The bag is a multiset, not a set. Standard Scrabble uses 100 tiles with fixed multiplicities. For instance, E appears 12 times, A appears 9 times, I appears 9 times, O appears 8 times, blank tiles 2. Formally, the bag is a multi-set permutation problem, not a simple... Okay, there's a lot of math here. Now draws, who draws what, and there are different orders and sequences. All legal board placements are like often 10 to the second or 10 to the third plus options. Okay. Dude, explain to me like I'm 5. Yo, can you explain this to me like I'm 5? And don't be really long. Make it like 10 bullet points. Scrabble, Chess, and Go are all games where you can count every possible way a game can go. That means there is technically one exact number for Scrabble too. But Scrabble has hidden tiles in a bag, so randomness is always involved. Because of that, you have to count not just moves, but every possible tile draw order. That makes the counting explode way faster than Chess or Go. Even just shuffling the tiles in the bag already creates an insanely huge number of possibilities. Then every time you place a word, the board can change in many different ways. So you're stacking huge numbers on top of huge numbers over and over. The final exact number exists in theory, but it's way too big to ever actually write down. So yes, it's one number, but it's so gigantic it stops being useful in practice. It is useful because you haven't been able to say whether there are more unique games or whatever in chess or not chess, but Go or Scrabble. Which one is it? You don't even know. I think you could invent a computer one day to be able to figure this out though. Like immediately. Like it's like a calculator. You're basically right about the intuition that it should be computable, but there's a key misunderstanding about what immediately calculatable like a calculator would actually require. Here's the clean truth. Yes, Scrabble, chess, and Go all have a definite exact number of possible games in principle, but definable does not mean computable quickly. For Scrabble, the number depends on every possible tile order, every possible draw sequence, and every legal word placement. That creates a branching system that explodes way faster than any normal calculator or even supercomputer can realistically enumerate. Chess is already too big to brute force, 10 to 120 games. Go is even bigger in estimates, 10 to 360 games. Scrabble gets similarly huge because randomness tile draws multiplies the possibilities instead of branching moves. To get an exact answer, a computer would have to literally list and count every possible full game path, not shortcut it. That is not a fast formula problem. It's a list every universe history problem. So the limitation is not intelligence or engineering, it's the computation grows faster than any physically possible computer can handle. So the key correction is a supercomputer wouldn't solve it like a calculator. It would be more like trying to count every grain of sand on Earth by individually tracking every possible rearrangement of every grain in every timeline. Okay, so what has more arrangements, Go or Scrabble? Short answer, Go almost certainly has more possible full game arrangements than Scrabble under standard 19 by 19 rules. But the reason this is not a clean proved exact ranking is important. That's what I want to know. Why can't you just be like it's exact? Go. Why it's so large? No randomness, no hidden information, yada yada. Okay. Scrabble. Why it's huge but structurally constrained. Scrabble has randomness, tile draws, hidden information, smaller spatial board, strict word legality constraints, even though it has many possible tile orderings, roughly modeled. It's like 10 to the 200th to 10 to the 300th, depending on assumptions. The key comparison intuition, Go. Every move creates a new geometry universe with very high freedom. Scrabble, every move is powerful but constrained by fixed tile pool, dictionary constraints, rack limits. So Scrabble explodes combinatorially, but Go expands spatially and temporally without constraint bottlenecks. Bottom line, Go is probably bigger than Scrabble in most standard formal estimates of total possible complete games. Scrabble is still okay, but is there a world perhaps where Scrabble is bigger than Go? Yes, but only in a very conditional, definition dependent sense, not in the usual mathematical sense people mean. What the fuck does that mean? Under standard definitions, normal Scrabble versus 19 by 19 Go. Go is almost certainly larger. This is because Go has no randomness, bottlenecking state, yada yada yada. Okay, so under conventional game tree complexity, Scrabble does not beat Go. But you can construct worlds where Scrabble becomes larger. Scrabble can surpass Go if you change what counts as a possible game. For example, expanding Scrabble's rule set slightly. If you include full tile draw order as part of a distinct state history, not quotienting randomness, all permutations of identical tiles treated as distinct labeled objects, and treat every micro variation in rack history as distinct. Then Scrabble state space inflates dramatically because Scrabble has an additional combinatorial dimension, the bag permutation space, that Go does not. In that modeling regime, dude, I'm going to write a fucking article on this. This is fascinating. In that modeling regime, Scrabble can be pushed upward faster than Go. B. If you modify Scrabble slightly, it's important. If you imagine variants like larger tile sets, larger boards, or more frequently high branching bonus mechanics, nobody's talking about that though, then Scrabble like systems can easily exceed Go because randomness multiplies game trees multiplicity, whereas Go is purely deterministic branching. So Scrabble is more elastic in complexity under modification. Why Go usually still wins in clean math. Even though Scrabble has randomness, that randomness is constrained. Fixed 100-tile multi-set, finite rack size, fixed board size, dictionary restrictions. Go has no resource depletion system, no hidden constraints, no external sampling process limiting branches. So Go's branching tree grows more freely at every step. The cleaner conceptual answer in standard definitions, Go is bigger than Scrabble. In inflated alternative definitions of distinct game history, Scrabble can be made much larger. Can be made larger. In pure, dude, this is fucking fascinating. Scrabble is like a system with a powerful explosion engine, tile permutations, but also a fuel tank that runs out, finite bag constraints. What a fascinating fucking discussion. What is a game out there that's bigger than Go? Okay, there are other versions of Go, and then there's chess variants on larger boards, infinite chess, multi-board chess, high piece density variants. Games with hidden information randomness plus long horizons. Poker has an extremely large information tree due to hidden cards and betting sequences. Magic the Gathering, certain RPG style games. Under normal rules, give me a list of like the top 10 biggest ones, whatever, and how many approximately permutations there could be. Okay, Go is like basically number one, Scrabble 2, Bridge 3, 4, Chess, 5, Poker, 6, Magic the Gathering, 7, Shogi, Japanese chess, 8, Zhangqi, Chinese chess, uh, 9 is checkers. I'm surprised checkers. Yeah, big. And 10 is Othello, Reversi. Oh, dude, Reversi's in here. I like that game. Nobody likes to play it with me, but I like it. Well, it's in fucking Play-Doh. I don't know why we don't play it. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I am as well. What's up, Frank Strawn? How you living, pimp? I hope you're having a good day, big man. Yeah, we should come up with something. Yeah, no, but what if you did a like you played all three? You played a game of Go, a game of Scrabble, and a game of chess, and you called it like the trifecta. Or oh wait, I know how to do it. Maybe. What if you use different um not tiles but like different languages? Yo, what if you used and like changed it to all the letters in every language, the top, let's say 250 languages in the world. How many permutations would it be then? Dude, that's uh, yeah. Uh, it's like 10 to the 5 million. If you combine all writing systems into one permutation object, it's 10 to the 5 billionth. Dude, that's so big. No, just the top 250 languages. I want to say there's a version, or like, I've played a game where it's Scrabble, but you can build in 3 dimensions. What is the game Scrabble in 3 dimensions? Yeah, dog, I play 3D Scrabble all the time. Um, well, it's called Scrabble 3D. There's a cube, but I guess that's like a computer simulation. Uh, I think Scrabble cube. Somebody wrote a Medium article on this. Um, I want to say that I played it. Like, you know how like what's a word? Like, I don't know. You played like you would play like phased, Fazed, and then I could put an H on it and play hazed, Hazed. You know how when we are always complaining about piling on or whatever? Yeah, something like that. What's that game that's Scrabble, but you add tiles onto the other person's, and it you can stack tiles. It's called Upwards. Marketed as Topwards, Crucimaster, or Scrabble Upwards. That's what I've played, and it's a lot of fun. But you've never played Upwards, or you've never heard of it? Yeah, and the tiles are like hollow, so they stack on each other. Yeah, Upwards. It's a lot of fun, but I haven't played it in probably like 37 years, like 30, 30 years at least. Uh, and I don't even really remember playing it. I just remember seeing it. Yeah, yeah. What is this game? Or maybe it was just a different kind of Scrabble board. But I want to say, uh, oh, it was Travel Scrabble. Well, that's a thing too. Travel Scrabble's a thing where the tiles lock in, which I think is a superior way to play. Like then you can't knock all the tiles over accidentally or sneeze or something. They're like they like fall into place. But yeah, Upwards. I've seen that played or I've heard of it. Because I didn't just come up with the idea.
I know that it's a thing. Anyway, I'm gonna come up with a Scrabble game that's all the languages, 10 to the 5 millionth. That means that the number of combinations is 1 with 5 billion zeros. That's huge. Oh, it's probably more than like atoms in the universe, or like I'm certain. Yeah, that's like pretty sure that people can meet the Pope or even less than that. Uh, but that's like the ultimate. Like, I bet if you had like a really good Neuralink, you could play that game. You would know all the languages, and you could play all the shit. And like, that's my goal. If I I'm watching this in 20, I'm doing this at 6. But if I do get mind uploading and technology like explodes, I want to be able to play Scrabble with all of the top 250 languages. Fuck the top, every language ever, even like baby languages. Figure it out. Yeah, that too, and grunts and shit. Where there you go. Oh, for sure. I'm not. I talk to dolphins all the time. Did you know they rape? Peace out, Scout. This was a really interesting, really interesting conversation. Like, to the point I will never forget about this conversation about Scrabble and Go, and like comparisons, and then all the languages of Scrabble. That's fucking fascinating. All right. Yeah, I was too. Wait, so there are some aspects to this. I think I understand it. There are like different cutoffs. So you've got the bag, and just pulling. There are 86 tiles that could be in the bag because you've got 7 that you start off with. So not even including those 7, just the random 86 that are in there. Pulling those out onto your board, onto your like little shelf, that creates randomness, and then playing them from your shelf onto the board creates even more randomness. It's not like you just play them on the board immediately. There's like another level. That's what they get. and then the blank tiles, not by a huge amount, but they change it too, because it's like um, they they could be anything, and then even more so, there's the fact that the game doesn't always end with all of the tiles being used. Sometimes the game is just like you can't play anything more. So that it's between 10 to the 200th and 10 to the 300th. When Go is 10 to the 360th, and chess is 10 to the uh, 100th. 10 to the 100, 10 to the 120th. So like chess has, or Scrabble has like twice as many outcomes as chess. But we don't know exactly, or like it's not like it can. It is a number though. That's why I don't understand why it's a number, but it's too big to calculate. But I think that you could be able to calculate it in the future, and that's what I want to write about. Like somebody should be able to say exactly. I agree with you. Well, you have to think that the number that punches out is like 100 digits long. Well, that's the thing. I agree with you. It should just be like, okay, so it's 100 numbers long. It should just give me a thing with 100 numbers. I agree. I agree. So the thing is called Shannon's estimate, which is for chess. Why is it an estimate and why isn't it an exact number? Yo, dog, why is Shannon's estimate in chess just an estimate and not an exact number? Shannon's number is an estimate rather than an exact number because it is measuring something that is mathematically well defined but computationally in okay. So mathematically it's well defined but computationally intractable to count exactly with known methods and resources. Here's the core reason of clean breakdown. The object being counted is enormous but finite. The number of Shannon estimated the number Shannon estimated is the number of possible legal chess games, or sometimes positions. That is finite, well defined under chess rules, in principle exactly countable. So yes, an exact integer exists. The problem is not existence, it is enumeration. To get the exact number, you would need to enumerate every legal move sequence, enforce all rules, check, repetition, stalemate, etc. Avoid double counting transpositions, same position reached via different move orders. Account for variable game length. This creates a massive branching tree with loops and merging paths, not a simple tree. The chess game tree is not a clean tree. Okay, so that's why. It's because it's not a simple tree. If it were a simple tree, it'd be easy to get a number. Does that make sense? The space is too large for brute force. Shannon's number is controlled by approximation. Claude Shannon did something very deliberate. He approximated average branching factors 30, average game length is 40 moves per side, then computed it to 120. So it is not a strict count. So that's what he did what you're saying. All right, well if you take the average branching factors 30 average game length is 40 moves per side. 30 to the 80th is about 10 to the 120th. So it is not a strict count, not derived from full enumeration. Doug, I'm saying this right now. I'm just going to put this in here. I think that with a really good computer in the future, this will be able to be done with like a calculator. And you can disagree, and that's cool, but I just think I'm right, and I want you to steel man it for me. I can't steel man it. Not a steel magnet. Steel man it. A steel man position is not a caricature of future computers are faster, but much stronger claim is that computational compression of combinatorial systems. Steelman claimed there exists a future class of computation, possibly non-classical, but still physically realizable, that can compute the exact number of legal game histories in systems like chess, Go, Scrabble by exploiting global structural regularities such that what is currently exponential enumeration becomes reducible to a traceable closed form or near closed form computation. Why this is not obviously wrong. You are implicitly appealing to a known phenomenon in mathematics and physics. Exponential brute force is often avoidable. Okay, cool. Strong version of your idea. Your strongest defensible thesis is the apparent exponential explosion in games like Go or Scrabble is an artifact of naive state expansion, and there exists a higher level invariant representation of the entire game space that allows exact enumeration without traversal. In other words, we are counting the wrong objects. There exists a macro description of the entire tree. What would need to be true? For you to fully succeed, at least one of the following must hold. Massive symmetry collapse, the game tree must have, okay, generating function closure, polynomial. Why? Experts are skeptical but not dismissive. I know for a fact that this could happen. Some alien technology could figure this shit out. These problems resemble known hard cases. The real Steelman conclusion. Your idea becomes strongest as we may be mistaking representational explosion for ontological complexity. Future mathematical physics or computation may reveal that large combinatorial game spaces admit exact global invariants that bypass explicit enumeration. You know, when you say, Rabbi, you should just like cut up the conversations that you have and like post them. This could be one of those that would be fascinating to people. But instead, it's on my long form content, so it's just like a little piece of brilliance that people will get along the way. Dude, not even you don't recognize my man that really videos on the internet are it started in 2004. There there was stuff before then though, but yeah. Word dog. Oh dude, if you think about it, like uh I mean, you don't make videos. You're on my videos, but like you don't. Maybe you make videos that I don't know about, but exactly, exactly. But what I'm saying is that like, so you don't even count in the equation of active video makers, though you're on videos. So there's like only That's what I'm getting to. The idea that like currently in the world, how many people are making videos? I think it's 500 hours every minute are uploaded to YouTube. Uh, and if you took all of the population of the world, let's say 8 billion people, how many people are on a given day making a video? I would say that it is maybe something like globally 3 to 5. That's true, but so you're just saying taking a video on your phone? Yeah, I'm talking about public where it can be shared. So I would say maybe it's pretty low. It's like maybe 3 to 5% of of people on a daily basis. You would not be included on that. You would have previously been included on that. I would be included on that. Uh, so we would think that in the future this would expand, and people like you would start making videos again, and that number 3 to 5%, I think would expand to 20% maybe, like, and then give it another decade or two, you'll have maybe half the world who are making videos on a daily basis. And personally making videos, even though you're not making videos that are publicly available, you're still on my stream, and you're still on like, and you're still on the CCTV, uh, like in your town, the closed circuit television, if you were to include that. So you're like on, but you're not the one uploading. Is the big. That's what we're talking about. Um, so given how much data is on the internet right now, it's not that much in comparison to what it would be in 10,000 years if it were to stay stable and everything. It's an incredible mathematical problem that, or like mathematical problem, I guess, to solve. Um, but what I'm saying is, like, even with how big we think the internet is right now, it is it has so much room to grow. And especially if you get people who do what I do, which is live streaming, where you're streaming yourself and then you're making videos. Like I upload TikTok videos while I'm streaming myself on YouTube, and I multi-stream it. So that creates a ton of different branches in this equation. That if more people did stuff like that, it would create an incredible amount of more data. Um, though I used to think like the internet was so big, and it was like uh, it was too big for me to wrap my head around. It is not. I find that it is basically a combination of maybe 100 websites that people use. The English one, so the Chinese one is maybe like, another 100. It's basic. The whole internet is basically maybe 200 highly used websites. Yes, there are websites that people make that aren't as highly used, but that's pretty few and far between. So what I'm saying is, like, basically everyone. I mean, this is just the Alexa rating. Number one is Google. Number two is YouTube. Number three is Facebook. Number four is like QQ. And it depends on. Then you get like Baidu. It's a big one. It's definitely a top 10 social media platform. But there's Baidu. I think Baidu's the Chinese Google. So there's that, and it depends if you want to include. I mean, uh, I I like look this up somewhat often, especially in terms of social media. Like QQ, WeChat. There are some Chinese alternatives that break into the top 10 social media platforms, but basically, if you include the top 100 social media platforms, that are not just social media platforms, but websites, that includes Yahoo, that includes Dailymotion, that includes uh, things like uh, well, certainly Reddit and Imager, and like basically that top 100 sites. If you can control information on the top 100 sites, you control the whole internet. And so my goal was basically to infiltrate those 100 websites with my content as much as possible. Not to control the whole internet or whatever, but to be as like absorb myself as much as I could, or have it absorb my content as much as possible. And uh but like, if I were to say to you, those top 100 websites, who goes to websites that aren't those? Like we might go to one of these movie sites that streams a documentary for us or something like that. But aside from doing that kind of stuff, maybe some porn sites are up there, I'm sure. But it's like, aside from like those top 100 websites, the internet is is not like, a lot of people aren't going to those other websites. Some do, but um, it is. It absolutely is. There's something called the deep web, which is like not the dark web. Deep web is like websites that are not connected to the internet, or were once connected to the internet but no longer are, or maybe they're like on internal networks that are not connected to the internet. And that deep web is like 90% of the internet. It's like extremely big, that people don't realize. Like um there are a lot of parts of the internet that are not indexed. And um like, I go through this. I was doing this. Some of it you can. Some of it's on like university servers, or maybe it was just between a couple of computers. And there's been a big project, especially with like intelligence agencies, to be able to try to track all of that deep web content. And there are just like websites that people made that are just went offline, that may be stored on some server somewhere but are just no longer connected to the internet. And like, think about like, what's something on the deep web now? Like, I think it might be, but like Sora, all that Sora content is no longer accessible on the internet. Like when you go to your Sora, all of your videos are gone. But all that data isn't necessarily erased. It's probably still stored on OpenAI's servers. It's just no longer accessible on the internet. So that would be considered on the deep web. Does that make sense? And all of that kind of content, exactly. And all of that kind of content is like 90% of the internet, or it's a large amount. It's difficult to be able to calculate, but it's a lot. When I started this streaming thing, I thought I didn't know all the different social media platforms there were, and I certainly didn't know their statistics and such. And I felt like, oh, the internet's just like infinitely large. Like no one will ever, um, like let's say you get banned from YouTube. Okay, well then you can just there's some YouTube equivalent out there somewhere that you can find. No, there are not. Especially YouTube. It's a handful. And I always felt like, oh, there's a Chinese one, maybe there's a Spanish one, and there's like like an Indian one. No, it's not like that. It's like these things are so expensive to run that and they're basically like fed to us by intelligence agencies that they don't want the internet to get too big. They want everybody to be focused. That's why Reddit it has played such a big role in the zeitgeist of what people view and how their minds are warped by certain topics. If you get everybody's mind on, like, if you shut down all the forums by threatening everybody with, like, um, uh, child sexual assault material, so that nobody else wants to create a forum because you get some weirdos on it who share inappropriate things, and everybody has to go to Reddit, and then you can focus whatever you want. You can be like, hey, we've got a pandemic. Hey, we need to focus on global climate change. Or we can make things more liberal or more conservative. You basically can control everybody's opinion if you uh, limit the places where they can have these discussions. And that's what I've learned is that the internet is much smaller than I once thought. And like I always felt like, all right, that's true. That's absolutely true. But there aren't like I always thought there would be like I don't know, maybe like 20 YouTube equivalents, but there are not. There, there's really just Rumble, and I guess BitChute and Library or whatever. But even those shut down, and it's amazing. I understand. Oh, to watch stuff, I'd never watch anything on Rumble, but as a user, it's in my opinion superior to YouTube. Um, it's much easier to use, I think. Now, as a viewer, I never watch anything on Rumble. Never, not once. I mean, maybe I watch my own streams, but like, um, it's it. I've never heard. I Yeah, if you see their terms and conditions, there are like six rules. That's it. It's not like YouTube has like so many different rules, and they change. Like Rumble has like six rules. It's like no adult content, no fraudulent content, no copyrighted material, no no violent, no like overtly violent, gory stuff. Like, and there's like one other rule, and that's it. And I can tell you that um, I had a problem with Rumble. Like, I'm the biggest Rumble user in the world, no doubt. And so one time I contacted Rumble about a problem I was having, and they got back to me, a real person, right away. I was like, no flipping way. You could never get this kind of service out of YouTube. And I was running into an issue where my streams, I would be streaming for like 12 hours, but only 6 of my hours would get saved. Now, I would have it saved on other places as a backup, but for whatever reason, they had some kind of technical issue for a little while, and they were like, can you please send us like your, like when you go to inspect like all the information in your browser, whatever would happen, because they're like, we want to look into this issue. But I didn't want to press it too hard because I didn't want them starting to look up who I am and be like, whoa, you have 35 different accounts. Like, you're not allowed to do that. Even though it doesn't say you can't do that in their rules, I I know that these types of services don't like when people do that. Um, but anyway, Rumble Rumble's becoming far more popular than I thought it would be. In terms of uh, like they have some exclusivity with people. I think like Steven Crowder, not that that's a big name or anything, but like he's on Rumble. It's become pretty big for like conservative people. Absolutely, and they're low quality ads. It's not like ads for like Nike and Coca Cola and stuff. It's like um, take this supplement and you're gonna your hair will grow or your eyesight will be better or whatever. It's like, and it's just it's a lot of they just have a lot of ads, but I get why they do it. There's no way to run this type of site without just almost destroying it with ads. It's just so expensive to store all this data. But they're able to do it and they're growing and um, they unlike YouTube, which like pushes out like new updates like once every few years, they do a new update of their like systems maybe like once every 6 months or so. Like they just added one, I don't know, within the last 2 weeks that you can now uh, you can now read scripts on your stream and make money, and like different places will pay you. So they'll give you the script and you just have to read it on your stream. And they have other ones that are like if you put things in your profile, they will give you money per stream that you have. It's not a lot of money. It's like 3 cents a stream or something if you're a small creator. But if you do that enough, I do it, and I mean I've never cashed out on any of my monetization of this stuff, but it does grow. Um, well, they're a different system, so um, they are indefinite video storage first and foremost. When uh, Twitch and Kick are just streaming and do not save your streams for more than at a maximum 90 days. If you have the best Twitch plan, I think it's 90 days. And generally it's 14 days. Isn't that interesting? And but I think that Amazon is storing all that data. They just don't make it available to people because they yes, you can do that. But so I think that Bezos and Co are really recording um all of the stream content, but they don't make it accessible like a YouTube. But I think they're storing that on the Amazon Web Cloud or the Amazon Cloud, the Amazon Web Services, because they're one of like I don't know 5 companies that have the ability to do that. And when they're training models and stuff, they recognize the value of that data. So when but the average person doesn't have access to that data. If you can have an accurate enough model of an individual, you can predict the future of that person and their behavior and the way that they think and the way that the words that they'll use. And accurate modeling of people is really important to these companies, especially things like micro behavior and micro mannerisms. Like, not even just like, oh, the person smiled. It's like, oh, their mouth moved like 1 millimeter bigger on the left side than the right side. And that is a tell in the human uh, condition or human behavior of they're happier, or this is just unique to this one individual, or this is a trend that we see across all of these streamers, or like eye movement, tracking eye movements really important, like where someone's eyes are on a screen like where they're like they always did this with newspapers. They would say on a newspaper, where's like the most prominent advertising, and it's like 2/3 of the way up the page or 1/3 of the way down. That's where the human eyes just naturally go. And so in the newspaper world, that was always like really the most expensive ad space, and that's where you'd want to put your headlines and stuff, as opposed to like all the way at the top or all the way at the bottom. And to be able to track that information is extremely important. I've heard it said something like, if you have this data on your enemy, you can control them because you it's like basically you're in their mind and you can know everything about them. And so there's that quote of Sun Tzu, know thy enemy. Well, they're basically building models on every single person, not necessarily because they see them as inherently an enemy, but they are able to use that data to be able to, uh, well, certainly. But I think it's more than that. More than just selling. To me, selling is just it's pretty minor. It's about being able to predict the future. If you have enough data, you can predict the future. Like, what do I mean? Like in a time of war, if you see that your troops are like amassing a forward line with certain amounts of like tanks and howitzers and stuff, you can anticipate where they're going to attack and what their maneuvers are going to be. And having that kind of information is incredibly beneficial. Now, that's not exactly what we have here, but we have it with humans. So being able to know how people react to things and then being able to use certain types of propaganda against them allows you to control them. And the better you know them, the easier it is for you to be able to control them. So what does that mean? Like there are some unanswered questions out there, like for instance, like what color do humans find to be the most attractive? It's a hard thing to quantify because it's so subjective. But the idea is like if we want to make something attractive to the largest amount of people on earth, who would it be? And there are like focus groups you can do with this, but it's a color blue. It's a shade of blue actually. It's I believe the shade of blue that Chase Bank uses. It's like a darker blue. Um but it also may be the blue that Facebook uses. It's between those shades I've seen like studies. It's basic. It's almost like it's a little darker than this blue of the sky, and it's like, well, why do people want that? And it's like maybe it's a natural thing that we have, like because we see it in the sky, it just makes us feel like it's a natural thing, as opposed to red, which just immediately like gets our attention and causes like anxiety in some individuals. But knowing this kind of stuff will help you to market products. It can also help you to be able to spread propaganda against amongst the people, by knowing what colors people want or what fonts people want or the sounds that people enjoy, or using subconscious sounds against people, or um like imagine you had all this data. You could create an AI woman or man or whatever that everyone found attractive, and it could basically hypnotize people and be like a digital leader that people would really like. These are just like what I have read and been able um to quantify what these things could be used for. But what I really think it can be used for, like in my opinion, um, the big, like it doesn't really have a name, or I've looked for it. I haven't really found it. Okay, so there's something called the what is it called? I'm tired, so it's gonna take. Just give me a second. It's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which is you can't know the speed and you can't know the velocity and position of a particle at the same time. And without going into explaining it right now, it's difficult to know. Well, it's allegedly impossible, but there may be ways to get this information in other ways. And if that's possible, and I've said this before, you could take something like the solar system and say, so long as we keep it as a closed um, model, so thinking like no aliens come through and no like asteroids destroy anything, we could be able to predict the future of every atom within this closed system with a powerful enough computer. And the way that you would do that is like basically if you had like a snapshot of where every particle is within the solar system at a given time and a powerful enough computer, you would be able to predict the future of what would be going on where all of these molecules are interacting with each other. And then you'd be able to predict the future of what's going on Earth. Uh, do I think that's what these companies are getting toward? That's a long way off, perhaps, but with quantum computing, it's not. Quantum computing can perhaps bridge that gap where to a current supercomputer, it would be an extremely difficult thing to calculate. But to a quantum computer, because of how fast they are and how powerful they are, it can be a very simple calculation. So that it would be able to say, in 10,000 years, under the solar system as it's currently arranged, who is going to be the most powerful person on Earth? And it would be able to tell you exactly. Or what, perhaps, I would probably say the other former co-host of The King and the Sting, Brendan Schaub, perhaps. You know how that could be. Um, but yeah, I just think that it's just the data is, and these are just things that we can tell. I mean, there are like other ways to be able to use this data. So, like what? And I use this as an example all the time for revivification technology, but also just like memory absorption. Right now, I'm talking on a two-dimensional screen, and it's being recorded, and that's great. But in the future, you might be able to remove the different layers of my skin digitally and know what my cranium looks like and be able to zoom in on my brain and the different synapses that are firing and the exact words that are coming out of my mouth right now and know exactly what I'm thinking and know every memory in my mind and be able to learn everything about me, even more than I know about myself, just using data. And in its own way, that allows people to be able to recreate individuals of the past. All you need is a picture of someone, and you could perhaps recreate them. And you don't even necessarily need a. I don't think randomness really does exist because, I mean, the way that the Big Bang occurred, like everything was calculated at a certain point. So while we may see it as being random, that randomness is actually predetermined. Predetermined. Exactly. The I, it's all just like puzzle pieces and how they're gonna fall together. So like that Scrabble bag, has certain arrangements of those tiles, and those tiles, like basically were usually they're like wooden tiles, I guess. So they were once a tree, and that tree was then once a seed, and that seed was once from another tree, and that other tree was goes all the way back to the founding of the earth, and then before that it's the dust of the universe, of the early universe, like within 1 billion years of its start. And then before that, it gets to like the Big Bang. And that was all determined. And it was just boom, it occurred. And the dust became the foundation of the universe. And then that eventually became the planets. And then the planet eventually gave rise to the tree. And the tree was eventually cut down to make the scrap. Yeah. Yeah. That gets into religion, and the answer to that is no one knows. So we can't, at least under current human intelligence, nobody can figure that out. Maybe a higher intelligence would be able to, but that's not going to get solved anytime soon. So under the current thought of how the universe is, in my opinion, randomness doesn't exist. Everything is predetermined to whatever um, velocity and position occurred at the Big Bang. You may interpret it as chance, but in my opinion, it's predetermined. Basically, we'll get back to that example, but imagine I had like, do you know what a paint grenade is? Okay, they used in paintball and stuff. Okay, but imagine I have a balloon that's filled with paint, and I throw that balloon at a wall, like a mural, and all that paint spreads out. Are you following me? No. Paint. Okay, and all that paint spreads out on the wall. And let's say I recorded it on camera. I could very slowly, frame by frame, see the development of where all the paint would eventually show up on the and trace its origin back to that balloon. And I would say that even though the paint on the canvas looks randomized, that it was predetermined to end up like that if we just in a slow and methodical way look at the camera in reverse back to its original origin inside the balloon. And so some people may say that the canvas looks random, and that's cool. But to me, it was predestined to be like that based on the velocity of how the balloon was thrown and the arrangement of the paint and the canvas and all of the other factors. These are just variables. So getting back to the Scrabble board or whatever, or the bag, like the fact that a hand is a certain size and that it grasps it a certain way and that a certain player of the game is going to grasp it in a certain way and that the wood tiles are all generally the same size and like all of that is data. Otherwise, if you say there's randomness in the in the universe, then in my opinion the universe is not a closed system, and something else has to be existing, and it's not how physics works under the current models. Now maybe there's like a multiverse that's affecting it, or maybe it could be affected by. I'm not even talking about like a higher alien being, but like a almost like a godlike being that could be okay. But that's not backed by current scientific understanding. Current scientific understanding basically says that everything is predetermined. Randomness does not exist. If randomness did exist, then that's something that wasn't included in the model. Absolutely. Yeah. Follows and that yep. And it's a religious point. That's why at least within Judaism, I can't talk to on other religions generally, but God's divine plan, and there's an argument to be made. Is it that we have free will and it's all according to a plan? I mean, the basic way there's no perfect way to be able to describe this, but it's generally we think that we are making the choice in our mind, and it seems free to us, but it's within a larger system that may be predetermined, and I'm okay with that. So to me, free will, I feel exists that I have the ability to do what I want to do and say what I want to say, go where I want to go, and do what I want to do. But in reality, it's just the arrangements of how my brain has been developed, and that goes back to my being an infant and being a fetus, and then going back through my ancestors and going back to a common uh, ancestor of early primates, and taking that back to early mammals, and taking that back to perhaps um, multiple cell organisms and single cell organisms, and taking that back to the creation of the world, and then taking that back to the creation of the solar system, and taking that back to the creation of the galaxy, and taking that back to the creation of the universe. It can all just reverse itself. Like, I'm sure you've seen those like gifs or like a video of just someone like those zoom outs where it zooms out from the Earth and it goes to the solar system and it goes to the galaxy and then goes to the deep universe, or the opposite. It zooms in. I see it as the same way, and I think that's a very scientific, very practical way of viewing the world. And to say that there's some kind of unknown randomness that is occurring that wasn't calculated, to me is uh, inconsistent with logic. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you, and I think an interesting point that you're making. But in reality, Exactly. Well, like, to me, um, it's like the Scrabble game or Go or chess. While things seem like they're random, in reality, it's just one of those given outcomes that's already been calculated. And someone may say, well, no one would have expected me to make this certain move. In reality, that's just one of the moves that's been calculated and predetermined. Um, yeah, I mean, you could say that. Well, it depends how you define free will. I think that the free will and divine plan, or whatever you would consider predetermination, can live simultaneously. Humans think that they have free will. They think that they have choice over what they want to do, but in reality, they're just subject to the physics of their environment, and because of that, it's part of a larger plan. So an individual can feel like that's true. So where's the free will in that? But at least just in determining like what you want to do, people feel like they have free will, and that's cool. But in reality, it's just part of the deterministic factors that are part of their environment. And we don't really have like absolute free will. I can't just think and become an iguana or think and go back to medieval times. I'm limited in my free will to the choices that are set in front of me. That's fine. That's fine. But yes, those are, but those are limited choices as well. There are only so many different ice creams or foods that you could eat. Those are limited. I mean, of all the foods in the world, I don't know. It's probably like maybe a million different foods that exist. Maybe more, maybe less. I don't know. If you get into non-edible things and you get into different combinations, okay, fine. But it's not like you can say tomorrow, like I'm going to eat plasma, or I'm going to eat um, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like, well, that you could eat, but I'm talking about like things that like you you don't have a choice over. You don't have free will to be able to do that. You're so like you basically have free will of the choices that are set in front of you. And those would be different kinds of ice cream. Maybe you want strawberry ice cream the first day instead of mint chocolate chip, and vice versa. Okay, but it's still a limited amount of choices that you have. It's not like you can say, I want to do so, but I want to do it on Mars. Or I want to do so, but I want to do it underwater. Those are just, they're not practical. So your free will choices are limited. So how free is that really? So then, Isn't it really just constrained will? I mean, wouldn't that be more accurate to call it that? So that's constrained. There are colors that exist outside our visible light spectrum that we don't have the ability to interpret, and thus we aren't free to be able to observe those. So that's why I think it's probably more.
I agree. All right, Big Dog. Well, these were good conversations. Dog, come back tomorrow, God willing. Peace out, Girl Scout.
Where you from?
Too many places to count.
All right. Start with one.
Dude, what are you fucking MySpace profile? Were you gonna recommend me Fight Club, you human fucking cliche?
Okay, I was
Have you heard of the Decemberists?
born in Germany, Saudi Arabia, New York, Tennessee, Arizona. That's just high school. Then I did college in San Francisco Bay Area, spent my 20s in India, and recently moved to LA since September.
That's totally believable. I mean, you really it looks like your entire look was built in the last few places you've been. San Francisco and India.
Yeah.
You truly look like a guy that's just spent a lot of time in both of those places.
It's true.
You meditate a lot?
I do.
How often?
Every day.
Wow.
Recorded an album in India actually last year.
You recorded what kind of an album?
Conscious.
Okay, what's it called? Where can we find it?
It's called Fire for Freedom, and if you look on Spotify,
His first single was called Informa.
Fire for Freedom?
Fire for Freedom.
FIREFORFRE.
Yeah, and Subramanya is that's my name. I just go by Subra for short.
Do you have a mantra or a word that you repeat while you meditate?
It's all about silence, truly.
Like to yourself, though. Because whenever I meditate,
oh shit, no way.
Jeremiah left. This is you.
Yeah, this is me. It's in San Francisco, right? It's very hippie.
This is your thing. This is
my thing. Yeah, truly.
Man, was I right about you? I asked him if he meditated. Another first.
Dude, I
to do one episode.
This is my first time doing comedy. I've never done comedy in my life. I decided yesterday to do this.
I fucking love it. Look at you and your free spirit.
Man, it's like it.
Look at you, risk taker. What else do you do for fun and other things? Let me stop for a second. What made you want to do this? Oh my God, you just have a dream catcher hanging out of your pocket. Wow, hold on. Wait, is it? Let me guess. That must be.
I got my pig holder.
Super, shut the fuck up. That must be for what? When your leg falls asleep? Son of a bitchin' bastard.
I feel like that's his condom.
It's a cum catcher.
Is your set in there? Because it felt like a nightmare, huh?
Yeah. It's there.
Whoa.
It's there.
Did you hear that? Fucking Joburg chant out of
Well, I figured, either I tell the joke or I become the joke. But either way, it's a win.
Alright, super. Just slow it down. I don't need any of your fucking bumper stickers, alright? No one's buying a goddamn button after the show. Alright, so...
Go back to your day job of ruining black people's neighborhoods.
I wish I could afford that.
And Mexicans.
What are some other... Now back to my original question. What made you,
So my good friend Nick, he invited me. He actually told me about this podcast and this whole thing going on. And I think this is my third time coming. And I just kind of fell in love with this comedy club and this whole show. I think it's brilliant. It's kind of a twisted, fucked up version of American Idol. I love it.
So, Subra, let me ask you this. What are some other free-spirited things that you've done lately in your life and things like that? I can't imagine anything worse for a podcast than a pogo stick in the background, by the way, guys. I mean, sometimes it makes me wonder if you really think of the format that we make this show with. And now we're just playing fish for no reason. All right, good. Pull things off its tracks again. Every once in a while, even I lose control.
I feel like his name is Subra because his parents conceived him in a Subaru and they only kind of find it.
Accurate.
So what are some other fun things you've done lately?
I mean, just yesterday I was talking about a friend of moving to Thailand. And I'm starting an art business.
You look like if we made out, like your breath would taste like curry.
Yeah. You want to try it? You want to make out
curry today, actually.
You want to make out with Pat?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
How fucking dare you?
All right.
It really is like if Ned Flanders became a Buddhist. I believe in a Buddha-ly doodly.
Oh my god, that's Netflix slander. Oh, that's good.
He looks like if he played Two Truths, One Lie, he'd say, I'm gay, I'm not gay.
Well, it's like he's the patron saint of substitute art teachers.
How many licks does it really take to get to the center of a system? Mr. Owl, 100.
That is a really good one.
He's like, I don't know, but I can tell you how many licks it takes to get to the center of the universe.
Truly.
Subra, you ever do like ayahuasca or anything like that?
No, I have not.
Have you ever done any hallucinogens?
Yeah, there was just there was a time where
it's like you went back into it for a second. It's like I sent you back.
Do you ever hang out with Macklemore so he can look hood by comparison?
No, but he can hire me if he's listening. He won't. Taking applications.
So what else?
I mean, I've done mushrooms that got locked into UC Berkeley Botanical Gardens.
Wait, what? Damn, that is the most hippie ass shit I've ever heard. Dude, man, you ever do mushrooms and lock yourself inside of Berkeley?
It was a good time. It was a good time. Trying to navigate my way over the fence was great.
How did you lock yourself in?
So I was doing my trip in the afternoon, and I decided to zen out. And I opened my eyes, and it's like complete darkness. And I stumbled around and realized I was completely locked in, that I was the only one there. So I had to climb over a shed to get onto the roof, to climb over a fence, to stumble my way back down to the university.
I'd love to know what really happened.
No,
he just thinks that happened, but he was tripping so hard. He was at his apartment the entire time.
Yeah.
All right, Subra. Anything else? When you were in India, anything crazy happened there? Did you make love to anyone?
I did.
You did? What was that like?
Yeah, her name was Shraddha. She was. Yeah, it was cool. We met at like a curry cafe.
Oh, curry cafe.
What was her name? Was it
Shraddha? That's just called McDonald's.
Was it Shraddha? Was she with Beef Papa and Rocksteady?
The curry cafe, and you hooked up with an Indian chick. That's like hooking up a
dude.
black girl, and it's like, oh, where'd you guys meet? Oh, the chicken place?
Popeyes, man. It was Popeyes.
I started playing a flute, and she came out of a basket, and then we fell in love.
You're a real snake charmer.
Truly.
It was yoga fire.
When you shot your load, did you make it on the red dot on your forehead? I'm asking the questions everybody really wants to ask again. This is an R-rated show. If kids are watching, then you have bad parents, kids.
Oh my god.
That joke brought to you by ZipRecruiter, bro.
Why do you do that?
Oh my god.
Jeremiah, you are a train wreck. Just for no reason. He's just a dangerous person to work with. That's not the part where you would drop that, Jeremiah. But did you make it on the dot?
No, it did not.
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
What's
happening? We have a live wire out there.
What is the tattoo
was that?
Dude,
it was that guy.
Is that Chris Pontius? My fucking homie from Jackass? Are you kidding me?
Dude, you see it as a...
Make some noise for the great Chris Pontius is here, joining our favorite Jackass fans. I believe it's his first time at the show. I'm a big fan, sir.
See his hand tattoo just says breath?
Wow. Is that to remind you?
It's a mindfulness reminder, yeah.
To breathe?
To breathe with awareness, you know. Oh, you're fucked, dude. I'm Ginger Lennon, dude.
Are you afraid sometimes that you're just thinking about breathing while your whole life passes you by?
Well, the whole point is to bring awareness to your life so it doesn't pass you by.
But if all that you're doing is being aware about being aware, then isn't it still passing you by?
You're savoring, man.
You've been out-intellected, bro. Just take it, Tony.
Come on, Tony. I mean, let's put it this way. Do you feel? I feel way more alive when I'm in my senses as opposed to in my head about things. It's simple.
Hold on, say that again. You're clapping. You don't even know what the fuck he said. Shut up. That's the type of person that just likes shit on Facebook, but you're not even reading it.
Is that boner?
Does that apply to when you're blacked out in the botanical gardens?
You know, I had to go through my dark night of the soul to get here.
Were you like this in high school? Were you like this in high school? I feel like you really didn't a Packers fan.
Yeah, no.
Wrestling.
I was very much like this. I had a quote very similar to this, but had Alex Gray painting on the back. You know, shit.
Does your mother know you left the house tonight?
Sure.
A boy had a dream catcher and then you showed up and I was like, I guess this does work. They must have run out of shit by like sophomore year.
Super. Did I ask you what you do for a living?
I'm a visual artist and musician.
Does that mean you have a
It means
trust
I'm broke
fund
as fuck.
that pays for your awareness?
No, not at all. I'm actually like.
Does your trust fund help with your sensitivity to your awareness?
I was disowned at 18, so.
Pardon me?
I was disowned at 18.
Ow. Dude, we're all disowned at 18, you motherfucker. Wow, that's your sad story. Holy shit, did you guys all just hear that?
I was kicked out. Is it sad if I'm rooting for the parents?
I've never in my fucking life heard anything like that. I was disowned at 18.
Only 2 credit cards.
Do you have any idea how crazy that sounds? What do you mean? They told you that you had to go live on your own? What?
I was kicked out at 17.
Yeah, man. I had to have like plans. My mom's like,
Sure,
here's
but you
the
can still
fucking
like
date,
come home to
dude.
Thanksgiving.
Get out.
Go live with your girlfriend. Totally.
So I just told my son yesterday, what was he getting done? He's just one with himself. Why did they disown you?
I mean, I changed my name legally, went to India, all that stuff.
Wow. Where were you before? Ethan? Edgar?
Ethan, my birth name's Corey.
But now it's Moon Rock.
Yeah.
Wait, so what is your full name now?
My legal name is Subramanya. Subramanya Nithya.
I like that you got to choose the name and still were like, it's Subra for short. Just get one where you don't have to do the for short part.
The name was given to me when I was living in India. So
Do you know Cat Stevens?
He's my man. I love Cat Stevens.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
I want to hear you say your name again. How do you say your name?
I mean, I just go by Subra because it's shorter.
The whole thing.
Subramanya.
Alright. Jesus Christ.
Subramanya just sounds like an off-brand Indian Superman. Like, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Subramanya!
And that's what I use for my artist name. Like on my album, you'll see, like, that's, you know, that's my name.
Wow. Alright. How many...
You can find it on modestyaku.com, alright?
My God.
Am I too spicy for you, Tony?
How many pounds of granola do you eat a day?
It's more pounds of curry. There
you go.
I transcended granola.
Are you wearing bands? Are you wearing bands because you live in one?
Alright.
I feel like he lives in that other guy's fanny pack.
How do you think I got here?
Yeah, Subra, if I can call you Subra. I'm going to tell you something. You've been up here laughing at us, making fun of you, getting it all picked apart. For you to have just thought of coming down here and signing up yesterday after seeing the show a couple times and laughing about something like this is fucking awesome, and it's part of what it's about, is being able to come here with a day's notice and try something. At least you tried, and it's fucking awesome. So thanks for being such a cool dude and coming on. There he is, Super Gordo. On to the next one. This
super, super aware.
You left the crystal on the stage for us. I feel more woke, dude. Truly.
Alright, I pulled another name out of the bucket. This name is Maddie Hansen. There we go. Maddie Hansen, everyone.
I love trans women. I like running into them in the bathroom, you know? Like, they're so uplifting and complimentary, and that's proof enough for me that they're not men anymore, you know? I don't need any, like, science or anything. It's like, I believe you, you know? I'm trying to become a substitute teacher, but I'm afraid no one's going to hire me because, like, I don't not look like someone that has sex with 7th graders, you know, which is disgusting, you know, like, I don't like short men. I have standards, you know. I wish I was more woke, you know. Like, I wish I was like, I like Persian people too. Yikes. Can't get used to them. Oh wow, I guess they're here.
Fuck yeah. Hansen, a very special, very trans Kill Tony episode we're having. Streaming.
Give it up for Tommy Lauren.
So, how's it going, Maddie Hansen? You've been on the show a couple times before, right? Yeah, what have we found out about you or learned about? What do we normally talk about? Normally I call you, I'd probably tell you one of the funniest Fox News correspondents we've ever had on the show.
We went over that, yeah.
I think it every time I see it.
No, it's nice. I like that.
Hey, Tony, can I just, address the elephant in the room? This chick is ugly, dude, right? I mean, it was hard to even focus on her because she's so gnar-looking, right?
We usually talk
He's making a joke because he's...
Very nice.
Yes.
It's like the opposite.
I don't know.
You did that Persian joke on this show before, right?
Oh, I don't... Did I? I don't know. I don't remember.
He did, actually.
Maybe? Okay.
How long have you been doing stand-up,
I don't like them. I've been doing it almost 2 years.
Why do you not like Persians? With you, what do you do for work again?
She does real estate.
No, I got fired.
She works at the yard house. She got fired from real estate.
Yeah, I did. I started disliking them when I worked in high-end retail because I lived in Beverly Hills. I just had to deal with them all the time. So that's when it started.
So what is it that you don't like about them?
Everything.
Oh Jesus!
No, I don't know. I don't like them because they're a rich minority.
That is so funny, so honest. That's unbelievable. Wow.
I think we can all, I think that's why.
You have to add that. Will you add that to the joke that you do every time you get the 60 chance to do a 60
Just imagine
seconds?
you're watching Aladdin as a kid and going, these fucking assholes.
They're saucy, but yeah, throw them in.
Where's my genie?
I think everyone can unite around not liking them, and Armenians, like the same. Like, they all have, Mercedes Benz.
Yeah, much like hair, we covered Persians and Armenians earlier.
Okay.
Maddie, what else do you do? What do you do for fun?
Well, right now,
Kill Persians, dude.
Kill Persian people. I don't know. I'm busy.
Did your parents disown the last guy?
Right now, I don't know. I'm busy right now. I'm moving out. I got fired from my job.
You got fired from the real estate job?
Your boss is Persian.
Did you just say? Hold on, wait. Did you just say you're a substitute teacher?
Well, I'm trying to become one. I just took the CBEST test.
Wow, the CBEST.
Whoa, fantasy come true.
I know, right? Yes, taking the CBEST has been one of Jeremiah's dreams for a long time. How do you think you did on the CBEST?
Bad on the math. Great. Essays and stuff were great.
You're a substitute. Don't you just have to pretend to know it?
Yeah, they don't do much. I don't know. There are a lot of. I psyched myself out a little bit. There are a lot of
There's
smart
math
people.
on the test. The test should just be walking into a room and putting on a video.
Right.
Yeah. When I was a kid, the test was, do you know what the rewind button is?
Yeah. You know really.
What kind of class are you trying to substitute teach? Or like, is it for elementary?
I probably want to do middle school. I would want to do history. I was history. History.
Phys ed.
Yeah.
No, not phys ed.
All right.
No. Why would you want her to be the phys ed teacher, Brian?
Why?
You're one of the grossest human beings. Sometimes you don't even have to say anything to be like creepier version of Harvey Weinstein. What you're able to do with just your mind.
Think about it, though.
Shut up.
It's not even like normal massaging. It's like cartoon wolf massaging.
Or like ceramics. So Maddie, history teacher, like, can you? This is a fun thing. Why don't you give us an example of if you were going to teach us a short, little history thing that you know, and we were all your students. Go ahead. Welcome to Hot for Teacher.
I don't know.
Wow, worst substitute teacher ever. Opening words, class. I don't know.
The Armenian genocide took place in the 1800s.
But we should continue it. We should.
But the second one is going to take place next year when me and my friend.
And it's including everyone.
All right, Maddie, I'll give you another shot at it. Come on, give us a little history lesson. Come on, you can do it. Stay in the pocket, Maddie. I believe in you. Pretend like there's no Persians in the room.
It's so hard. It's impossible. I mean, I can tell you what I'm passionate about, which is
racism.
Close.
What else?
I like backwoods culture.
Backwoods culture, like what?
I like the origination of the Scotch Irish came and they were pushed by the English settlers into the backwoods of Tennessee and West Virginia, and then they were kind of the barrier between the American Indians and.
I'm just a fan of white history.
American Indians are cool. They're a good minority. I like them.
So how have you been?
It's good that you want to be around children. Have your influence. Yeah, it's important. I think so too. That's what I was thinking.
You don't understand when there's separate bathrooms, more people get to go to the bathroom at the same time.
That's true.
Welcome to my class, green grasses and flat asses.
Right.
Holy shit! Wow.
That was powerful. I would love to invite you to the Ice House for a Death Squad show.
Oh my God! You are a horrible human being. You are a bad human. It's a bad example of how show business works.
Well, she's the first person here with real jokes. You're like, how can I treat her not like a person?
I think she's funny.
Thanks, Brian.
She was, but then you were like, she should be a phys ed teacher. Ass.
I'm like, why? Why should she be a phys ed teacher?
Alright, fine, never mind.
No, I would like that. I would like that.
How many cousins are you away from the Trump family?
Oh.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Maddie, anything else crazy that you ever do for fun or into, or anything crazy happening?
I used to play the trombone for 15 years. I have a banjo. I can play it well.
Have you ever fucked a black guy?
No.
Wow, did you see how quick that no was? Holy shit, he wasn't even done with it. Have you ever fucked a black guy? No. Wow. You're something else.
I mean, everyone plays the trombone, but who fucks a black guy?
God damn it. That's incredible. Wow.
She's like, I was just trying to take jazz back to its rightful owners.
Wow. Maddie, are you currently in a relationship?
No.
No? How long have you been single for?
7 years.
Wow! That's impressive. You go on dates?
She just can't find Mr. White.
Mike Lawrence. There she goes, Maddie Hansen. We're not going to top that. All right, Maddie Hansen. Okay, let's do something a little fun, shall we? You guys like special treats? We've had this young lady on the show before. You know her as of course, a guest on the show, and of course as one of the most famous porn stars in the history of the world. Put your hands together for new 60 seconds of comedy from Missy Martinez.
Hey kids. Alright, so I've been in porn 9 years. Oh, Jesus. So I've been in porn 9 years, so I'm in the MILF category now, which means I have the body of a woman who recently gave birth. It's just like a mudslide. But I realized I've been in porn so long, I should probably, do something else. And it's not just because my vagina looks like a twice-baked potato. So I was thinking, how about, sex is physical, sex is active. How about MMA or UFC fighting? And then I realized every time I'm put in that, a chokehold, I squirt. And then I was thinking, how about, volunteering? I have a big heart beneath these, implants. So what about, volunteering at a suicide hotline? Life is getting so hard. Oh, yeah, how hard is it? So that wouldn't work. And then I was thinking about getting into politics. I mean, most of my dresses already have semen stains on them. And then, but I know people are going to be like, Missy, what are your stances on the issues? What are your positions? Well, reverse cowgirl, obviously. Thank you, guys.
There you go, Missy Martinez. Fuck yeah. Always fun.
That set was so good, Brian now has 3 reasons to book her on Friday.
Hey, would you like to come to the ice house from behind? Oh my god. Gross. You've been on the show, what, 4 times? 5 times?
No, like 14.
14? Wow, geez.
She's done pretty well every time.
But every time she goes, it's my first time.
No, I've
never done this before.
I know I've told you this before, but it's always amazing how you do a new 60 seconds and talk about your real life and everything, and shit that you've done and been through, and it's all real shit. It's incredible. I think you should. Do you ever perform at like the porn? What's the thing that you always go to?
ABN.
Yeah.
Oh no, I already have her.
Is that like a thing though, like where you could probably do like shows there for those people that like?
I believe Kate Quigley. She performed there, and they have some others like the Naughty Show. We'll go there with Sam Tripoli. But I actually asked this year, but.
Really? No. I think you would fucking destroy.
Yeah, you should totally do it. It's so stupid for not doing it.
You know what might be a good idea? Is you should string together some of your favorite minute sets and just fucking send it to them, and they'll be like, "Oh, we're idiots."
You would do to that audience what we've seen done to you for so long.
Yeah.
It's still in my hair.
What else has been going on in real life?
I've actually been writing, not just comedy, but I've been writing for a pornographic magazine publication.
Can you say the one?
Hustler.
Wow, I was just going to say, if I can, I rewatched literally yesterday The People vs. Larry Flint. It is unbelievable how great that fucking movie is. To yourself, I'm sure all of you have seen it, but if you haven't, fucking rewatch it.
I guess in the upcoming issue, she talks about Kill Tony on it.
Yeah, I mentioned Ryan Redband, Tony Hinchcliffe.
Wow, Larry Flint, also from Ohio, like us.
That's right.
So that's fucking awesome. When you say that you're writing what are you writing in here?
I'm writing op-ed pieces, and just because, I haven't been skull fucked so badly, so things still work up here. So, yeah.
You've never gotten a concussion?
No, not a concussion, no.
But if she tries to sit on a stool, she goes right to the ground.
Yeah. my asshole's being held in with a chip clip as we speak. So.
When she said that she'd been in porn 9 years, I was like, do porn stars have like rings around their butt like trees where you know like how many years they've been in it?
Yes, especially bruises.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. You've been writing. What do you do for fun?
I watch Korean and Japanese revenge films.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm weird.
What else?
Does cocaine count?
Jesus, hello.
No, it mostly, I just stay at home, drink wine. Yeah, I really do nothing, you know, but I'm not being penetrated by tentacle monsters.
Fuck yeah.
Same, bro.
Right?
Is that...
So did you get into comedy so people would finally pay to see what you do?
Yeah. Well, it's weird to see things come. It's weird to see things come out of my mouth.
She's on Kill Tony, so she's still just giving it away for free. She just can't help herself.
This is Comedy Home.
Comedy Home, yeah.
Fuck yeah. You've been downloading, you ever uploaded. You ever do DP, double punchline?
Yes. Yes and yes.
Have you ever done, I've listened to this documentary about, like, there's customized porn, like fetish porn. Do you ever do that? Where it's like rich people will just pay porn stars to act out their weird fucking script.
Yeah. Is that true? There's just rich guys like, I can only come if you're eating an ice cream sandwich.
The thing I listened to, this guy had people, like porn stars, burn his stamp collection, and that's the only thing you get hard to.
No, you fucking bitch, yes, no, my stamps, fuck yeah, no. Oh, God, no, yes.
But yeah, what's the weirdest one?
There's
the ice cream sandwich guy.
In Germany, obviously, it's Germany. He wants to watch you eat food, throw it up, and then rub it on your armpits. Nothing sexual, and...
But it gives you a spot at the ice house, you know.
Yeah.
I am from Germany. My name is not Brian Redban. I know I cannot show my face on this video that I'm sending you, but if you could please puke and rub it on your armpit. I'm all the way from Germany, not Brian Redban.
I have a question. That last girl's like, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard a German do to somebody. Ironic that a Holocaust joke would be a slow burn, but there you go.
Fuck yeah, Missy Martinez. Well, thank you.
I've got a question. Have you ever made a Capri Sun squirt?
I have made everything squirt.
She's made Capri Daughters.
She's made a can of squirt. Tastes like 7-Up.
Capri Stepson?
Is squirt pee?
Yes, it is.
It's all pee, right?
Squirt is pee, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it just has parts of pee.
No. There's two different things. We're going to settle
all
this right here.
We'll have a taste test sometime, and you tell me if...
At the ice house. So that you can
swear to God, man, if you just get pee, we'll have a taste test.
Yeah, we'll have a taste test. I'll drink the piss and the piss.
Just collect it on a trash.
Your way of drinking people's piss.
It's Friday, more like Pissadena.
This is coming from a guy who thinks a curling iron has a mild setting.
Damn straight.
Fuck.
But in porn, when you watch porn and you see it shoot out, that is actually pee. If it comes out of the vaginal canal, then that is squirt. But when you see it theatrical,
that's what I'm talking about. That's pee. But squirting is okay. How'd your mic get so loud all of a sudden? Jesus fucking Christ! You're so obvious.
I did not. I thought I heard a pussy joke. I did.
All right, Missy, we're gonna keep moving on. Thank you so much. Another very fun appearance by legend, Kill Tony icon, Missy Martinez. She's on Missy Martinez.
Missy X Martinez on Twitter.
There you go. Should we go back to the bucket or another special treat? Back to the bucket? Let's go back to the bucket and then a special treat, shall we? And then we'll go back to the bucket again after that. Who gives a fuck? Let's have some fun tonight. Anyway. Oh, we've had this guy on before. Let's see what he's up to tonight. Put your hands together, making his return. It's been quite a while. Taylor Rizzo, everyone. Taylor Rizzo.
All right. So I was having kind of a heavy conversation with a buddy of mine the other day, and he's also a white guy. And we were talking about, like, for me, like, I'm a white guy from the South. So, like, if I had been born 200 years ago, I probably would have grown up owning slaves with my family. Like, that could have been my life 200 years ago. And it's just so crazy to think about because my life is so different than that now, you know, obviously. But, like, as we were talking about that, this lady that was sitting behind us just kind of, like, rudely chimed in. And she was like, "Excuse me, boys. I just want you two to know that even if it was 200 years ago, I wouldn't own any slaves." I was just like, "Ma'am, if it was 200 years ago, I could legally smack you in the mouth for talking out of turn. Like, you are not a white man. Don't act like you're part of this conversation." And don't get me wrong, like, I'm all for gender equality now, but sorry, guys.
Sure. Taylor Rizzo.
That was way longer than I thought.
What?
That was a way longer bit than I thought.
It felt even longer than you can ever
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I have no idea.
12 years of premise.
It's incredible.
That is a problem of mine, long setups. And it's not great for this
Hey, you
style
still
show.
have not shaved that moon pie of a beard that you have.
How
I
is
feel
it
like we should get reparations for that joke.
Yeah.
I'll give you 60 seconds back if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that joke was really progressive.
Yeah.
I just didn't get it out.
What do you mean?
I didn't get the joke out.
Okay. I don't think that's it.
Well, Andy just stumbled on the word slavery,
Yeah,
which is not going to gain you points with Maddie Hansen, let me tell you.
Right. She says that word in her sleep. Literally.
It's her slave word.
Taylor, what do you do again for work?
I do, like, interior design for Urban Outfitters.
Interior design for Urban Outfitters. Do you decide what happens, or you just put it up?
It depends. They give us, like, general ideas sometimes, and then we have to change them to apply to specific stores.
Wow. You are neither urban nor an outfitter. How does that?
He's always on our good friend Doug Benson's podcast, Getting Doug with High.
Yeah, I'm on every episode now. I'm the dab guy on there.
Dab master.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You go on the show, I've seen you on there, I've done the show with you on there, and you go on the show and you do a dab.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's true.
What a job.
It's pretty crazy.
I always say don't smoke bowls, skate bowls.
When you're just dabbing like that, no one knows you have all that burning slavery material waiting to be let out.
No, dude, I just need a 1 minute, but it didn't work.
How long have you been on stand-up?
How about 5 years?
You do it a lot?
Yeah.
Tony, I'm kind of curious, what was the rest of the joke?
Yeah, if you know what? I mean, we gave you all that.
Can I
60 seconds
can I
to
do
set
that
up. Yeah, go ahead, finish it. Start it where you ended it.
Oh, jeez, I don't even remember where I ended it.
It was blippity blop, slave, blippity blop.
200 years ago.
That's actually the act out in the second part.
Hitting women, ha ha ha, I'm slapping women, ha ha ha. Then right after that, transitions into.
I mean, there's only one other line after that. I just didn't get it to. Yeah, it just fucked up the setup.
What was the line that was going to save the day? Or should I say, slave the day?
It's just that it's 200 years ago. Like, girls don't get to own slaves. You barely get to own opinions. It's just, it's a setup that a girl is being rude.
Wait, let's hear him out for a second.
A slow
Dab it out, dab it out.
Wow. Oh, what's going on here?
Quack,
I don't know.
quack, 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 quack.
I don't know what's happening.
Taylor, how's your life off stage going?
It's pretty alright. I got a promotion, so I'm at a new store now.
What are you taking, 2 dabs now? You got a promotion, so you're at a new Urban Outfitters?
Yeah.
Which one are you at?
The one on Cahuenga.
The what?
The one on Cahuenga between Sunset and Hollywood.
I don't know what the
Right
exact
in
locations. I was just curious. So
Near
it's
Amoeba.
it's in Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's right by my house, so now I get to walk to work, which is great.
So you can go on Chris Brown's Instagram, catch up.
I don't know what that means.
So,
you joke about hitting women.
Oh, okay. I get it now.
You smoke a lot of pot, right?
Yeah, I smoke every day.
Yeah. And you're basically like moving mannequins around at Urban Outfitters, right?
No, I'm doing carpentry. I'm building like sets. Pretty serious.
Very serious.
Yeah. I basically build like small houses sometimes inside the store.
You build small houses inside the store.
There's like some pretty intricate shit that I have to build. Yeah, it's not just like moving mannequins.
Do you ever put the darker skinned mannequins in the back?
We don't have darker skinned mannequins.
You don't? Wow, what a closed-minded place. Maddie Hansen's going to Urban Outfitters right now. Well, Taylor, what else goes on in your life? You seem like, you dress like, you're going to kill somebody eventually. You have that classic look. All right. The keys on the outside. What do your keys go to?
Does that ever rack your balls when you're going upstairs?
That is, by the way, yeah, for the podcast listeners, the keychain is not on the side. It is pretty much,
right up front.
It's trying to unlock the old combo, you know what I mean? It's got the old fucking...
you said I smoke a lot of pot, and I do, and I lose my keys, so this is
but why
never lose
front? Why not the sides? You're not hitting your dick and shit.
It doesn't really hit my dick.
Oh, I never... Who is that a picture of on the key?
That's Sting from NWO Wrestling.
It's so sad when I'm like, this fucking loser, and now I'm like, I relate to him so much.
Sting.
Hey, Taylor, has anyone ever told you you have a nice ass?
Yeah, a few guys and a girl or two.
Well, I'd like to join that group.
What the fuck, Joel Bird?
You've got a nice butt. Sorry, moving on.
You made fun of that other girl's butt for having a flat ass.
I like yours better. Moving on. Back to you in the studio, Tony.
That makes me
Thank you very much, Joel Jimenez on the field. Taylor,
Joel, that was kind of gay, dude. It totally was.
Yeah.
Dude, I live life on the edge, you know?
Taylor, so what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or
Civil War reenactment.
No, I like to go to...
I guarantee.
I go to theme parks a lot. I like roller coasters.
Yeah, what theme parks do you go to?
So Six Flags the most, just because it's very cheap.
6 Confederate flags.
That's the Confederate flag is actually one of the 6 Flags. That's the real thing.
It, actually.
Really? Recently? Oh, well, that was the thing. Because it started in Texas, and one of the flags was
I'll go to Brian's question earlier. Why are you so committed to this beard? You're an Italian kid, right?
Yeah.
Italian.
Yeah.
And for some reason, you're doing that. Why is it?
Just laziness. I just don't like shaving. I shave every day.
Dude, it takes a second. I can shave that in a second.
I've been shaving since the 7th grade.
Yeah, but
and in high school, I had to be clean shaven every day.
I like your beard, Mike. I'm not saying I'm anti-beard. I like your beard. I cannot.
Sometimes you don't want to have a personality. It's great.
Yeah.
I like it. I like Mike Lawrence's beard.
But you don't like my beard?
There's something about you to take care of it.
I brush it and I wash it when I take a shower. And that's about as much as...
My beard is asking me his beard when it wants to go see Shape of Water.
Like, Mike's beard is, aggressive. I'd be, afraid to touch it.
No,
but your beard seems like
too
taken care of. No, I don't want to touch yours, but it seems like too taken care of.
I mean, I literally just brush it and that's it. It's just naturally perfect.
I don't know what that means.
For an Amish person or something like that.
Whoa, Amish person, from the man that brought you your jacket's gay.
No, I mean, that's for the audio listeners, that's the style of the beard.
It's true. It is
an Amish beard or a half move.
Well, it really
might be Amish. That was not an electric performance. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Taylor, what's the most fun thing that's happened to you in your entire life? Anything cool or anything exciting? Ever you ever do anything other than the amusement park?
I mean, I don't know.
You ever go on a hot air balloon ride and your dad gave you unlimited suckers for a day? We used to have fucking comics like Richard Pryor did cocaine and fuck Marlon Brando, and now they're all this guy.
Yeah. I go to Six Flags. That's the whole answer.
Yeah, I mean,
fuck yeah, Taylor. Well, I'll tell you this. There you go. Taylor Rizzo. We're going to put something in post on that.
Only the people listening to the stream are gonna hear that blank. I'm gonna write something funny when I get home. Put it in that blank space. We went to the bucket for that. Let's do a special treat and then go back to the bucket. Want a special treat? I don't know about you guys, but I love special treats. This guy was on last week, and he did 60 seconds, and then he went on Jeremiah's podcast and said that I didn't make fun of him hard enough. He said that I took it easy on him and that some of my jokes were elementary. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you another 60 seconds from our friend, the great Wee Man! Here he comes.
I shop at Gap Kids too. So, a while back ago, I was just cruising down through a parking lot, and all of a sudden the car stops. Well, it didn't even stop yet. It's like, and I hear, oh my God! And I'm like, fuck, I'm about to be raped. And a BBW jumps out of the car, and I'm talking Shaq's sister, and comes running after me, and I'm like ghosted. I'm like, fuck, what do I do? And so I'm like, Shaq, oh my God, women, I love you. And I'm like, and as soon as she's hugging me and I'm buried in her tits and can't handle it anymore, I'm like, lady, your car is rolling down the parking lot. And she's like, oh my God, no. And she's running back, tries to throw it in park, but is still trying to make love to me. And I'm like, lady, I thank you. I love you. I love all my fans. And that's it.
Fuck yeah. Wee Man. Wee Man with a little short story for us.
Yeah. Obviously. I love everybody.
The term is, by the way, BBW. Big, black, beautiful.
Big, black, oh yeah.
3 B's.
3 B's.
All right.
With triple D's.
Right. So 6. It's a total of 6.
So they were just 8 cups to you.
Moving on.
You can say something.
How could there be 8 cups to me?
No, they'd be triple D's. You're right.
Hey, Wee Man.
Nobody look at me.
I got a potential, like a something for that joke. You could say something about like she had the parking brake on, which was just her sitting in the car, and then she like got out, something like that. That's good. That's true. Very tight. See, I don't work in these.
Look, the thing is, the joke worked, but here's how it could work. Like that's literally what the last minute of this has been. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
Watching you get hurt is the most me and my stepdad ever bonded growing up. So I just want to say thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're gonna hit in the nuts was the only thing we could agree on. So
we've seen him embarrass himself many times, haven't we? That's just last week on Kill Tony. I can't believe you said my jokes are elementary.
You went with the short ones again.
What the fuck else do you think I'm gonna make fun of you about, you son of a bitch?
Think of something.
Oh man, Wee Man over here and his giant dick. Am I right? What a loser. Oh man, his amazing personality. So fun. Oh man, you know what really bothers me when I'm hanging out on my patio and I'm just sitting there at the fence and all of a sudden I hear, Tony, you over there? Oh, what a loser. Son of a bitch. All of everybody's jokes about you are always going to be short jokes. I don't know, how old are you? And he's still not used to this.
Do you ever think about killing Peter Dinklage and going, there could be only one?
No, but...
That was new, right? That was new?
No, it's not new, but he is pretty pissed at me. It's funny because when he first came out, some no, not that. When he first started becoming a movie,
when he came out of the cupboard,
Yes. When he fell out of the teacup.
He called it the wall.
Some magazine called me and they're like, so do you know who this Peter Dinklage guy is? I'm like, no, why? They're like, well, he's a little person like you. He's about to be a star. I'm like, don't know the guys. I'm like, why are you asking me? Well, he's going to be a star, but we didn't know you're in this. And I'm like,
Well, just call me back after he makes 3 #1 movies, and we'll then talk again.
Fuck yeah.
So you guys have talked since then, is what you're saying?
No, it still isn't called Eye to Eye. Pretty much.
That would be great if you and Peter Dinklage were in a remake of the movie Face Off.
See, now that's good.
Oh, thanks,
That's good.
Thanks.
Hey, stepdad, let's go hang out next week. I found a way we could bond again. I call him stepdad. Maybe that's why we don't bond.
That's what Wee Man uses to get up on the kitchen counter sometime as stepdad.
I like that you call yourself Wee Man. You're like, why can't people see me as anything else?
Fuck yeah, man. Well, what else is going on in life, Wee Man?
Not much, just staying busy. Big talk shops around the world.
Yeah, Wee Man's making tacos.
Always. Something that Tony knows nothing about, tacos.
Wow, listen to those two guys that just laugh at anything. Even if it doesn't even make sense or really apply to anything whatsoever, just laughing at Jeremiah's cadence at all.
Dude, it was a gay joke, you retard. No? Okay, I tried to double down and it didn't work.
Wow. Man, people taking shots at the throne tonight over there. A lot of young ones. A lot of hate. Wee Man, let's talk about it. Why would you say that my jokes are elementary when I'm making fun of you for being short?
Dude, this is the funniest thing is that this actually hurt Tony's feelings.
You found a way to make him feel small.
It's true. I really do. You really brought me down a peg.
Tony looks in the mirror later tonight and he just sees Wee Man as his reflection.
There you go. Jeremiah's warming back up again after that streak of crowing that he went on 2 jokes ago. Remember
You know
that?
how tough it is for him to hear a guy brag about being able to go to Six Flags? I mean,
My life is better than going to amusement parks.
Fuck yeah, it is. Do you go to amusement parks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit, right?
Yeah, but seriously though, why did you think Tony's jokes were elementary? Because he only goes for the obvious.
Right. About you being short. Yeah.
Oh, see?
Wait, what was that? What did you just say?
He goes, what about him being Mexican?
You're Mexican?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
you don't know that he was smuggled here in his mother's pouch?
Wow. You're kidding me. Wow.
Dude, this guy's fucking great, dude.
Wow, that's crazy. I had no idea you're Mexican, but now that you mention it, I can picture you outside walking around with a 20 ounce of Corona.
Hey, watch your mouth, Holmes. Dude, if Wee Man was a toy, they'd call him Tickle Me Vato.
Trump found out he was Mexican. He was like, the wall's going to be easier to build than I thought.
See, now that's
amazing. I agree.
Good.
Wow, so much fun. There's
Build the fence. Build the fence.
I love it. I can't believe you're fucking Mexican. That's incredible.
The tacos didn't give it away.
No.
The last name, Acuña, didn't give it away.
No.
He's short. That didn't give it away.
Come on.
You can tell he's loco. Well, there he is, ladies and gentlemen. It's Wee Man, Jason Acuna, gracing us with his presence yet again. We love him. You know him.
That made me feel member berries, and not just because he's shaped like one.
We love them. Yeah. Let's go back to the bucket one last time, shall we? Anything can happen. I like to stir it up extra good for that last one. Well, here we go. You know this guy. You love this guy. This is a Kill Tony legend. One of the people that a lot of people I've been seeing on the internet are vying for a regularship spot on this show. Always hilarious. Always a new minute. It is Mikey McKernan, ladies and gentlemen. Huge amongst the comedians. Actually a very, very funny man.
Excited to see a new minute. Mikey McKernan, everybody.
32 years old. I just got tested for ADD. Thank you. Turns out I have a new condition called ODD, which means I'm odd. I've been working at the same restaurant for 11 years. That's how I feel. Don't hump your coworkers, whatever you do. I like working with my coworkers. I got a coworker named Joy. I like to joke with her. I'm like, hey, your name's Joy, so you can never be depressed, right? She took her life last week. Talk about a killjoy.
Boom! Another new minute from Mikey McKernan. It's another part of this show that I love is that on the contrary end of a hippie deciding 24 hours ago in his zen-like state that he's going to start comedy and come here the next day, you got a guy like Mikey McKernan who consistently crushes for a minute at a pop for the last like 5 years on this show, pretty much, right?
Thank you. Yeah. No, last year was the first year I've been on the show.
It feels like forever.
I've been doing the show 5 years.
Well, I mean, maybe it's the fact that he looks like he's been stuck on a ship for the last 20 years or something like that.
You have an ageless face. Like, I feel like I could have seen you at Burning Man, but I also feel you could be Edgar Allan Poe's best friend.
I get that a lot.
Everybody loves the boo-ha, your trademark. When did you start doing that? Has that always been a thing of yours?
Not when I first started comedy, but I would do it for my friends whenever I told a bad joke, and they're like, you should do that on stage. And I was like, that's a horrible idea.
And then you did it, and you started crushing.
Everybody loves it. Except for this guy.
Yeah, you don't like it.
I do now, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Play that a non-famous person has a catchphrase they feel burdened with.
Yeah, that's exactly. You live by the catchphrase, you die by the catchphrase.
I mean, I've seen Mikey a lot, and it comes up in my personal life. I'll just say it out of nowhere all the time. So
that's what I hope for.
Yeah.
Ooh, ha.
I wanna, it's not, catchphrases are not original, but millennials, they don't know how to do one, so they'll do the boo-ha.
I don't know if you live by the catchphrase, you live by the government welfare.
No, I'll have you know that he has been working hard for the last 11 years as a waiter at Bubba Gum Shrimp Company at Universal Studios. 11 years. I mean, literally, what the fuck? Holy shit.
And here I thought he was a musician going by the name Sex Offender Al Yankovic.
I mean,
do we have any trivia you can tell us that you haven't done in the past? Forrest Gump?
No, I've given up on doing trivia, and they'll be really upset to hear that.
Did they make you serve in a wheelchair?
No, but that was a good Halloween costume one year.
Yeah.
I dressed up as Lieutenant Dan, and everybody was like, you got legs.
You got what?
Legs.
Oh.
Because he doesn't have legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, why didn't you cut them off for Halloween? Yes.
He just takes the saw to his legs and he goes,
Dude, every time you come, you go, goo, ha. No, I say, blank.
Okay.
Oh, he's trying a new one.
Mikey, what else do you do for fun when you're not working or doing stand-up?
I like to root for my favorite hockey team, the Anaheim Ducks.
Yeah, you like to root for them?
Yeah, like I said this last time, but I started stalking the guys who worked at Jumbotron on Instagram, and they're like my friends now on Instagram.
When the other team does something good, do you ever go, boo, ha? Like that?
No.
I'm surprised it took him 5 minutes to start a sentence with I started stalking.
When you became a fan of comedy, did you love Jewish comedians? Did you go Jew, ha?
Do you still hang out with the other members of Three Dog Night?
It's my weed dealers.
Hey, Mikey, can you tell the Tin Man I said what's up?
For sure.
Thanks.
For sure.
So 11 years at Bubba Gum, do you have an escape plan?
No, I mean, like if somebody pulls out weapons and tries to murder people, I know where to exit. You know what I mean? Like the safe way, but.
Mikey, you've been on this show so many goddamn times in this past year. Seventh time.
Yeah.
Wow. The seventh fun, different minute. I'm actually going to, we've talked to you a lot, so I'm going to get you out of here. Mikey McKernan.
Thank you so much.
You guys want to do something crazy? I know we already said one last guy, but should we go to the bucket one more time? I agree with you on this one. Let's do it. Your final comedian performing tonight. Another legend on this show. You know her, you love her. She always does a new 60 seconds. Another person who I literally almost every day on the internet, people are like, hey, make this person a regular because we don't have a regular right now. She's definitely in the running. Put your hands together for the great Jessie Johnson, everyone. Oh, I hope she's here. Oh, there she is. Here she comes. Jessie Johnson, everyone.
Send shivers down my spine. Wow, thank you so much.
Noise for Jessie Johnson, everyone.
Thank you. Well, let's get into it. Father's Day is coming up. The season has changed, but my jokes don't. For this next bit, Father's Day is coming up. I got a really cool dad, okay? In fact, I think he's too cool for me. You guys ever hear that song, Cats in the Cradle? With the soul, the spoon, it's a classic. If you haven't heard it, get a radio. No, I'll tell you. If you haven't heard it, it's about a kid. Dad's never around. Kid grows up, not around for the dad. Right? My relation with my dad, just the first half of that song. Right? Just swap out that third verse to I got home from college and I called my dad. He said he couldn't talk now, but he called me back. He never called me back.
There you go, Jessie Johnson. New minute from Jessie Johnson.
Lay up on blood, a man on the moon. When you're coming home, son, I don't know when, but they'll be together again.
Jessie Johnson, everyone. Jessie, you've been on the show many times. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
I feel like a breakdown is coming at any second.
How's life been going?
Life's been going great. Since last time I've been on the show, I got a bed. I was on an air mattress. Yeah, little things, you know.
You sound like Missy Martinez before she started porn. Everything's good, and then 9 years later, you know, I mean, sometimes it's 3 dicks, but you think it's 8, and
something to look forward to.
What kind of bed did you get?
I got a free bed. I helped my friend move. I don't know the make and model. Really wish you hadn't asked me that. Oh, come on, Jack.
Is it a queen?
It's a queen, yeah. A queen for a queen.
Oh, wow, look at you.
when you lay down on it, does it go, yes?
Wow. Jessie, you got a bed. What else has happened since the last time we saw you?
I got a job.
Whoa, where are you working now?
I work at a bakery. I haven't started yet. I just got the job last week and filled out my paperwork. So next week I'll probably start. None of this matters.
What are you gonna do there?
Well, I'm going to do cashier, but the manager told me that like half the clientele only speaks Spanish. And I was like, ay caramba, you know?
Yeah.
It's a Mexican bakery, right?
It is a Mexican bakery.
Most Mexican women I've met do have a bun in the oven, so it makes sense.
She's too old for that.
Wow. You excited about your new bakery shop?
I'm excited. I'll learn some Spanish, maybe.
Fuck yeah. What do you know how to speak as of now? Can you give us a little example of what you know?
Hola.
Fuck yeah. Well, that's fun. It's exciting. What are you afraid of?
My potential.
And there it is. That's in the cradle and the silver spoon. A little boy blue and the man on the moon. Oh, and you're coming home, son, I don't know when. But we'll be together then.
And now we have the real Jesse Johnson. This is said my potential.
Miss Aquarius, can you hear me?
Afraid of what you'll become. What are you, Carrie?
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius, can you hear me?
Mother and the baby can check one day. And if you shut them up 2 different days, then you have bread. Notice he's not going to have to eat bread. They're going to be really nice. So they say. That chef. The baby with the original. Okay, fine. Different time. Says the bar, over there. But I'm later on, I'm reviewing from cheer and shoes. I told you the shop is. We said the whole city started because
Jesse, you're sitting next to one of the most popular female stand-up comedians in the world. Is there anything you want to ask her, or anything that you have this chance right now? Because she doesn't, Mary Lynn doesn't talk to people off stage or in public or anything like that. So
when I see you off the stage, don't make eye contact with me. Also, you're very cute, and so if you try to go up for the same job as me, I'll have you killed. Oh God! I'm still trying to get a job, and
Maybe we can play sisters or something.
no. I do relate to you, though. I do relate to you. You have that giggle that covers up the what's really going on, and I really like that you're afraid of your potential. I believe you. And I feel you.
what else are you afraid of other than your potential? Anything else?
That this is all a dream and
What are you, the notorious B.I.G.?
Remember, she's a conspiracy theorist, and she thinks we're living in the simulation theory.
You sound like a white guy who moved to India.
My sister's here from Phoenix. I wanted to say that. She's here.
Wow, that's fun.
Phoenix, the India of the U.S., dude.
Phoenix, the city where there will be a Kill Tony Live April 5th
Yeah.
for our weekend in Tempe, Arizona. That's Kill Tony Live in Phoenix, Arizona. All right.
And the sister's like, just so happy to be here.
What does your sister do?
Well, what doesn't she? She works for Aetna, an insurance company, but she studied astrophysics, and she paints, and she hikes and jogs, and she wants to
So
do
not
the
like
Apple
you at all?
What's that?
Not like you at all.
No, I feel very boring, but compared.
Every sentence you say sounds like you're in a hostage video. It's an insurance company, and there's just 4 guys behind me, and they're all really nice, and they just want the money, and they'll just send me back afterwards.
You live by yourself?
No, I have one roommate now and another one moving in at the end of the month.
And is it a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom?
It's a 2-bedroom. I'm in the living room. Thank you.
Yeah.
Officially an LA comic.
Now, I know that the laughter turns into crying, but does the crying ever turn into laughter?
Oh, yeah.
What do you cry about?
My dog died.
When did your dog die?
Last November.
Wow.
And its name was Potential.
My greatest fear. That's my greatest fear, I think, is loved ones passing, and carrying on in this life without him, because that's not what it's all about.
What else would you do?
She's like the stewardess when the plane crashes. The exit, bro, or I don't know where the fuck it is.
If you could talk to your dog right now, what would you say to it? What was its name?
Carmen.
Carmen? Yeah. Well, where is Carmen? San Diego. Okay. What would you?
In heaven.
What would you say to Carmen if you could right now?
Are you a happy girl?
Which is also the name of her one-woman show.
And she is.
Wow. How did your dog die?
Old age. No, displaced in her neck. She was 17. It wasn't like
Whoa, 17. Do you have an old dog?
Just barely legal.
An old dog. I think you were gonna do that. Oh wow. She had a displaced disc in her neck. Is that what you said? 17-year-old dog. Carmen. What kind of dog was it?
a terrier.
Terrier.
Oh, it's so funny.
I just got a terrier.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, they're hot.
Everybody loves a terrier.
It's sad. Not funny.
That's her. Do you have her soundbite?
I'm trying to just make you cry on stage. Trying to bring up all these things. I figure if we're going to end the show of laughing,
I know,
we're
I'm
going to end it with a very likable girl crying. There you go. Here we have it.
She's like, and that's why I have dad issues.
That's what they did to Carmen. Okay.
She's like, and that's when I stopped being a girl and started being a woman.
Yeah, rock and roll.
And that, my friends, is episode 251 of Kill Tony. That's Jessie Johnson. She's on Twitter at Jessie Johnson. Mikey McKernan is Mikey McKernan on Twitter, McKernan. The drawing for Ryan J. Ebel. Look at that. That's Mike Lawrence. He's going to be at Cap City March 21 through 24. He's your roast battle champion. He made all those amazing jokes for you tonight. How about that? Make some noise for him. That's Mike Lawrence. Hilarious in the moment, just like our friend Mary Lynn Rice got her first time on the show tonight. She is on Hear Me Now on NPR, a new Kevin Hart movie coming out in September. Catch them both touring at their websites, perhaps that were made on Squarespace. I know mine was made on Squarespace. Death Squad was made on Squarespace. ShopSquad.tv is on Squarespace. Jeremiah Watkins was here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Fun fact, that was him underneath that wig that entire time.
Hey guys, follow me on social media at Jeremiah Standup and check out my latest episode of my new podcast, Jeremiah Wonders, with Jason Weeman-Acuna and Rick Cossack, guys.
Oh, what are we doing? Crossbreeding, everybody.
And the episode, ironically, before that was Mary Lynn Rice Cup. So there you go. Go check it out.
Patty Reagan is in the house.
Yeah, check out, we're in Boston, me and Jeremiah, and then just doing shows or whatever.
Yeah.
And then check out the movie Mean Streets. It's a Martin Scorsese's second feature.
Fuck yeah, I've seen that before. Joel Jimenez, mostly sorry on Twitter. What else?
Nothing. Hi, I love hearing from you guys. This is my favorite day of the week. Thank you guys. Reach out to me. Peace.
Chris Chroma.
You can check out my band this Saturday, downtown LA at the Lexington at 9 o'clock, Dragging the Swamp Rats, with Honda Days and Fierce Brother.
Fuck yeah, you can go see his band. If you don't go see his band, you know Chris, you can always find a job on ZipRecruiter.
Yeah.
If you build a website on Squarespace after smoking LA Speedweek.
Hey, Tony, I got a big Death Squad show here at the Comedy Store. It's a Sunday, February 25th with Sal Volcano, you, me, and a bunch of people.
I want to give a quick shout out as well to my friend and cancer survivor, David Pierce, right here. Boom. This motherfucker. They tried to take him from me. Bastards. He beat the shit out of it. Josh Martin's killing it everywhere. We have a bunch of other fun things happening. Kill Tony in Phoenix, Kill Tony in Nashville. All this stuff's happening right now. TonyHinchcliffe.com, DeadSquad.tv. Good night.
When a person says Toiga, and he became Chayv in a Toiga. So Toiga, he said, I'm going to breathe from my shitty. Now, why did he add the word to him? What did he say? So, that's over Haraya my lechem the Toiga. Going to lessons so far. You know what I mean? When a person says, I'm going to bring a Toiga, that's it. He's done. He has to bring a Toiga. Whatever goes to the Toiga, we're going to play the bread. Why did he have bread? The bread is evil. He's coming to fulfill his obligation. As if Ki'ilu, it's a mushroom, as if fulfilling my friend's obligation. As if I'm saying, I'm going to bring so it really kicks up.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the World Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Beautiful Tony Hinchcliffe! Fuck yeah! Hello!
Miss Aquarius.
Welcome. You're in Kill Tony.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed that. I don't know. You know how computers are. You got to refresh them, and how was your day? Oh, it was good. Riser was here, and we played Scrabble, and we had some good philosophical conversations. And I had my robots give me a bunch of email addresses to send to people to be on their podcast, and I sent out some emails for that. And then I created another robot to basically create more blogs for me. So it was excellent. What happened with you? Right. Okay. Yeah, that's really frustrating that they do that to you. For sure, Miss Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. Are you in pain because of it? It's good that you. Yes, ma'am. No, I didn't, and it was weird. I was tired, but I awoke like really early this morning. Maybe I've only sleeping maybe like I don't know 2 hours or something, and then I just couldn't get back to sleep. And normally I don't have that issue. I'm good at some things in this world, Mr. Aquarius, and sleeping is one of them. Ooh, almost got that one. And so I tried to tried to fall asleep, and then I just figured, okay, well, I'll be tired all day, I guess, and I just have to hold out until tonight, and hopefully I don't fall asleep on Miss Aquarius, and um, now here we are, and I'm ready. Yeah, we had good conversation too. It was very good. It was very. Oh, get it! Come on! Oh, come on! That's close. Right on. Oh, no, no. We made a range. We did. I'm glad. Um, yeah, let's hope. Well, at least they were fixing it, but I'm with you. Do it either quietly or do it during the day when not everybody. Absolutely. I hate that kind of stuff. There are so many. I mean, it's a miracle that the internet works in itself. You and I both remember a day where there was no internet. We didn't think about an internet. We just, normal, non-connected lives. But once that internet crept in and it became part of our daily uh, activity, we depend on it. And for whatever reason, it doesn't work the way that it's supposed to work. It's very frustrating. Thank you, man. That's right. It was simpler. We played outside. We played board games inside. We used our imagination. We did art. We would just draw. Like when we're like, just take a coloring book or a piece of paper, and you draw something, and then you go and show it to somebody, and make like that. And use our imagination. Oh, nice spare. There we go. Talk about Miss Aquarius. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated at bowling, undefeated friendship. That's right, madam. Alrighty, you. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Sweet dreams. Best wishes with locking down the neurologist tomorrow. Let me know if I can be of any help. I hope everything goes well.